What's up, everybody? Welcome to the 31st episode of CHILLPOREAL. And with me, I have a very special guest. This is a very special late night CHILLPOREAL because this gentleman is a busy guy, and I was just lucky enough to have him. Well, let's welcome Leon, Words of Paradise, the man who's seen 400 anime. I can honestly admit I have not seen 400 anime. Even though I have a whole
almost
bunch
400. Right. I'm not quite at 400 yet, but I will be soon. Almost 400. But yeah, it's. I've seen that in the intro. It was awesome. Thank you. Yeah, it's a point of pride for me because I'm a bona fide weeb. So,
so you want what's funny? I took the idea of putting this tonight's CHILLPOREAL will be this person, and you know what that's from? That's actually from an anime that I watched a few years ago. I don't know if you're familiar. I'm sure you're familiar with Yoshiyuki Tomino, right? It's one of the shows he did. That's not
Gundam. Say the name again.
Yoshiyuki Tomino.
Not by name, but if you lay some shows on me, I would definitely tell you if I've seen his work.
Mobile Suit Gundam.
Oh, okay, there we go. Yes, obviously, for sure.
Zeta Gundam.
There we go. Yeah, you got me on the absolutely.
Char's Counterattack. But yeah, he did a show in the 80s before Zeta Gundam called Heavy Metal Elgime. And the way an episode would end would be next time this character is going to appear for the first time, and then they do the typing effect. So I had to learn how to do the typing effect on Premiere Pro, and so that's what I did. You had to create several keyframes per letter and everything. So
yeah, that intro was great. That was like good choice. You nailed it, dude. Thank you very much. I feel so special. I won't lie. I feel good being here.
No, I do it for everybody. I do it like. The thing that was unique in the intro was the text and basically the stuff before Picard, the stuff after the original Star Trek stuff, and the stuff before Picard doing this. Everything else I repurposed because save time.
I liked Picard, doing this because oh yeah, it's fitting for somebody that gets compared to lofty takes all the time. So
I did that once to AC, Angry Canadian. I was showing his massive collection in his little man cave, like his Halo stuff, his Legos and everything. And it ends with Picard doing this. And
what's up, bud? Or Angry Canadian. What's up, bud? What's up? All of chat. Say hi, all of chat. Sorry, go on.
Oh yeah, I'll say hi to the chat. So we got Alex ID 46.
I wasn't, by the way. I wasn't trying to tell you to say hi. I was trying to say hi. I just got tongue tied. I've been awake for a long time.
That's fine. I've been awake too I've only had 4 hours of sleep. I was working on stuff, and I was hanging out. I was hanging out with our buddy Kyle and all that. So, but we got Angry Canadian here. We got my Star Trek and Zelda aficionado CLS studio here, and I don't know who this Word of Paradise is. He's just some guy,
some douche. He's got some like a joke of a stream that he runs on Mondays. Don't follow that dude. He's an asshole.
And of course, Tread Roberts, the master of thumbnails, and he's just such a nice
guy. Found out after you, so we all watched Dread the other day together. So after you bounced out, me and Dread kept walking, kept talking the whole night. And I'm not going to say where we're from for privacy reasons. He and I grew up in the same city. We were from the same town.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I was telling stories and whatnot. And he's like, "Oh, this sounds familiar." And I told him where I grew up, and lo and behold, we grew up in the exact same city.
That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. Everybody knows where I'm from. Everybody knows where I'm at right now. I'm in Chicago. So, and everybody, and my real name's Brian. So everybody, that's all common by this point. So, but yeah, also we have Sci-Fi Mombi says howdy. And we got, if you haven't subscribed to Ronin66, he's a great channel that covers anime, covers news. Yeah,
Ronan's the man. I've gotten to stream with him a couple times. I plan on inviting him on my show. Ronan's awesome.
Yeah, me too. Like, same here. Like Ronin66, expect a call from CHILLPOREAL in the future.
Yeah, and a call from your boy Leon here, because I'm getting you on the show. I'm not sure when. Maybe next Monday if you've got free time. But yeah, expect a call from your boy here.
So Leon, I gotta ask you. I know you started your channel not too long ago. By the way, congratulations! You've hit like over 2,000 subs, way quicker than I ever did. And your content is really good. You really have really good following. You have really good live streams. And I was just listening to your 10 underrated anime video. So I just have to ask you, what kind of got you into this onto this dark side of the internet? How did you? What made you want to start your channel? What inspired you? Have you watched other channels and wanted to do the same thing? I'm just curious.
Sort of. So like I've been following all this level of political stuff since Gamergate back in 2014. I was heavily invested in it. I was always on Twitter or always on Facebook and talking about this stuff. And then in 2016, I had a channel that shall not be named. It wasn't related to any sort of news stuff at all. It was just purely a gaming channel, and I got really disenchanted with it because I was running it with a partner, and he was very much a fan of towing the line of political correctness and like, hey, let's do XYZ to avoid getting canceled. This was around 2016, so the election going on, height of cancel culture, and I was like, no, I'm not gonna be putting my heart and time and effort into doing YouTube if I'm gonna have to play a part and not be able to have any sort of artistic freedom. So after about a year, I dropped that and just went back to being on message boards and Twitter and stuff. Then I attempted to start a channel again in like 2019 or so, and I just wasn't. I didn't feel like I was doing the quality wasn't there. I didn't want to put out poor quality work. I thought the ideas might be decent, but the quality wasn't there, and so I just took time, got more equipment, went through some life stuff, and then at the tail end of 2022, thought, all right, I think it's time to let's get into it. And I told myself if I wasn't monetized with 1,000 subscribers by 6 months, then I'm not going to go with it. Not because I'm in it for the money or whatnot, but like to show that I'm like proving. I wanted some form of like a milestone to hit to know that I'm growing and getting better. And I figured 1,000 would be an easy enough milestone to gauge myself. So.
Okay, well, that's great, man. And you've obviously accomplished a lot, and you've gotten a lot of people. I'm just curious, like, how I found you? I found you through our mutual bro, Dread Roberts. So he was on your channel, and that's how I found you. I think he shared it on Twitter, and I was like, okay, I found your channel, I watched it, and I liked what I was listening to. And apparently, and then you invited me to be on, and that was pretty cool. And and then ever since then we were on AC's channel. If you haven't watched the Legend of Zelda music stream, or was it? Yeah, it was live stream.
Yeah. Yep.
The three of us talked about the first two Zeldas on NES and the music.
Do you know how
it was a great conversation.
Out of curiosity?
What's up?
Do you know how I found you? Out of curiosity? I don't know if I've told you or not. One of the first people that ever caught my attention when I started a channel was Magitech Mags, and I thought that she was so damn cool. And I saw that she had tagged you. She's like, "Hey, I'm going to be on this channel." I think it was probably the first. It was the first CHILLPOREAL I'd ever seen. Was you talking to Mags? And so I watched that, and that was how I found out about you. So.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, and we were talking
8 months or so ago, something like that. I don't remember when it was, but it was. I was pretty early in the YouTube. It was pretty early in at least my starting to YouTube when you were streaming with Mags. So.
Oh yeah, we were I've done a whole bunch of stuff with Mags. I did my first dedicated whiskey stream with Mags and a few other people. So we did that, and
I saw it was also exclusively about Final Fantasy, I believe, when I was watching it. So.
Yeah, so I don't know if I was drinking that stream, but like she's me and her enjoy a good bourbon, and Salty Traveling Sea, that's a myth. The Drunk Porial doesn't exist. That's a myth. That I have to make a shirt that says that Drunk Porial is a myth.
Is a myth. Oh yeah, that'd be great. Put that's your epitaph as well. If you end up, especially if you go out drinking, someone just doesn't roll you over. You spend one night drinking too much, you don't get rolled over, and that's just what they put on your tombstone. Drunk Porial was a myth.
Drunk Porial is a myth. But yeah, so yeah, I had the honor. I had the honor to actually meet her in person and a few other people in the community. So it's I've actually really. I'm really enjoying this. I'm really enjoying this. What do you call it? Camaraderie. This rapport. I'll say rapport.
That's been the best part about any of this is all the behind the scenes stuff. Like, don't get me wrong. Doing the videos are great. Making the videos is awesome. But the amount of like what I would consider genuine friends that I found behind the scenes who I'll hit up, you or Dread or Lofty or Hypnotic or Cassie, just has nothing to do with YouTube. Just like, yo, what's going on today? And talk about video games or just talk about, whatever's going on in their lives. And it have nothing to do with, hey, what's our next plan for YouTube? And it's awesome because it feels like legitimate friendships, even if I've never met anyone in person.
Oh yeah. The same here, man. Same here. So it's just, I feel like, honestly, like I feel like I'm building like a little social circle here. I'm trying to avoid, and this is an issue that bigger channels have. I'm just avoiding just the drama aspect. And Angry Canadian told me a few things about certain bigger channels that are just having all this drama right now. I'm not going to name them because I know a lot of people
listen to them too. So.
Yeah, exactly. So,
but I got opinions on some of the stuff going on right now, but.
So yeah, so I was watching your anime. I was watching your anime, your 10 underrated anime video, and yeah, so I saw only 1 out of the 10. I saw Irresponsible Captain Tyler, and
which I wanted to put higher. By the way, like so many of those are in their order of the list is not really my because Irresponsible Captain Tyler it's easily in my top 10 anime of all time, not just underrated anime. But I also was like, I've got to try and be objective, even though Tyler's one of my favorites. I've got to put it a little bit lower on the list because I think there's others that are more deserving. Like that was a fun list to make just because of trying to balance my personal taste with what I think actually should be on the list. But I thought that I was like, Tyler's going to go on the list. Even if it wasn't one of my favorites, it would have to go on the list because of what it is.
Yeah. So, but like I have the opening and the ending. I have the opening intro song and the ending intro song on my iPod. Yeah, I still have an iPod.
That's so great. I always listen to it in English. I don't know about you, but I listen to it in English because it puts me in mind of like the 90s dance music that I was listening to when growing up. I don't know. The Japanese version is great as well, but there's something about the English version that just makes me think of, the like Windows 98, and I love it.
Yeah, I love it too. And by the way, thanks for being here, Pips. He just had his first son. So he is.
Oh, congratulations!
He has a newborn right now. So, yeah, man. Yeah, take care of that baby. So
I think I've seen White Cloaks on X actually interviewing with Pips. Do you do anything like Dungeons and Dragons or that? Because I think I've seen you interact with like Elf Maiden Inn and Drunkards and Dragons and stuff. I could be misremembering. That's what I believe I have. He
did do something Dungeons and Dragons related. He'll probably answer in the chat. So yeah, he did a video. He did a video about the new movie. Did you see the new movie? The new Dungeons and Dragons movie?
Yes.
I didn't think it was bad. I actually enjoyed it. You'd think of with the current climate and how they make stuff now. The word that rhymes with smoke.
With the marketing because the writers were making it out to be like it was going to be a cringe fest with modern politics. But I'm a massive D&D fan in general. The reason for starting my channel was because of how I felt about Wizards of the Coast in general for D&D and Magic the Gathering. So when I saw the movie, I did not want to pay to see it in theaters. Then when I finally saw it, I was like, you know what? That was a solid 6.5, 7.5 out of 10 movie, which is way better than I thought it would be. It got some things wrong as far as D&D lore, but I appreciated it. I watched with my best friend and his kids, and they really enjoyed it. And it was a good, wholesome night.
It was fun. I mean, like if there's like I had this might sound blasphemous, but I've had some Hobbit vibes, especially when they're being chased by that fat dragon in the cave. I thought that was fun. I thought that was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. I don't think it's blasphemous at all to say it was Hobbit vibes, considering so much of D&D pulled from Tolkien.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, the Wizards of the Coast, they who should not be named. I mean, just the fact that they made a card of Aragorn in a particular way, I'm just like, come on.
Seriously? Again, that was because my channel Words of Paradise is a play on the Magic card Birds of Paradise. That's why I named my channel what I did, was because of my love for Magic the Gathering.
Okay, I got a dumb question for you. Do you think they did that?
Dumb questions, just dumb people asking questions.
Do you think that they did that just because they were taking orders from their investors?
Nope.
Or do you think that they were doing it just to goad people into saying stupid
Wizards
shit?
was one of the very first companies to go all in on the woke stuff. I guarantee. Like, don't get me wrong. It wouldn't surprise me if the Tolkien estate gave them the go ahead or made the suggestion, but I wouldn't. But if they didn't, Nah, that was all Wizards. They've been ever since 2014, 2015. They've been like, okay, it's time to start putting more black characters in, changing more characters to be lesbians. It's time to start making us a more welcoming community. As if going to Magic tournaments before 2015, there was a bunch of white dudes with pitchforks staying out, being like, "Go play a Yu-Gi-Oh, black people." Like that wasn't happening. Magic has always been awesome. Like they're for whatever reason, Wizards of the Coast got it in their head that only obese white people played with their games, and they need to make money in other avenues when that's never been the case. I've got video after video, not even videos on my channel, just like my own personal. I've gone to Magic tournaments and recorded for my own memories and just video after video of local game shops filled with all different kinds of people, whether they be playing Magic or Warhammer 40K or whatever's going on at the local LGS. So, because I used to travel to play in tournaments, so I've been to them all over the country, and there was no shortage of diversity ever. But for whatever reason, Wizards of the Coast was just jumped all in on one of the very first companies that made me take note of I hate using the word, but the woke stuff going on in nerd culture.
I mean, here's the thing, and this is a pro. So they came up, and I don't know if you said Wizards of the Coast might have been the first one to say this. Maybe someone else did. That they come up with these problems that don't exist. Like they're saying people that are in these marginalized sections of society don't see themselves in these characters. I'm like, are you kidding me? I mean, like I've seen.
Yeah, I don't see myself in these characters either. Like, oh, look at this, 2/2 black festering goblin or 1/1 black festering. I don't see myself as a wart-driven zombie goblin, but it's one of my favorite cards. Like,
I mean, like seriously, like I mean, I've seen black exploitation movies. I've seen the original Shaft. I didn't feel. I mean. Maybe it's I don't know. Maybe it's I'm not going there. I'm not going there. But I'm just it's possible to I mean, when you experience a story, you are in the you're with the character on the screen or on the page or on the headphones if you're listening to an audiobook or listening to a song. You become that character regardless of what they look like. So I mean, like you have Perrin Ibarra from the Wheel of Time. He's the burly big Wolf Brother guy from the Two Rivers. I mean, I'm not over 6 feet tall, and I'm not big and burly like Perrin. But when I read the book, I feel like I am Perrin.
Well, and that, real quick, I want to answer Pip's question. Out of what you proposed here, modern. That being said, I'm an unabashed Pioneer player. Pioneer is my favorite format, bar none. But from your list, modern. I used to be big into Commander / EDH, but I won't lie, it's not competitive enough. I want to feel like there's actually something at risk for me to lose. So I've got a really, really badass Commander deck, but I don't play EDH very often. So yeah, I'll have your list modern. I play Living End currently in modern, which is been getting its ass kicked with the current meta, so I might have to switch things up. But
so I am a complete subnormie to the stuff that you were just answering. So what does EDH stand for?
EDH, I don't know what the acronym stands for. It's more commonly called Commander. Technically, EDH and Commander are slightly different, but they're so similar they're interchangeable. But Commander is a more casual format where the rules are a little bit different to be more catered towards multiplayer instead of 1 versus 1. So usually about 4 people, 6 people, give or take. And there's some slight rules alterations, like usually in decks. Usually decks are 60 cards, and you can have up to 4 cards repeating. In Commander, it's a 100 card a 99 card deck, and then 1 special card, and you can only have 1 copy of every card. So it basically just slightly different rules to make the game last longer and incorporate more different strategies that you couldn't do in traditional play.
Okay, none of that made any sense, but I'll eventually learn it. I take responsibility, seriously.
I truly believe that Magic the Gathering is the single greatest game ever made. I also believe that I hate the company behind it so much that I do not I don't spend any money on it. I don't purchase anything from Hasbro / Wizards of the Coast. I only buy third party from my friends, or I will buy individual single cards at local game shops, because I do want to see local game shops still succeed and have growth. But yeah, I don't pay for anything that they produce.
Oh, okay. So Wizards of the Coast is under Hasbro?
Yeah. Hasbro owns Wizards of the Coast. They have since 2000. 2008 or
Hasbro.
2003, something like that.
I hate Hasbro.
Yeah,
And for a totally different reason.
Well, I assume you hate them because of what they've done. I'm just gonna take a guess. You can correct me for Transformers and GI Joe.
No.
Oh no! Oh, lay it on me.
So you've heard of Power Rangers, right? Power Rangers was adapted from Japanese shows called Super Sentai.
Super Sentai, yep.
Shout Factory was releasing them on DVD. The especially the stuff. So the first season of Mighty Morphin was adapted from the 17th Sentai show called Zhu Ranger. So they came out with that and a whole bunch of other stuff, and they started going backwards, going to the earlier Sentai that was never adapted from Power Rangers. So I was hoping to see some of the older shows come out in the US, but Hasbro took over. Haim Saban sold Power Rangers to Hasbro, and because of that,
by the way, is when Power Rangers stopped being good. Because I used to be after Saban. I always said Saban, but I know I'm wrong. After Saban was done, I gave up.
Disney actually owned Power Rangers at one point, and then they sold it back to
Yes,
Saban.
I did know that because there was a short window of time where Power Rangers was appearing on Disney's Action Block Jetix that was supposed to be the competitor for to 4Kids TV and stuff.
Yeah, and I watched an episode. I'm like, this sucks. I'm like, I don't know what they did. How did they really cut it up? Yeah, Pips. It's pronounced Zhu Ranger, CYU Ranger. Jeez. Not obviously he's not a fan of that, so fan of Sentai and all that. But yeah, I want to talk. Petey York, another member of the Nerdporial Continuum. Thank you, all you guys who are here that are members of the Continuum. Thank you for being here. But yeah, same with Captain Sisko. Awesome captain. My second favorite captain because I'm sorry, Patrick Stewart, but what you did to Picard in these last 3 Picard shows, more like the Patrick Stewart shows, you suck. They suck.
That's what I've heard. I won't lie. I'm not a Star Trek fan. I grew up in the era that you had to pick a side. You were Marvel, DC. You were Star Wars, Star Trek. I was a Star Wars kid. I know that if I go back and watch old Star Trek, I very much, especially with my beliefs in terms of politics and whatnot, that I would love old Trek. And I did watch Enterprise back in the day now and again, just because I like Scott Bakula, but I've never actually gone head first into Star Trek, and just because I'm clinging to the old fanboy, the fan war days before, when we argued about dumb shit instead of political stuff. So
yeah, so like Star Trek is like my bread and butter next to like Nintendo stuff. So like I was a Nintendo fan first before I was a Star Trek fan. Star Trek was basically adolescence for me. Nintendo stuff was stuff that my parents bought me ever since I was 5. So I had the NES since I was 5 years old, and that was meant to help me because I was in special ed. And they bought that to get me to, because I wasn't talking, I wasn't doing much, I wasn't doing much activity. So they bought that to help me with occupational therapy. So I learned how to play with the NES, and then I beat all the Marios and I got into Zelda, and that's how I started with Zelda. I know you and I did the Zelda stream.
Yeah.
So I'm curious what your first Zelda was. I think you say it was A Link to the Past.
So Link's Awakening was my first Zelda game that I was old enough to know how to play. I played, my first was technically the very first Zelda, just The Legend of Zelda. I had it on the NES. I loved it. I played it. But the first one that I actively was like, this is a Legend of Zelda game. I'm playing the character Link as opposed to thinking it's Zelda. I know that I've got to solve these dungeons, was Link's Awakening on the Game Boy.
Yeah, what's funny is the Game Boy was even though I had the Game Boy, we never had enough batteries because it required 4 AA batteries in order to work the Game Boy, and we never had batteries, so I just gave up on playing. I forgot about it. When my brother was born, he eventually kind of took it and made it his own, and he somehow, I guess, got batteries. He got batteries somehow, so he was playing like Pokemon. So he was the one. My brother was the one that started playing like Gen 1 Pokemon, and I'm trying to remember what else.
I'm a Gen. People call me a Gen 1er. My favorite generation is actually Gen 3, but because I'm such an old school Pokemon fan in general, I get the it's a derogatory statement in the Pokemon fan base being called a Gen 1er. But yeah, I get called a Gen 1er, so it is what it is.
So what's Gen 3? I know Gen 2 is Silver and Gold.
Yeah, and Gen 3 was Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, and then the remakes of Green and Red.
Oh,
And
okay.
that's my favorite. That's my favorite generation. It has always has been. I started with Gen 1, but man, there was just something magical about Gen 3.
Yeah, so Gen 1, I've said this on many other streams. Gen 1 I played on the Super Game Boy. So you know how like Sonic and Knuckles, you had the lock-on technology. You put a cartridge in, then you put another cartridge on top of that cartridge. Well, the Super Game Boy was like that.
I knew of it, yeah.
Yeah, so the Super Game Boy was like that. You put the Super Game Boy cartridge in the Super Nintendo, and then you put the Game Boy cartridge in the Super Game Boy, and that's how I played Gen 1 Pokemon. I think it was yellow or blue. I think it was one of those two that my brother had. So I played that, and it got addicting. Like I didn't think I'd be addicted to it. I got addicted to Pokemon, playing it.
Super like I had never had a Pokemon like when the Game Boy Color came out. Or the Game Boy, whichever it was. I didn't start off with Pokemon games. I have a younger brother who was getting bullied, and the bully was a few years older than me, and I was a scrawny small kid, and I knew there's no way I could stick up for my little brother in terms of a fight, no matter how much I wanted to. So instead, during lunch break, when I was in like maybe second grade or something, I snuck back into the classroom and just stole this kid's games, and he had yellow and red, Pokemon Yellow and Red, and I knew I just never gave him back. I gave my little brother red. I kept yellow, and that was how we got our first Pokemon games. Was me trying to take revenge on a bully that I knew I couldn't fight.
Oh, that's funny.
And then I was a Pokemon fan ever since.
I used to borrow games back in the day. I remember being at a sleepover in second grade, and we were playing like this was I think 92 or 93. We were playing like the Ninja Turtles arcade game on the NES, the one where you start with in the burning
Turtles
building.
In Time and
Turtles in Time Turtles in Time just came out that year. But we were playing that, and I played Ninja Gaiden for the first time, the OG Ninja Gaiden.
I don't know if I ever got past like level 3. Ninja Gaiden was so ridiculously hard, but I loved Ninja Gaiden growing up.
Oh yeah, like especially we couldn't get past the top of the castle or the top of the prison level. Because you're trying to jump from one platform to the other, and you have these birds that keep
the projectiles that are coming across the screen while you're trying to platform. Yeah, I know.
And then you have birds. You have birds that come out of nowhere, knocking your ass into a pit, and then you die. And even if you dispatch the bird, you remember this is the NES era. When you're in a single frame, the bird's going to keep respawning, and everything. So, yeah. I didn't beat that game until I downloaded for the Wii Virtual Console. I was in college.
Oh, you were able to do the rewind feature?
I didn't rewind it. I managed to beat it. I managed to beat the game. I managed to beat so what happens at the end of that game, you get through a very tough 3 levels to get to the boss, and the boss is divided into 3 parts. If you lose to the boss, if you die once to the boss, even with additional lives, you get sent back 2 levels back. So you have to restart the entire thing over again. You know how nuts that is?
Like, so my favorite hardcore game of all time is Super Ghouls and Ghosts. So yeah, I get the idea because Super Ghouls and Ghosts played very similarly.
Super Ghouls and Ghosts I was looking up the trope of the entire story's a dream. So apparently or maybe it's just Ghosts and Goblins. I don't remember. I think Super Ghouls and Ghosts is the same thing as Ghosts and Goblins, just different platforms.
Is the sequel, but yeah.
Okay. But I think the first time you beat it, you find out it's not real. It's just a dream, and then you have to play it again.
So the first one may be like that. In the Super Ghouls and Ghosts, the sequel, it does the same thing. I don't think it's a dream, if I recall correctly. You just get effectively bitch slapped back to the beginning of the game, and it's even harder. I've been playing that game since I was probably 6 years old and never beat it till I was like 23 or 24. I consistently my whole life played it on the same SNES that I had growing up, because I ended up later getting it for the Switch just so I could play it on modern hardware and whatnot. But I was adamant that I was going to beat that cartridge, and for almost 20 years I played my childhood cartridge that always worked, and I eventually ended up beating it with a friend of mine I had at the time who was she never really grew up playing video games with the exception of the SNES. So that was like our bonding thing. Was she would come over, we played the SNES together, and we would stay up all night playing Super Ghouls and Ghosts.
I never, what's funny is I've never that game was under my radar for years. You know how I first played it? On the Super Nintendo Mini.
Really?
Super Nintendo Mini, right there.
Yeah, awesome.
Dude,
it's a classic to this day. It is arguably my favorite Super Nintendo game. I mean, it's right up there with Super Mario World.
Is it how would you now? I know it's a Capcom game. How would you rank it amongst Capcom games?
Against Capcom games of that era, number one, absolutely. Like it is my favorite Capcom game of the pre 3D era.
Better than any Mega Man.
Better than any Mega Man, better than Street Fighter 2, which I know some people will say is blasphemy. And I'm a massive Street Fighter fan. I like Mega Man as well, but like my go-to was always Street Fighter when it came to Capcom, with the exception of Super Ghouls and Ghosts. Like that was, for whatever reason, it's probably just because I had it so young, but man, it was a mind-blowing game. It was the hardest thing I ever played, and I could not quit it. It was the first game that made me think like, there's games that make you mad, but not like rage quit through the controller. Like you get you frustrated to the point where you're leaning forward in your chair and you're like, I'm gonna beat this level, and you would do it for out. Yeah, that was the game that did it to me, was Super Ghouls and Ghosts. You know, like after playing that for hours, any Mario game felt like a cakewalk.
I gotta ask you something, and you don't have to answer this because you know.
Ask away.
So you bring up rage quitting, and I mentioned rage quitting in my Mario RPG video, which I uploaded today. Check it out. It's at your convenience.
Chat, check it out, because that's the first thing I'm gonna be doing after this stream is watching it.
So I do bring up rage quitting because let's just say the remake adds really, really hard optional bosses at the end. Like the bosses you fight, you rematch them, and they are tough. Like you have to have strategy. You have to figure out a good strategy to beat them. So I bring up rage quitting. When you rage quit, how did you express your rage quit? Did you just scream? Did you hit something? Let's just say I kind of hit something. I'll tell you after you.
Yeah, we had these like not gaming chairs like you think of now, but like, do you ever remember seeing in Walmart there was like foam chairs that would fold out into a bed that would lay on the ground? Like me and my brother had a set of those, and I would just start stomping my feet as if I was running in place, to the point where and we had an upstairs, and my mom would get pissed because it was like, to her it was just a game. Like my mom hated video games. She couldn't stand them. Thankfully, my dad was super pro video games. And so she could not understand me and my brother's rage quitting in a video game until one day while I'm at school. I don't know what possessed her to do it, but she turns on the Super Nintendo and starts playing Super Mario All-Stars.
Oh.
And she got it. Like she understood rage quitting after that. And I never heard another word after something about stopping my feet or anything. I still to this day, since I don't have contact with my mom, know what possessed her to start playing video games after adamantly hating them for like the entirety of my youth. But just one day when I was in like 3rd or 4th grade, I came home to find her like angrily slamming her hands on her thighs in Bowser's Castle. Like it was playing Super Mario All-Stars. It was surreal.
So when I was younger, what I used to do, we had these really small CRT TVs and all that, and it was a thick, I don't know if it was thick, but it was a nice curved screen. I used to smack the screen. I was like, what the fuck, and sometimes my parents would hear me and they'd be like, okay, turn off the game. You're done, bro. You're done. Well, I didn't say bro. They're like, Brian, you're done.
Right. Yeah.
There was one time where I got so mad that my dad came in and took the NES he took the NES, Super NES, and I was too small. I was like this tall at the time, and he put it on top of his tall dresser, and I was like, oh crap, I can't get to it. Shit. And then what's even worse was I rented a game. That weekend because that's every Saturday, if I was lucky, and usually it was every other week, but sometimes we did it every Saturday. We go to the video store and we rent something. And my parents would always rent like movies and stuff, whatever came out, or maybe my dad might rent something old. I usually used to rent video games. Sometimes when I was real young, I used to rent cartoons, but I mainly rented video games. And I think I was 7 or 8. We rented Adventure Island. That's the one where you play as Master Higgins, and it's basically a Mario clone done by Hudson Soft.
I think I know. Is that the one that's like? I'm remembering one it's a Mario clone, but the aesthetic is very much like an extreme Indiana Jones.
It's not quite the Indiana Jones thing you're thinking of is when I think Indiana Jones, I think Star Tropics. But Adventure Island is more like, it's a platformer, but it's like you play as Master Higgins, a plump tribe guy,
like a teenage kid or something. So
he's not, well, it's like from back in the day, like during the day, like the bad guy's a witch doctor. So Bowser is like just some evil dragon looking witch doctor, and Master Higgins is basically he's basically part of like he's not a caveman. I think they're between the early civilization guy. It's typical, his girl gets kidnapped by the witch doctor to be sacrificed or something, and you gotta go and rescue her. And each level is divided into 4 parts, and it's tough. It's hard.
All games were back then, whether it was because they were just hard in general or they were just poorly made because they were clones.
Yeah. So that was a game that I used to go nuts over. Fester's Quest was another game I used to go nuts over. That was another NES game that was my dad's like, oh, I saw the Addams Family when I was a kid. The Addams Family movie just came out. Sunsoft made a game called Uncle Fester's Quest, and that's the only NES game I actually owned that I never beat. And you know how I still haven't beaten it to this day.
It has a reputation. I've never played it, but I know the reputation of it. Yeah,
it's like you ever play Blaster? You ever hear of Blaster Master? It's a top down thing, kind of like original Legend of Zelda. And you Uncle Fester has a gun. He takes up like a decent portion of the screen. And when you have this gun, and this gun basically shoots these aliens. So aliens are invading. And then, when you shoot a bad guy, you get a collectible. The bastards that developed Fester's Quest not only gave you upgrades, like if you found like a little collectible that said gun, if it was in blue, it was an upgrade. If it was gun but in red, like it was a red upgrade, it was a downgrade. So if you accidentally took a downgrade, you were screwed, because you're in these little corridors, and like some weapon upgrades go like take up half the screen, and so if it hits something, you can't shoot anybody, and somebody's coming right towards you, you're dead, and there's only 2 health. There's only 2 health. And
dude, that Super Ghouls and Ghosts is so similar in that you would get weapon. If you upgrade your armor, it would automatically upgrade your weapons, but some weapons were just objectively better than others, and some were an objective downgrade from your default javelin or not javelin. Well, what's it when you're jousting? What's the weapon called when you're jousting? It's not a lance. I know, you know what I'm talking about. It's not quite a sword. It's like that. It's like a cone that ends in a point. That's the default weapon, and then like the daggers were objectively the best. The crossbow was pretty good, but you could get like fireballs that were so bad, or like this boomerang style scythe. It was bad, and you anytime you would accidentally run over a weapon upgrade if you already had like the daggers, then it was miserable.
Yeah, like I think I tried to play Ghouls and Ghosts or Super Ghouls and Ghosts, and yeah, you want to stay away from bad weapons and everything. But yeah, I don't know how, but
Robert, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, it's my boy. It's my boy here. So I got kind of take this back. So going back to Capcom, Resident Evil. So I know you and I have had brief conversation about 4 and how what's funny is I've had other conversations with other people and they like the remake of 4.
Those people are wrong.
So
people, they can like it, but that means they haven't played the original, and it's fine. But respect your roots.
My buddy, my friend Marty, who I've had on, who got me into Resident Evil in the first place, and he did. I actually watched him play the original 4 back in the day. He played the remake, and he said he thinks it's better than the original. So you have to tell us why he's wrong.
So I'm gonna shill for a moment here and say, despite the fact that it's before I got my good mic. My Resident Evil 4 review is one of the videos that I'm the most proud of on my entire channel. It's a very I don't usually talk very highly of my videos. They're just sort of generic that anyone else can do. But damn, is my Resident Evil 4 review good. That said, I'll give the Cliff Notes version to wet y'all's whistle if you end up going and watching it again, despite the very bad audio quality. I didn't have a decent mic yet. it does so much wrong in terms of the story and characters that no amount of pretty graphics or adding side quests or giving you a better version of an item system, none of that can justify the destruction of almost every single character, good and bad, and the complete unnecessary changes to the story that leave out key information that if you have not played the original Resident Evil 4 and the remake is your first experience with it, there's going to be things that you miss. Like Capcom was banking on the fact that Resident Evil 4 is their most famous game ever made. They were just banking on the fact that people played the original, so they felt like they could cut corners story-wise. And I hate that. I think that was a terrible decision to make. Whether it be the story changes or some of their flat-out cuts, it does the overall... Because Resident Evil has been a consistent narrative throughout the course. There was some games better than others, but as a whole, Resident Evil has had a consistent narrative that ties all the games together. And if you were to... Let's say you played, Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3, and then moved to the remake of 4, you are going to miss stuff. It does not match up with the original lore that had been built up because of the changes. I don't care how fun the gameplay is. If you were destroying your story and characters, then you did a bad job.
Okay. I'm just all right, because I really liked 4. I mean, I think there were there were still some of the horror elements. There were still some of the puzzle elements that I think were missing quite a bit, especially in 6. 6 is probably my least favorite of the series. 5 was...
Of the main games, I'd say 6 is also probably my least favorite. There's been some bad spin-offs of Resident Evil, though, and I think I played every Resident Evil game ever released except 1 or 2 of them. I like spin-offs and everything. So, hey, thank you. But yeah, no, the 6 of all the main games, yeah, I agree is my least favorite.
Yeah, I I got a question. Now the early games was more like you had fixed angles in the original game to give it that type
Cinematic
of horror. Yeah, that cinematic stuff. Do you? I mean, I know they're two different things, but if you had to choose one, whether that or the over the shoulder, what would you choose?
I would choose fixed angles in a heartbeat. I think fixed angles are, again, it adds. Resident Evil 4 was a game changer. That's when they first switched to the over the shoulder view. I get why fixed camera angles were they were more of a hardware limitation than they were. Don't get me wrong, it added a neat aesthetic choice of let's make this more like a horror movie. But really, that was just a side effect of what they wanted to do. They could not do without fixed camera angles due to hardware limitations. That being said, I think that it adds so much more when you're running through a corridor and that corridor is slightly at an angle, and you've got minimal control. I think it adds more tension to whatever it is that you're fighting against. So sometimes console limitations and hardware limitations can inadvertently add an effect or add an atmosphere that may not have been intentional, but there's no substitute for. And it's so much so that in Resident Evil 5, in one of the bonus levels, there's a secret where if you search a certain door, I think it's 25 times in the very first room you start in, it will turn the entire level to fixed camera angles.
Really?
And so anytime I'm playing Resident Evil 5 and I get to that level, that's the first thing I do is turn it. And I was like, oh, it's like playing a modern Resident Evil game, but with the old school design. And it is so much fun. I've been playing Resident Evil since the very first one. I played it in 90, but by the time 98 was around, I think the first 2 or 3 were out. So I was able to play all of them in one go because my dad was a big Resident Evil fan. But I shouldn't have been playing Resident Evil 4 years old.
So you were already exposed to Resident Evil when you were 4. Okay.
Yeah. I was 4 or 5 years old in 98, and depending on what time of the year it was. So
I didn't get into Resident Evil until I was in my mid-20s, and and you're gonna laugh at this one, but I honestly thought Resident Evil, but this is due to sheer ignorance on my part. I thought it was just gratuitous, violent shoot 'em ups. That's what I thought I thought Resident Evil was, and that's
how a lot of them, because this is right around the time of Columbine and stuff like that. So that's how it was portrayed as. So many M-rated games, Mortal Kombat, Resident Evil, were talked about. And to be fair, Mortal Kombat is gratuitous, but that's kind of the point. That doesn't mean it's bad or anything, but it is gratuitous. But no, Resident Evil is I always this is a very story-driven, game. I love Romero movies. I love anything zombie related, and so the idea
I,
of
that's another thing. And I was saying this to somebody the other day. I did not get into George Romero stuff until after, like, I met the same friend that got me into Resident Evil. Like, I didn't see Day of the Dead, I didn't see Dawn of the
really, my
Dead,
favorite
and I
horror
didn't
movie
see
of all time is Night of the Living Dead.
Night of Night. I saw Night.
Black and white.
I saw Night of the Living Dead. I borrowed that movie from my friend at the time, Shaggy. Yeah, he's like Shaggy. He's a tall dude, 6'3", 6'4", and he bottomless pit, and he had diabetes. But yeah, he was a big horror aficionado, and I borrowed like some of his horror movies, and that was one of them. And yeah,
sorry, my allergies are killing me. If you see me messing my nose, my allergies are bad tonight.
Oh, dude, I have freaking hay fever. I have asthma. I'm allergic to cats, dogs, and dust and everything. So like, I have to like blow my nose every like.
Yeah, I'm just worried people think I do cocaine because I'm always here like adjusting my nose and whatnot. I was like, no, I promise I don't do anything like that. Just
the nose really bad
allergies. If I take a Benadryl, it's gonna knock me out, and I refuse to take allergy medicine. So.
That's especially me when I like, especially in this super sub-zero cold weather right now. Oh yeah. Good night. But whenever I go, like now that I'm going out go out for walks, it's too cold to the point where I'm getting ice cream headaches. And I'm like, shit, I gotta get home. And so I run home, and then like my nose is completely stuffed from, I don't know if it's the cold weather or something, but like it's insane. Yeah, like the one thing that I noticed that people told me was different is that you can run and shoot at the same time in the remake of 4.
And that's a change I hate. I hate that change.
I'll be honest, like you know what I was expecting? So I liked the remake of Resident Evil 2. I like the remake of Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 3 was in my opinion, the remake was a disappointment.
Not only was it a bad remake, but it's just a bad game. Like it's because people have said that I'm biased. Resident Evil 3 is my favorite of the original trilogy.
Yeah,
Resident Evil 3 is a remake. Not only does it fail as a remake, but in my opinion, it fails as a video game. It is just a bad game.
Yeah. So like because I know they cut out a whole bunch of stuff for starters, and like they were able to adapt Mr. X in the Resident Evil 2 remake as an AI that was stalking you, like that was literally stalking you in the police department and outside the police department, which I was expecting freaking Nemesis to be even better, to be even crazier, to be even more unpredictable, and he was just an event. He was just he just showed up at particular points in the game. I'm just like, seriously?
And how do you take a game that came out on the PlayStation 1 in 1998? How do you remake it 20 plus years later, and it is a game with less content and is shorter than the PlayStation 1 game? That is, again, that is just greedy corporate bad game design meant to just cash in on nostalgia.
And so I don't even know who developed that one. Was it the same people that did 2? Because it came out the year after, so I'm assuming it wasn't.
It was so the same people that did 2 did 4. They let a third-party partner of theirs do 3, and then after 3 was so poorly received, they said that they're not going to be working with them on further Resident Evil remakes. And don't get me wrong, I'm glad for the course correction, but then we got Resident Evil 4, and it was not near as much of a disappointment. Don't get me wrong; it's still it's a fine game. It's at least a good game. It's just a bad remake, in my opinion. But 3 was. In my opinion, there's no justification for 3 even existing. I loathe that game.
Yeah. So, here's what's when I first heard about them remaking Resident Evil 4, I was thinking like, really, seriously, like why? Like
I was
that game, that Resident Evil 4 doesn't need to be remade, in my opinion.
No, it holds up to this day. The original Resident Evil 4 holds up.
So you know what I was expecting them to remake next?
Was
Code Veronica.
That's what everyone was expecting. And that would have been, while I'm still very iffy on remakes in general, I would have at least appreciated an attempt at a Code Veronica remake. And I'm just Resident Evil 4, in my opinion, is a perfect game. There's very few games I consider perfect. There's literally not a thing wrong with them. So if you're going to remake a game that is perfect and is considered by many to be perfect, there's a reason it has the reputation it has. If you're going to have the gall to remake something like that, you have to at least strive for a lateral move to also perfect. Anything less than that is a failure. When you've got, it would be the same as remaking the original Super Mario Brothers. Like if you screw that up, you just screwed up a piece of gaming history.
Yes.
And I think that was it was a botched job on that front.
On Resident Evil front or Mario. Because they did remake it for Super Mario All-Stars.
That's true. Well, actually, that's a brilliant example. All they did, which is all remakes should be, in my opinion, are quality of life changes. The graphics are better. You're able to save. That's it. That's the only difference. The secret items and secret areas, all still the exact same. The way the characters move and control, all the exact same. I mean, maybe there's better frames. I don't really know that was a thing between the SNES to the NES, or the NES to the SNES. But all in all, the Super Mario Bros. All-Stars version of Super Mario Bros. Is the same game with the ability to save and prettier graphics, and that is it. And that's how it should be. When they inevitably remake Sonic Adventure, my favorite video game of all time, that is all it should be, in my opinion. Better graphics, quality of life changes. That's
okay. Speaking of Sonic, perfect segue. Do you have this?
I want it so bad. I know exactly what that is, and I want it.
So this is made by the same people that make, and I have up there the Zelda Hyrule Historia, the encyclopedia, and the art book. So
yeah, I do have the Hyrule Historia.
Yeah, Hyrule Historia, I was surprised they even made. Like, I don't know what you think, but I think that fans kind of pressured Nintendo into coming up with a comprehensive thing for that, because I don't think they had anything. They just, it's just a legend.
They were just making games that didn't correlate whatsoever until fans were like effectively forced Nintendo into making an overarching story. They did well. They did well with it.
So Sonic Adventure is your favorite game. So I was talking
game ever made.
I still, I mean, Sonic Adventure is, I don't like it as much as the 2D games. I know. The Genesis game, the earlier, like especially Sonic 2 and Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles. But Sonic Adventure, I didn't play the Dreamcast version. I never owned a Dreamcast. I had
the system of all time. Really warm in my apartment.
You're really glowing. You're glowing the stream up, dude. You're glowing the stream up. So
trying to bring in the female and gay viewership, because I feel like representation matters. So.
Yeah, I have to work on my glow. I've been eating too much bread. I drink a lot of milk. I drink too much bread, all that sugar in there. So, but going back, Sonic Adventure, I think they came out with the remastered version of Sonic Adventure, but I don't think they ever re-released it, right?
Remastered is sort of it. It was a prettier game, but it was a bad port. So you're talking about the GameCube version, I assume, right? Is that the one you played, Sonic Adventure DX?
Well, yeah, Sonic Adventure DX is the one that I played, the director's cut one that I played.
Yeah.
But I think they made a remaster of it for like the Xbox 360, and then the Xbox One.
The problem is the remaster was based off of DX, not off the original Adventure code. So all it did was fix the problems that DX had, but then added a bunch of new problems. The only way to this day, the only way to play the original version of Sonic Adventure is either on a Dreamcast or play the Steam version with mods that rebuild it to be the version from the original, which is how I play it to this day. I play Sonic Adventure about 3 times a year.
Okay, so you are a much bigger Sonic Adventure expert than I'll ever be. What's the difference between the Dreamcast Sonic Adventure versus the GameCube, the Sonic Adventure DX director's cut?
They prettied up the graphics, sort of. They prettied up the character models and whatnot, but certain physical like locations in terms of like buildings and whatnot don't do things like there's no reflections on the windows, even though the Dreamcast could do that. The water physics are notably worse, and then there's extra little glitches in the level that weren't there in the original.
Okay, what about the sound mixing? The GameCube, the one that I played, has the terrible sound mixing, especially when you first meet Robotnik and you can barely hear him talking because you're hearing there's the music. That
for the Dreamcast version as well. That game was just.
How did they not fix that? Like,
I mean, honestly, I chalk it up to it was one of the first games released on the GameCube in terms of like the first couple of years of the GameCube's life, and even back then, voice acting and stuff like that in games were still pretty bad, whether it be PS2, Xbox, GameCube. Like I don't think we really hit the nail on the head with voice acting until like 2004 or 5, and so I think that they still just didn't know any better.
You know what's funny is I know I listened to your anime video, and I know you prefer dub for a lot of stuff. Back in the day, I was like, with the exception of Cowboy Bebop, because like you can't deny that the dub is better than the sub in that case. But I was pretty much sub only because it was hard getting used to some of the English, some of the voice acting. But what's funny is now I'm a lot more forgiving of it. Like I can watch shows like Escaflowne in English. I can watch Berserk in English.
Because you say that I'm more into dubs, and it's a very case by case thing. There's some dubs that are like you could tell. Tyler is a great example because we were talking about Irresponsible Captain Tyler earlier.
Yes,
technically that is not a very well done dub in terms of the acting for a lot of the characters, but I do think that extra cheese lends itself to the fact that it is a very cheesy comedic anime in general. So the cheesy dub, I think, adds the experience. Whereas there are some dubs that are bad, and I was like, no, watch it in sub. There are bad dub.
Irresponsible Captain Tyler is like. By the way, the ending song's in my head now. Downtown Dance. I love that song. But it's basically, to me, it's Star Trek mixed with the Pink Panther, as in
that's a really good. From what I know of Star Trek, that's a great analogy.
So Captain Tyler, or Commander, I think he's Captain Tyler, is basically an Inspector Clouseau version of Captain Kirk. Like he's an ass, and he's like
the mystery of the show. Is he an idiot savant, or is he actually is he just really lucky, or is he a genius? Like, Inspector Clouseau, is a bonehead that just gets lucky. Whereas Tyler, it asks you that because there's a few times where he does something that makes you wonder, wait a sec, has he planned all of this from the beginning? And he's just lazy, so he's pretending to be an idiot. And I don't think the show ever answers that question, which is brilliant.
I think he's just lazy to the point where he's just super duper lucky in everything he does.
That's possible. That seems like the obvious answer, but there's moments like the moment in the show where do you remember when he gives the enemy aliens the bomb that he it says is like their secret launch codes or whatever, and they take it back on their ship, and then the bomb detonates? Like that was. There's no way that he thought those were the actual launch codes or whatever it is he claimed that they were. I don't remember what he claimed they were, but like there's a couple scenes that indicate that he does know it's a bomb. Like there's some subtlety. So I'm like, every now and again you get scenes like that in episodes where it seems like he is thinking this stuff through. So I to this day don't know if Justy Tyler is an idiot or a genius. And that's one of my favorite parts of that show is the question.
I what's funny is I liked the more than the anime, the TV show. Like I felt a little bit more interesting character with some of the other characters.
Are you saying you're starting to robot on me? But are you saying the OVA? You like the OVA better than the series?
Yeah, I like the OVA. How am I sound now?
You sound good now.
Okay.
You said I like better than the anime. I was like, I assume he said OVA, but there was like no audio there.
Yeah. I like the OVA. The only problem with the OVA is, and you obviously know this, it's incomplete. Like, so I was like,
the OVA also has a notable animation upgrade, which is nice.
Yeah. So I was just like, who are these aliens that have basically captured or have disabled all these ships and all that? Well, I kind of found out. I watched an earlier, I think it was one of the earlier episodes of the OVA, that there's this race that's marginalized under the aliens that they fight and everything. And I believe they're the ones that are responsible for these ships that are basically disabling the vessels.
Gotcha.
And we didn't see it. And I believe Captain Tyler is based off of I think a light novel series. And so I had to look high and low to find out like where it was adapted from or something. But yeah, apparently there is that. So that's the one show on your list that I actually did see, and we did bring up
to answer your question, Spartacus. I am very pro AI. I don't use it myself except for occasionally in thumbnails, but I'm very pro AI. So, especially with the modern dubbing industry, like in the '90s, I understand why dubs and localizations were bad. There was the belief that American audiences would not understand or appreciate, Japanese nuance. We have since learned that is false. We started getting accurate dubs and accurate localizations in like the mid 2000s, the early 2010s, and they have reverted to be unlike the '90s where it was with purpose. Due to now it's with purpose on an ideological or political level, and if they're going to use AI to fix ideological or political things being shoehorned in and ham-fisted into Japanese media, I'm all for it. Bring on the AI in that regard.
Interesting. I had no idea. So, but yeah, so going back to this, so the one that was the most intriguing that I have actually never heard of, like not even once. I have never heard of Otaku no Video.
That is the one. Oh, I knew
that's
that
the one. That's the one I'm most interested in seeing. Is it available anywhere?
So I went to a pirate site, a high seas site to watch it when I first saw it. I'll have to check to see if it can be purchased in the West, because honestly I would love to own a copy myself. But it is going into this list, I knew that would be number one. Figuring out because I had a list of like 20 or 30 anime that I was debating on putting on this list, and I had to whittle it down. But from the beginning, I knew that was going to be number one because it is such a unique OVA.
So is it slice of life basically?
It's more of a slice of life mixed with a mockumentary. Like, okay. It does mockumentary stuff, both animated and live action in the anime. It will break from the narrative to interview real otaku and about what being an otaku was like in Japan in the 90s. Because we use otaku differently than they do. Like, that is a pejorative in Japan. That being an otaku is a bad thing. And so a lot of them have like their faces blurred and stuff. Is that
why mangaka are like very rarely seen?
Yes, yeah. A lot of them stay anonymous because. So you're a comic book fan. Stan Lee for the longest time was embarrassed to be It's the same in Japan. There's a couple of reasons. One, they hide their identity because they don't want to get mobbed and harassed and whatnot. But also because being a manga artist in certain communities it's looked down upon. Like, you never grew up. You're making childish stuff. It's not a very respected job. So that's why a lot of them are anonymous, unless you're like an Akira Toriyama or someone that made a cultural phenomenon. Then at that point, you're either anonymous because, again, you don't want to be mobbed, or you're anonymous because, or you're not anonymous at all because you're freaking Akira Toriyama.
Yeah, because I could barely find a whole lot of pictures of Kentaro Miura, who made Berserk, and I swear, like there were very few pictures of him, and I swear when he passed away, people were using the wrong pictures. They were using a picture of somebody else instead of him. At least that's what I think.
I hadn't heard that, but I could absolutely believe that. I'd never heard that, but that sounds completely believable.
Yeah. So I got a question. What do you think of Berserk?
I love Berserk. I got started with the original 97 anime.
Yes.
That's another one I highly recommend watching dubbed, if only because that opening song is so
Tell me why, good. Tell me why, tell me what you want. It's too late. It's too late.
I love it. I do think the performances are good, especially Guts. I love Guts and Griffith and their dub voices, but I kept following the manga for a while. I've fallen off of reading it just because I'm not a big manga reader. I like to multitask while I do stuff. So I like to be able to doing the dishes, folding clothes, whatever. And you can't multitask while you read. That's why I'm an audiobook guy. But I love the original anime, and let's see. Though I want those. That's how I'm going to get back into Berserk, is when I can make it financially feasible, because those are very expensive. I want to get those nice, collectible, hard quality, because those have got like 60 issues or something per, or maybe not 60, but yeah, I want that Berserk collection, and I will go back to the manga when I can get that, because those are just insane.
Yes, and just like Yeah, the art is great. Look at like this is a bad guy right here who never made it into the
I've been
anime show.
told, maybe you can confirm this because I don't know if it's true, but I've been told that he did not draw his art on regular manga panels and pages like most manga artists do. He would draw them on giant canvases and then just have them shrunk down.
I don't know.
This is why they're so detailed and highly drawn.
I don't know. I'll have to look into that. You might be onto something there. So, but yeah, like so I got into anime around the time I was in college, so early 2000s. So I had a friend that went to anime conventions all the time. He got me into Gundam. So I have like that this shelf right here. It's all Gundam. It's all Gundam, from original Gundam to I think Gundam Reconquista and G. That was the last one that Tomino himself made. So and nobody liked liked it.
G Gundam is Classic Cage's favorite. Just fun fact. I don't know if you ever had her on or not, or because I know you watch her stuff now and again. I see you in her live streams, but yeah, G Gundam is her favorite. But that's what she says, that everyone hates it because apparently people didn't think that Gundam should be shonen. I love a good shonen. I think unfortunately right now we're in a shonen deficit. I don't like a lot of the shonen we're getting now, but I'd be down. I haven't seen G Gundam. I'd be down to watch a shonen Gundam.
G Gundam is pretty cool. You got should fly in the sky, da 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 da. Just the song itself should glue you into the show right away. That's it's so fun. I think that
the opening, the anime music, just like any cartoon in the West, take the moment you hear the DuckTales theme, you're in. You're watching DuckTales. Exactly. That makes the song woo-hoo. That hooks the song, and anime music does the same thing. That's why I never advocate for, because I've got other weebs I stream with, and they skip openings. I'm like, stop it. They're like, I don't want to be spoiled. A lot of the openings have spoilers. Well, then don't watch the opening. Look at your computer, do something else, but you gotta listen to it because these songs set the mood for what you're about to experience in the anime. And I'm a big proponent of never skipping openings and endings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it depends. If I like the song or something, I'll never skip it. I'll listen to it every episode.
Right.
If it's like the Star Trek Enterprise, it's been a long road. No.
That's actually another video I'm thinking about doing is top 10 anime openings. So because I like doing these scripted sort of videos like this, like once a month or so, just as a break from the news, and that's one that's been on my list for a while.
I'll be honest, I listen to anime openings and Japanese city pop more than I've watched anime itself. Like every time I go,
I did as well.
Like I still like some of my favorites I still listen to. I listen to the opening of what do I listen to? I listen to the opening of there's one show in the 90s, a mecha show called Go Soarer, Gosaurur.
I've got my anime tracker up right now, so hold on, I'm going to add that to the list. Spell that again.
Gosaurur, Gosaurur. I never watched the anime. I heard the opening song, and it just it felt nostalgic. It was just so uplifting.
Spell it for me one more time.
Let me see. Gosaurur.
Oh, okay. Neketsu Saikyo Gosaurur. Okay, I found it here. From 93, mech anime. All right, well, add it to my want to watch list.
I listen.
It's only 51 episodes. It's not bad at all.
Yeah, it's and I love the two openings to Zeta Gundam, the two openings to Zeta Gundam, Believing a Sign of Zeta, and Hoshi no Zora. It's translated to For My Love to the Star or something like that. It's the second half. It's the opening of the second half of the show. Both of those songs were composed by Neil Sedaka of Breaking Up is Hard to Do. That's that guy.
You mean the Americans? Or I guess not. Yeah, he was an American singer-songwriter, Neil Sedaka.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you try to...
no idea that he wrote for anime music.
For Zeta Gundam, he did. And so when you try to buy the Zeta Gundam Blu-rays, they don't want to pay Neil Sedaka. They don't want to pay him the royalties, so they replaced the opening songs with the soundtrack with samples of the score. And I've noticed this watching older shows that have pop music in it. Like back in the day, Super Mario Super Show had pop music in it. Like you had Steppenwolf's Magic Carpet Ride in an episode where they were flying on a magic carpet. there was an episode where Mario turns into Fire Mario, and he has the ability to fly, and they were playing Highway to the Danger Zone. So when the DVDs, this was on the VHS, this was on TV and on the VHS, because I used to collect those tapes back in the day.
I started with Mario Bros. Super Show. That was my introduction to Mario with a voice. So
yeah, me too. And then the DVDs came out years later, the entire show, and I'm listening to them like, where's Highway to the Danger Zone? Where's my song? You know, because I remembered that, and I was just like, oh, same shit. They're trying to cut corners, cut costs. That's why.
Well, Netflix did the same thing with I don't know if you're a Supernatural fan or not. I was a massive Supernatural fan when it first started. I hate the show after season 5. But I was an OG Supernatural fan, and season 1. So music is a big component of the show. Classic rock music is a big component of the show.
I've noticed episodes are named after songs. Like there's one episode called Sympathy for the Devil and
Houses of the Holy. Be or not. What is and what should never be. Folsom Prison Blues. So many episodes are named after songs. And then classic rock is a big component of the show. But the original first season, low budget show, they didn't have the rights to very many. So they were just using these just generic. Low cost songs, and then season 2 is when they really got started with using legitimate classic rock songs.
Yeah.
But if you bought season 1 on DVD, they had all the songs they wish they could have used in season 1. They paid for the rights, they had it in there. So you've got AC/DC, and you've got Led Zeppelin, and you've got UFO, and all these great classic bands. And then when you watch it on Netflix, they're doing the version that aired on TV instead of the DVD version. So it's back to the shitty songs that nobody knows or anything. I think the one classic rock song, the two they use like Carry On Wayward Son and Motorhead's biggest song. Why am I blanking on the name of it?
Motorhead. I mean, I know Motorhead. I just don't remember the name of the song.
But either way, they use Motorhead's most famous song, and those like the only
Ace
two
of Spades.
It might be Ace of Spades they use, yeah, and they use that in like episode 1.
Okay,
and then they use Carry On Wayward Son in the season finale. But other than that, it's just all this generic. Here's some like alternative rock or whatever that was CW-esque. But the DVD version, if you can find Supernatural on DVD, the soundtrack it really puts you in the zone because the music is part of what carries the show.
I heard it was good up to season 6, so it's interesting you're saying season 5. I heard it was good up to like season 6 or season 7, and then it just became, lingered, I guess.
The original creator had a plan for 5 seasons, and and then after 5 seasons, the story was told, and he left the show. But they kept the show going without him, and in my opinion, you could tell it's a completely different team. And
it's the same guy that's running The Boys, right? It's that guy. Yeah,
unfortunately, because I hate The Boys.
Okay, all right. So so
I don't hate The Boys. I mean, because I say I hate The Boys. Really, I'm incredibly lukewarm to it. It's technically a fine show on its own. I don't have any gripes with it as a show, but The Boys is my favorite comic book series that's not Marvel or DC, and it bastardizes the comics. It is nothing like the comics, and so as a fan of the books, it's one of the worst adaptations I've ever seen. I genuinely believe that Rings of Power is probably going to be a better adaptation when I watch it than The Boys is.
Okay, all right. I haven't watched beyond season 2 of The Boys. Like season 2 was just. Season 1 was okay. Season 1
is the closest to the comics, and even then,
like season 2 was just boring. I mean, because and I'm hearing that
catch you later, Nerdy Neo. Thanks for dropping by.
Oh, Nerdy Neo. All right. Yeah, sounds like he wants to have a talk with you, Leon.
Yeah, I would love to.
He wants to have a talk with you. He wants to take care of you.
Shoot me a link on Twitter. That way I can check it out. My DMs are open. I'd love to talk to anybody. I'm down to always talk to people.
Yeah, as you can tell right here. So, that's interesting. Is it just because the ratings were so good with all the ladies tuning in for for Jared Padalecki and Jensen Ackles or something?
So the original gal that ran the CW, because it aired on WB at first. The first season was on WB. WB merged with whatever company it was, I don't remember, and they became the CW. And we used to live in fear of it getting canceled. Supernatural was not popular. You couldn't go into Hot Topic and buy Supernatural shirts or whatever. Like, Supernatural was a very low-rated show because it never got any marketing because the head honcho of the CW hated it. And then she ended up stepping down or getting replaced or whatever around season 4 or 5. And then they started to promote it, and then it picked up. But, yeah, every single season for the first 3 or 4 seasons, like, we were just crossing our fingers the show was not canceled.
Okay. It went for 15, right? It was 15
It ended up going
season?
for 15. I watched it up through season. I think I dipped out in the middle of season 8. I was like, nope, I'm done. I can't do it anymore. I've watched some key episodes since then that are like I've heard were really good individual episodes, but as a whole, I've never finished the show because to me the original creator had 5 seasons. That story is done. They should have stopped at season 5. That is a conclusive ending if you leave out like a after credit scene sort of thing. And it should have been done there.
Okay. All right. Maybe one day I'll watch. Maybe I'll watch early. Maybe I'll watch some early Supernatural. Going back. I just want to answer this. So yeah, you're right about it does have that. It does have a negative connotation because you have Zeta Gundam, which in my opinion is more of a tragedy. It has, let's just say, a lot of people die in that one, and bad things happen
That's
to.
always the case for Gundam, though, because Gundam has a reputation of being very philosophical and thought-provoking. I mean, I don't know about character death, but it's always kind of melodramatic in a good ways. The reputation has.
I mean,
original Gundam. I've seen Gundam Wing, and that's about it. So
yeah, original Gundam had a lot of tragedy too because it was basically young teenagers experiencing war firsthand. Mm-hmm. And especially Amuro Ray, the protagonist, like he took over. He basically took control of the Gundam because the colony he was on was being attacked, and these two Zakus were basically shooting the place up. And like these colonies, these O'Neill cylinders are super duper fragile. If you shoot because they have these big guns in Gundam, you shoot something, it's going to go through and it's going to depressurize the whole fucking place. And everybody's going to fucking die and everything. So he had to stop these guys, but he ended up blowing them up, and it ended up doing more damage to the colony. But the thing that was very real about that was he wasn't eager to go out and fight. Like, he was afraid. Like, Amuro was afraid in the early episodes. And it was the commander of the White Base, the place, the ship that everybody's on, that everybody escapes in. The commander's like, you have to pilot it, because if you don't, we're all going to die. No one else can pilot it. You're the only one that can do this. He's like, I'm not going to do it. And then you get the famous bright slap. He slaps Amuro in the face. And eventually,
I've seen that scene, but have no real context to it since I've never seen the original Gundam. So, Also, what's up, Admiral Tig? Nice to see you dropping by, buddy.
Admiral Tig, check if you're here. Check out me and Admiral Tig last week. It was a great stream. All Star Trek. Admiral Tig knows his Star Trek. Like, I was learning things. He really does.
I, honestly, again, as someone who's not a Star Trek viewer, minus a few episodes of Enterprise, I've probably learned more about Star Trek just periodically popping into his streams or streams that he's on and learning about it than I've ever learned from actually watching episodes of the show.
I think you will like Deep Space Nine. There are some connections.
I do plan on watching Star Trek actually now that the fanboy wars are over. I'm going to start with the original just because I think that there's probably a lot to be appreciated about Star Trek, the original series. So when I do watch it, I'm starting with the original series.
I think I know a person in this panel who might be an expert in the original Star Trek series. I can name all the episodes. When I had Dred Roberts on, I named all the episodes in production order backwards. That is all 79 episodes. But that
is amazing.
But that came from years of me collecting the VHS tapes. So that's kind of that was the thing. So
your Star Trek, that was how I was with Supernatural. I could do the first 3 seasons every episode. After that, it got hard. There was too much. It was hard to do. But man, for a period of time, I could do the first 3 seasons absolutely in order, name every episode by name. It's easier with Supernatural because a lot of them are based off song names, and so it's But even so, like, I'm right there, so I know what you're talking about. That's so cool.
Yeah, so I mean, I have Wakizashi Tea House. He's watching. He's watching Star Trek original series for the first time. I've been doing streams with him, and now Pops is starting to watch the original Star Trek. And
Oh,
so
nice.
I'm gonna be. I don't know. I might be doing a lot of
Pops also does
collaborations with
great
different
content.
people.
Pops,
Oh
Pops
yeah,
is the man.
yeah, Pops. Yeah. So maybe on a
Wait, okay, so are
future
are we talking Pops like Pops or Pops like Pop Culture Mechanic? They both do great content, but I refer to both as Pops.
Pops.
So okay,
Yeah,
actual Pops, yeah.
yeah, actual Pops. He may. Well, stay tuned. Stay tuned at the end of the stream. You might find something out about
Cool.
the future
Also,
of Chillport.
Spartacus, Stargate is well. SG1 and Atlantis are awesome. The movie's good too. I won't lie. I like SG1 and Atlantis better than the movie. I don't like anything I've seen past Atlantis though. I didn't like Stargate Universe. I've never seen anything that was after Stargate Universe.
Yeah, Stargate's one of the few science fiction I have not seen at all. So
It's a lot of fun. I won't necessarily say it's great, but it's a lot of fun, especially because I grew up watching MacGyver. So it was the Stargate
Richard,
SG-1 was,
yeah,
was
yeah,
the
Richard
very
Dean
first thing I'd seen
Anderson.
Richard Dean Anderson in
Yeah,
after MacGyver.
yeah.
And so it's super cool to see him go from like 80s mullet can fix anything with toothpaste and a hair clip to like walking into alien lands with guns ablazing. Like it was just a very MacGyver was very anti-gun. And his characters and I don't remember his name in SG1, but he's very much like, all right, let's blow shit up. It was just a really fun juxtaposition.
That's awesome. I've heard nothing but good things about Stargate SG1 from so many people. Like so many people have recommended that one. So
Atlantis is also really good. It's underrated. It's the only time I've given Jason Momoa credit as an actor. So,
oh, okay.
it's a really young Jason Momoa in Stargate Atlantis.
He was in that. He was in Baywatch. Remember Baywatch? Remember Baywatch?
Jason Momoa was in Baywatch?
He was in like the final season of Baywatch.
I had no idea about that.
Yes.
No, I've only seen a few episodes of Baywatch. Like I've never sat down and watched it in its entirety or anything, but I had no idea about that. Wow.
Let's just say you don't watch the show for its story.
Yeah, that's
you watch
accurate.
it for the best girl in that show, and that's Pamela Anderson.
Right.
Pamela Anderson by far. So,
oh,
but
nice. That sounds awesome, Spartacus.
What?
Apparently on Fractured Filter's channel, they're doing a review, episode by episode review of Stargate.
Okay.
I've interacted with Fractured Filter a few times. I don't know. He and I have never really connected, but I follow him on Twitter. He seems like a cool guy. I've subscribed to him, and I've seen, I think, one or two of his streams. But yeah, nice guy.
So Admiral Teague has offered some advice. So he says, I advise watch Star Trek in order. If not, go with Voyager before DS9. DS9 is kind of involved. So yeah, DS9 has multi-season story arcs. And there are points where there's like 6-parters, and the final 10 episodes is a 10-parter and everything. So there's
wow.
So it's the most serialized of the old shows, but it was still episodic. And let's just say that show is way more compelling than anything New Trek has put out, including Picard season 3.
I have heard, like, as somebody who, did you ever see the movie Fanboys?
Yes, with the dude from the Magnificent Beasts and all that. That dude, and I remember, like, they're all taking this dude. He has cancer or something.
That's who you brought up, because he's the one that was like, there's that scene where he's like, oh, I keep this in my comic shop to tell you Trekkies, like, and he just goes. That was me for years, and so I very much am under the, like, I've been very anti-Trek for years just because of my loyalty to Star Wars. But ever since everything's gotten so ideological and political, I've come around to, damn, I want Star Trek to be good. Not for me personally, because I've never seen it, but because I have seen Star Wars destroyed. And as much as I used to hate Trekkies growing up, I do not wish upon, my worst enemy what happened to Star Wars. And that's what's happening. My worst enemy is getting their Star Wars treatment with Star Trek. And that is, I loathe that. So New Trek is disgusting by reputation.
Yes. I mean, is it possible? I'm of the opinion, you probably definitely disagree with me. I'm of the opinion that New Trek is worse than Disney Star Wars. I
don't necessarily disagree. I just don't have it, since I haven't seen either old Trek or New Trek. I don't have a dog in the fight, but if I had to wager a guess, I'd say it's probably far more, because from what I've seen of, like, clips and people on the internet making fun of New Trek, it's even more ideologically driven and politically pandering than Star Wars.
Yeah.
I bet that Disney has far more money, so they will make Star Wars worse for longer. But in
Yeah.
terms of the overtness, I could absolutely believe that New Trek is worse than Star Wars.
Yeah, and what's great about New Trek is it's easy to
Sorry.
separate from the rest of the franchise.
Yeah,
I
they've
mean,
even got like some sort of animated version that looks like a Family Guy did Star Trek, which is fucked up because Family Guy did. It was called what was the name? It was actually really good. The Orville was really
the
good.
Orville's good.
I loved the Orville. I was like, man, if Star Trek is like this but more serious, less comedy, then I would know I will love Star Trek. So the fact that they took non-Family Guy Star Trek and made like I cannot believe we're living in a timeline where some gross out humor animated Star Trek project exists.
Yeah, you're talking about Lower Decks, right?
Is
Yeah,
that what it's
that
called,
was
Lower Decks?
yeah, and it's by it's by a guy that used to work on Rick and Morty. So
See, that doesn't surprise me at all. The animation looks identical, so
do you like
I
do you
hate
like do
Rick and
you
Morty.
you hate Rick? Okay, so this is the start of a beautiful friendship because I am not my brother has recommended Rick and Morty. Bless my brother. Uh, I'm not into this really gross
See, I don't like gross
animation
out humor. I
style.
can't stand gross out humor.
Like I was just like
And
seeing
yeah, the
like
animation style.
seeing like was Morty's the old man, seeing him drool all the time. I'm just like, why?
And the constant belching, like that was I couldn't get into it. I get that there's probably an entertaining idea under there somewhere. Do Back to the Future, but even more for adults and go even crazier with it. There's a premise there. But the actual humor in the show, I can't stand. I've got friends that love it. I've seen all the first 3 seasons. They've tried to get me into it.
Yeah.
And they cannot wrap their head around the fact that I do not like this show.
What's funny is to kind of point opposite direction. I love The Simpsons though. Like I love Homer when he drools. It's funny when he scratches his butt. It's hilarious
Futurama is my favorite adult-oriented cartoon of all time. I'm a die-hard Futurama fan. I think Futurama is probably one of if not the smartest cartoon ever made, and Rick and Morty doesn't hold a candle to Futurama.
Oh yeah, and I have a confession. Despite the fact that Futurama has more Star Trek references than any other show in existence.
And that's how I learned a lot.
I've only seen
dedicated to it.
I've only seen the first episode of Futurama.
Oh man, there's an episode that I know you will love where it brings back almost the entirety of the OG Star Trek cast to voice themselves
in their heads.
Yeah, but they get their bodies back, and
really?
The crew of the Planet Express crew, Fry, Leela, and Bender, get stranded on a desert island, desert planet with the Star Trek crew. And I believe almost everyone's doing it. I know Leonard Nimoy is doing himself, and I believe Takei is doing himself. But basically, they're stuck on this planet that turns out to be an eternal Star Trek convention planet, and Fry is like the world's greatest Star Trek fan, but Star Trek has been banned in the Futurama time in the future in Futurama. So it's a hilarious episode, and it's got a lot of Futurama or of Star Trek trivia to it. I think you'd really enjoy it.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
But,
so,
yeah.
I was hoping to start out with this, but I ended up saving this for now. So we have to have a little bit of a anime nerd off now. We have to see what shows. So I'm sure I'm going to lose this one because I haven't watched 400 freaking anime shows.
I actually have my anime list pulled up. If we want to end up sharing my screen or whatnot, so I'm going to show off what I've seen. So.
Okay. All right. I was gonna
let's do this little war first. Lay it on me.
All right, so I have I'm trying to remember if I've seen I'm trying to remember what shows I've seen. So I own a whole bunch of things that I really enjoyed over the years. So I mean, there's the obvious ones, like I own so how many of the Gundams have you seen?
I've only seen to completion Gundam Wing.
Okay, Gundam Wing. Okay,
which I really liked growing up, mind you. Like Gundam Wing was awesome. I've also heard that's the one that doesn't relate to any of the others. I don't know if that's accurate or not, since it's the only one I've seen, but it's the only one you can really watch standalone, apparently.
All the shows that are not Universal Century they exist, and Spark Crystal probably knows better than me. All the shows that are not Universal Century are in their own respective universe, with the exception of the show Turn A Gundam. So the original Gundam, or first 4 Gundam shows, Gundam, Zeta Gundam, Double Zeta, and Victory Gundam, all take place in the Universal Century. And then there's a whole bunch
Double
of
Zeta. That's why people keep saying ZZ Gundam in chat and stuff. They're referring to it's called Double Zeta.
yeah, it's called Double Zeta.
Okay, so ZZ Gundam is Double Zeta. See, I didn't know that. Weeb as I am, I did not know that.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yes, Chris, there is no Legends, only EU. I agree. Sorry,
Yeah.
continue.
Yeah. And I mean, Universal Century UC for sure. That's been kind of making a comeback with like a lot of like OVAs and movie projects, side projects. Like the latest OVA that I know of that I think that's still being made. It's called Hathaway. It's based off of a book by Tomino himself called Hathaway's Flash. And I know how it. I haven't read it, but my friend told me about it, and he told me how it ends. And it's I can't say how it ends, but I know how it ends. And so like they came out with the first movie on Netflix, and they're supposed to be it's supposed to be a trilogy, but it's been like 3 to 4 years since the first one came out. I'm like, are they ever going to finish that one? So that's one that they're working on. That's also Universal Century. It's a follow up to the movie Char's Counterattack. So how that works is, so you have Gundam, you have Zeta Gundam, and then you have Double Zeta. And then those 3 shows lead into the movie Char's Counterattack, which is basically the final fight, the final confrontation between Amuro Ray and the iconic Shah Aznavour and everything. So you build up to that, and then he just kept continuing because of how successful that movie was. He made Gundam F91, which was another movie, and let's just say they ripped off of Star Wars. Like the villain in F91 was basically Darth Vader, and there's a point in the movie where they play something similar to from The Empire Strikes Back when they escape from Bespin. They played something like that. I was like, I'm watching with my buddy. I'm like, dude, this is from Empire. This is the theme from Empire. Or if you played Shadows of the Empire, the Ord Mantell train. Yeah. Yep. So
Shadows of the Empire is my favorite Star Wars game of all time. So
Shadows of the Empire is my first 3D Star Wars game, and it's probably the first Star Wars game that I ever beat. Too, actually, because I played Super Star Wars back in the day, and Super Star Wars is such a hard game. Like I couldn't beat it without the game Genie.
I don't know if I ever played any of the console 2D Star Wars games. I played a lot of the arcade ones back in the arcade days, but I don't think I ever played I played the one where you sat in the machine and you were doing the Death Star trench run in the X-Wing. I think it may have just been called Star Wars X-Wing or something like that, or Star Wars the arcade game or something to that effect. But yeah, I think that my first Star Wars game period was probably Shadows of the Empire. Now that I think about it.
Okay, and I know they made an anime for. Have you seen the Star Wars TIE Fighter anime on YouTube?
The fan made one?
Yes.
I don't know. I've seen the fan made anime. Now I've seen that they've done some fan made anime, like Star Wars anime openings, like if Star Wars is an anime, and it uses like established anime songs, but it's all Star Wars like in anime style, and those are really good. But I haven't seen like a series. No, I know that.
Look up Star Wars TIE Fighter anime. Look that up. Write it down. Watch it. It's 7 to 8 minutes long. It's like watching an awesome 80s. It's like watching 80s Gundam or 80s Macross or an 80s OVA or something. It's one of the coolest things I've ever seen. It's so awesome.
It's just called TIE Fighter, short film from 8 years ago. How did I miss this?
8 years ago, dude.
14 million views. Damn.
Yes. And people are like, "This is better than."
Sick off the bat. It looks very 90s anime or late 80s anime.
And everybody, if you read the comments, people are like, "This is better than Disney Star Wars." And then years later, Disney comes out with, what is it called? Visions,
which was probably the best thing Disney's done. It's all right.
With the I haven't watched it, but all I know is there's the Umbrella lightsaber or something.
Yeah. So Visions is an anthology, and some of the episodes really work, some really do not. But I remember liking it more than because it came out right after season 1 of Mandalorian, and I remember getting so much shit from people for saying that Visions was better than season 1 of Mandalorian.
Really?
Yeah, I genuinely enjoyed, and I didn't even hate Mandalorian. I was not on that Mandalorian hate train. I thought Mandalorian was fine, and it was definitely a step in the right direction, but I was still cautious because we've been burned. But I was like, okay, I can get behind this, but I'm not 100% sold yet.
Yeah.
Visions came out, and I really liked Visions about 60% of the time.
Okay, that's good. Like I heard like the first episode's really good. I still haven't watched it. I probably should check it out since I still have Disney Plus. But
I heard
Mandalorian,
season
like
2 of Visions, mind you, is
yeah,
garbage. I never watched season 2. I ended up canceling my Disney Plus by that point. So,
they made a
but
season 2. I didn't know that.
yeah, season 2 apparently just came out like the tail end of 2023, like somewhere between October and December or something.
Okay.
But again, I never saw it, so I can't speak to it.
Okay. The Mandalorian, I found Mandalorian. They were like, I love the stuff of Werner Herzog. Like I thought he was great. Like any scene that he was in stole the show. When they killed him, whatever. But every scene he was in, I liked the last couple episodes. But I found like I found a lot of the season 1 kind of boring. And I was thinking, you know what I really wanted? I want Star Wars Underworld. That was the one that George Lucas was working on.
Yes, yeah.
And
it was supposed to be like the underbelly of Coruscant, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, underbelly of Coruscant, and I think bad guys would have been, bad. Bad guys would have been bad. If Boba Fett would have been in it, Boba Fett would have been the badass that he was in the holiday special.
Okay. In the holiday special, yeah.
Yeah, he was in the holiday special. He was badass in that.
True.
He was a badass in the EU. And he was, I mean,
Boba Fett in the EU is like I loathe the NPCs on X who talk about how Boba Fett never had a character. Like, oh, you're judging Rey for being a bad character, but you're a Boba Fett fan. Like, yeah, well, I read the books. Boba Fett's one of the best characters in all of Star Wars because I know him as a character. In the books, he is a character.
Yeah,
Boba
and I
Fett's
know.
awesome.
Yeah, so I know he survives. Probably, I think he claws his way out of the Sarlacc.
Claws his way out of the Sarlacc. Trains Jaina Solo to be just a badass Jedi hunter. Like, dude, Boba Fett is so cool in the books.
Like, here's the thing. Like, I managed to not watch Book of Boba Fett. Did you watch Book of Boba Fett?
I watched parts of it, and then I was like, nope, I'm not doing it.
Everything that they did with Book of Boba Fett, I saw that coming like a mile away, because I watched because based on how he was, based on his appearance in Mandalorian season 2, when he couldn't, when he was having a hard time.
Spartacus just dropped some knowledge on us. Nice trivia. But Boba Fett first appeared at a parade before he made his appearance in the holiday special. I had never heard that before.
A parade.
Like maybe there's some sort of Star Wars parade. Something. If that's a true piece of trivia, that's awesome, Spartacus. I had never heard that. And also nice to see you as well, Dempsey.
Dempsey's here. What's up, man? I didn't know. That's interesting. And then of course, then there's the deleted scene with Jabba in the original film. I don't know if they added Boba Fett after the fact in the special edition.
People can talk about how bad the special editions are all they want. I like the special editions. I think they truly do add stuff that I get why that particular scene was cut, because it's basically just a repeat of the Greedo scene. But in general, I like what the special editions add. I like the fact that those weren't, if George is being honest, those are things he wanted to do to begin with, and he just couldn't, they couldn't be done. So I'm all in favor of creators going back and being able to fix what they felt as were mistakes or unfinished projects. They don't always end up for the better, but I at least like the fact that we now have the chance for them to do that. Jedi obviously really suffers from the special editions, but I think Empire and the original Star Wars definitely are. I think the special editions are fine. I think they get a lot of flack for no reason.
Well, I think people.
I wouldn't say no reason. I think unfair reason.
Like, especially with the what was it, the dewback that just does this, and it goes really slowly across the screen and all that. Okay, that was dumb. And then I think the most egregious thing, and I think everyone would agree, was the way they depicted Han not shooting first or something.
Okay, yeah, that's yeah. I'm not talking about things that are changed to soften the story. That was absolute bullshit. I agree. People are like, oh, Han shot first. No, Han shot. Greedo didn't even shoot. Han shot.
He shot under the table.
No first. Greedo didn't shoot at all. There's no first and second. It's just Han shot. But in general, the concept of what the special editions did, I've for a lot of things, I got no beef with.
Yeah, I didn't have that. Other than that, like, I liked everything else that they had. One thing I didn't notice when the stormtroopers are walking through the corridor, walking through that doorway, the tall stormtrooper hits his head, and he had to go to the hospital apparently. So that's
That's a true fact.
That's insane. But okay, let's we kind of got off course. Anime wise,
anime. Okay,
all right. So shows that I've seen. So I'm gonna name some of the obvious ones. Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Classic.
If you've seen all of it, you've seen the.
I actually don't like End of Eva. I think they should have ended with the end of Evangelion and not done End of Eva. I appreciate End of Eva, but I think it would have been more impactful if they stopped where they with the show there.
What with what do you mean?
So in End of Eva, that shows like Shinji's like final rise and
Yeah, Shinji decides not to go through with the human instrumentality project, and so they're
go for it.
So they undo the whole everybody turning into orange juice deal,
right?
Or I forget what they call the orange juice. I forget what that type of fluid is called,
but go for it. Sorry, I keep thinking.
But in the original show, he actually, and we don't really see it, but he actually chooses to become that orange juice in the show. That's how the show ends. But because the show ran out of budget, they had to
reuse. Done that very artistic, crayon drawings, and I wish they just stopped with that. I think that sort of esoteric ending, I think was really fitting for a show that was really deep and philosophical. I actually think Eva's overrated. I like Eva. Oh, people, when you say something's overrated, people have this idea that you think it's bad. No, you can have something that's great and it still be overrated. And so I like Eva, but for people that want like some sort of deep philosophical anime, my go-to is usually to recommend them Serial Experiments Lane rather than Evangelion.
That's okay. So now you're talking Serial Experiment. I have not seen that one. I've heard about that one. I hear that one is just so dark, and the tone.
It's not dark in the same, like, because we were talking about Crying Freeman earlier, and it's not dark in the same way that Crying Freeman is dark. It's dark in a very what's the like the idea of being black pilled by technology before being black pilled by technology was ever a thing. Like that's what it is. It's dark in a very cold, emotionless machinery sort of way, not in like a gratuitous, bloody or sexual way.
Okay, all right. So that's a show I still have not seen. Okay, so Serial. Okay, what about So did you watch going back to Evangelion really quickly? Did you watch all the rebuild films? I still have not watched.
I watched the first one, didn't like it, and haven't continued with them. I did not like the first rebuild film.
Oh, really? Because the first rebuild film is basically they took like the first 5 episodes. Oh, dude, you're gonna hate number 3 because number 3 goes in a totally different. They go in a totally different direction.
I've heard that it's the animation. I don't like how computerized it is, and I have this problem with most modern anime is the amount of how much you can tell. I'm not talking about CGI. I'm talking about like you can tell they're using drawing tablets instead of pen and paper now, and that is just it takes away the warmth. That's why so many of the anime on that video I did were older anime, is because I feel like the warmth of using hand-drawn cell animation that some poor Japanese dude had to blood, sweat, and tear over is always going to be more emotionally resonant than doing something on a computer.
I got a question for you. Do you want to see so Spartacus sent me the parade, a video of the parade. You want to
lay it on me. Let's pull it up.
All right, let's watch. Okay, I got it right here. It says it's called Meet Boba Fett initial
And Dempsey, to be fair, I can understand why Brian is hesitant to watch Bleach. Getting people to watch long form shonen is a big ask. It's one that I'm down to do, but I'm currently doing a rewatch of One Piece. Not even a first watch. I'm doing a rewatch of One Piece. I just got to episode 500 something today. That's what I was doing before coming on the stream, was watching One Piece. So, but I understand why for some people watching several hundred long shonen is a big ask.
Are you caught up in One Piece? That's like, what episode are they at now? Like 1080?
It was there. I believe 1088 was the most recent. I cut out around the 950, somewhere between 900 and 950. I stopped watching just because I had so many other anime to get to, and I never went back to it. And so between 950, they're now at like 1088. So like almost 100 episodes have gone by. But with how much I loved the live action, I was like, and my best friend who had never experienced One Piece at all loved the live action so much. She's like, let's watch the anime. I was like, You want to, it's 1,000 episodes. I mean, I'm not trying to take it away from you. If you want to, I'm all in because I want to get back to it anyway. He's like, let's do it. And for the last 4 months, we've been powerhousing through One Piece. And he's
Okay.
been obsessed.
Because of the live action show, I might actually. I only watched the first I've watched the first episode of Naruto. I watched the first episode of Bleach, and I watched the first episode of One Piece. Didn't really pull me in, but sometimes anime takes more than one episode. Like even Yu Yu Hakusho, like the first episode, he gives his life for the kid and all
Right.
that. But even that show took a while for me to like initially. I mean,
Yeah,
One
Piece is very it ups the ante every season in a way that I've never seen another anime do. It's you watch One Piece, like, yeah, this is good enough to keep watching. And you get
Okay.
to another season, you're like, this is good enough to keep watching, but it's even better. It starts good and then it escalates to a point. In 900 episodes, I've never seen an arc that was worse than the previous arc, which
Okay.
is bananas.
All right, you ready?
Let's check it out.
Let me know if you hear the audio.
All right.
Okay, we'd like to introduce Boba Fett.
I do, but it's really quiet.
It's really quiet. All
Yeah,
right,
it's really quiet, but
all right, I'll open the sound mixer right now. See if that works.
New character.
How's it now?
there we go.
Can you speak to us, Boba?
Certainly.
Boba has sort of a radio voice. There's a speaker built into him here. And also there's a certain amount of telemetry going on and a certain amount of feedback for some reason. And why don't you turn around and we can take a look at you.
In between Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back, of course, there were a lot of, other. I mean, there was a Star Wars TV show. I mean, a holiday special that was made, and Boba Fett was designed and was in progress in that time period between Star Wars and Empire. And Joe Johnson had designed him, and George had approved the designs, and they built a temporary costume to see what it would look like. So we had the costume there in George's house, and we put it on Dwayne right here. Dwayne Dunham, the editor.
Dwayne, do you recall being Boba Fett? Yeah, I was. I banked in that footage of Boba Fett.
Oh, the OG Boba Fett looks a lot like
The concept of Boba
stand-up
now-
comedian Ron White.
Ron White. Oh my
Have
God.
different colors, basically blue and green, sort of light muted colors. There's also some electronics on him here. They don't really show up in the sunlight here, but there's some readouts here there's some small electronic numbers and things flashing in the window. This is a rangefinder. This tilts down here, and he can look through this device here and sight on various targets and so on. And there's some little optics and some little lights that blink on and off. There's actually 2 red lights.
This
Yes,
is interesting.
A number of different weapons.
Yeah.
There's the rifle, the laser submachine gun, more or less. There's a flamethrower here. Why don't we get a close-up of that aspect here? Okay, it's this structure right here. And guess what? There's some igniters in the front here that ignite propane gas, and it'll shoot out. On top, this is a dart throwing device, rather deadly, and there's other mechanics and electronics related to that there. These also shoot some sort of darts, projectiles from each knee. There's pockets down on the front of the legs here to store various tools and other accessories. Oh yes, on the feet we have these blades that kick out. At one time I thought that's what they were going to be. Or these also spikes just for kicking. These are little.
I never noticed that.
I didn't. I also didn't know the knee rockets. That was new to me.
Yeah.
Some sort of laser gun emits from this little copper end here.
All right.
There's a light that shines out
Right
of
here.
this-
It's like a
as well,
flashlight. It would
like
be a
little-
torch or
little
something.
flash, yeah. This is his pistol. The back here has a grappling projected from the backpack and goes to wherever it will. This is part of his jetpack.
That's awesome.
Have him turn around and get
Yeah,
a shot.
cool stuff, Spartacus. Yeah, I love coming here. You get to learn something.
He's fighting to keep the lift. He's fighting to stay down when that's on. Another feature will be what the equivalent of scalps, or actually scalps of some of Boba's victims.
He's got a nice one there.
Yeah, yes, that's a little too short. Which will be hanging down from his shoulder, sort of like a pigtail might. But these would be the locks of hair of various enemies that he's slain in the course of his mercenary duties.
They wanted a character that could make public appearances, and I think Boba was kind of designed as a character between Star Wars and Empire that they could, get the public excited about something new.
Dwayne, how did you get the role? Oh, I just fit the suit. That's all.
Well, look at him.
But listen. Do you know that Boba Fett wore spurs?
That's
in
right.
the movie, he was Clint Eastwood in outer space, and Ben put spurs on him. So listen, when Boba Fett walks down the hallway, he goes ching ching ching.
He didn't have any spurs you could see, but we decided we would
put them on anyway.
That's right. I forgot about that.
In that footage, rather than wearing a cape or a serape, he's actually wearing, I think, a Star Wars beach towel. I don't know, or a Star Wars blanket.
Yeah, the early suit was a prototype, so it hadn't been fully developed as it got to be later.
Well, thank you very much.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Neither did I. That's awesome.
Oh boy. Oh man. So yeah, I learned something new about Star Wars. If only, it just makes it painful. It's like reopening an old wound right there. So all right. So other anime. So another anime that I saw that Evangelion was heavily inspired from was a series called Ideon, or I call it Ideon, but it's actually pronounced Ideon. It was the show that Tomino did after Mobile Suit Gundam, 1980 and 1981.
Oh yeah, that one I have not seen.
There's Yoshiyuki Tomino is known as Kill 'Em All Tomino, not because of Gundam, but because of that show.
All right, let's add that to the list. Spell that for me.
It's called Space Runaway Ideon, Ideon.
Oh, there. I typed in space R and it popped up.
Yeah.
All right, homeboy loved his mech stuff. 1980, sweet. Add that to the watch list. Oh, again, 39 episodes, just short and sweet. Nice.
You got, but so that show got canceled initially. It got canceled, so they came out with a compilation film that covers the series, and then they came out with a final film that showed the final what would have been the final episode.
Sunrise and Aniplex.
Yeah.
So the same people that did Batman the Animated Series.
Really?
Sunrise, yep. Sunrise was Batman the Animated Series. They also did Big O, if you're familiar with Big O.
Yes. Sunrise, the animated series, I thought it was Warner Brothers that did the Batman the Animated Series.
It's a collaboration project. But yeah, Sunrise was a studio besides Warner Brothers.
Oh, yeah. Big O. Yeah. Have you seen Big O? That's another.
Big O is great. I like Big O a lot.
Big O.
Big O is Batman meets Gundam. Like, it's great.
Yeah, and that was another. That was probably the earliest weird esoteric show. Like especially the second season. I'm like, what the hell is going on? So before I even saw Evangelion,
it's almost like watching a different show in the second season, except it's the same characters. Like it went from being episodic to having a consistent narrative. There's more that you're actually finding about the world. Like it's almost like a different show.
Yeah. So you got that.
Jacob, how you doing, bud?
What's up? How you doing, Jacob?
Big O. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? That's another example of having an opening song taken out because of royalties. Because
I remember the opening song to Big O.
Big O. They call me cool Big O. Do 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 do. Flash.
I don't think had a different opening.
It's basically Flash.
It's
Savior of the universe. That. It's the same song. Like they literally they had to take it off because it was too similar. They literally copied or they plagiarized.
I had no
Queen.
idea about that.
Yeah. Like I was playing the song Flash for my buddy who got me into Gundam. He's like, dude, that's the Big O thing. Well,
the fact that he knew from Big O before Flat, that's crazy.
Yeah. So So like my friend was the anime fan. He was the anime nerd, and I was the classic rock, Star Trek guy, James Bond guy, Nintendo guy at the time. So yeah, so we all had our different things that we kind of came together over. And so yeah, he's a big reason why I've seen all the shows that I have. So yeah, Big O's another one. You ever see Razefon?
What's it called?
Razefon. RAHXEPHON. Razefon.
No, that one's new to me as well.
Okay. That's a show. It's nowhere near as popular as Evangelion. It's often compared to Evangelion, except that show had a more happy ending. But it's basically about Japan or Neo Tokyo or something gets taken over by these Mulians from the island of Mu. That's equivalent to Atlantis, and they're like I don't know if they're aliens or something, or they're extra dimensional humans, but they bleed blue blood, and it's a mecha show, and the names of the mechs are all based off of Italian musical terms. Like one of the mech is called Allegretto, one mech is called Forte, one mech is called Pianissimo, one
That's
mech is
awesome.
called Crescendo or Diminuendo, and all that. So. Yeah.
Also, I just did a quick search to make sure I was right because I had me doubt myself for a moment. So Warner Bros. Animation was the production company, and then Sunrise did all the animation itself on Batman the Animated Series.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. So I've seen some shows that you haven't seen. That's fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've seen Black Lagoon, right? Of course.
Of course. Revy is probably my second favorite waifu after Android 18. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You've seen obviously you've seen Have you seen all of Dragon Ball? I still have not seen GT.
I've seen all of Dragon Ball. I'm a semi GT apologist. I live and breathe Dragon Ball. It's my favorite franchise IP of all time. It beats out Sonic, beats out Zelda, beats out Resident Evil. Dragon Ball is my bread and butter.
Have you played every Dragon Ball game?
Close to, probably. There's a few Japanese only ones that I've never played. But other than that, yeah, I've probably played almost all of them, if not all of them, that made it to the West. Yeah.
I got an interesting take for you. I like my favorite Dragon Ball show is the original Dragon Ball.
The original Dragon Ball is underrated. I'm obviously a Z fan first and foremost, but I love the original Dragon Ball. I love the adventure comedy, sort of genre.
I love the development of Goku.
Actually grows throughout the course of it, and that's a big. Because American cartoons didn't do that. You had a character, they stayed that character at the time. So seeing Goku grow up, yeah.
I love my favorite part of that show is, and this is post Red Ribbon Army. When he first encounters Tao Pai Pai and he gets his butt kicked, like Tao Pai Pai, the brother of the Crane Master,
Goku,
yes, completely owns him. So so Goku is told he has to climb this tower. He has to climb this tower and get the fable
water.
Get the water from the Master Kareen. And of course, Master Kareen's the cat. So he climbs all the way up to that part of the tower. So, but the tower keeps going. That's where Kami and Mr. Popo are at the top.
Live at the top.
But Kareen's in the center tower, or in the center level. And when he gets up there, then he has to try and grab the water from him, and he can't do it until he eventually does get it, and he drinks it. It's like, I don't feel any different. Wasn't it supposed to make me stronger? He's like, bro, you climbed up here and you were fighting me to get the water, dude. You're stronger, duh. And I was just like, I'm listening. It's like, I'm like, damn, that's awesome. Like, I love that. I love that even more than the magical aspect. Like, it felt earned. The entire thing felt earned.
Absolutely.
So, and then he goes back down and takes care of Tao Pai Pai, and then King Piccolo saga happens, and King Piccolo saga. Yeah. I love
and the King Piccolo saga. That's when the show starts to get dark, because like the way Krillin dies against Tambourine or whatever. Like I think it's Tambourine that does it when they're trying to kill Goku, and then Krillin runs into the World Tournament building by mistake to get whatever Goku forgot, and they snaps Krillin's neck effectively. It was like shocking. That's the first time Krillin died. Because when you watch Dragon Ball, because Dragon Ball Z hit America first, and at one point Goku says something like, Krillin, you've already died once. Let me handle this because we can't wish you back again. So people are like, what? How did Krillin die? And then when you watch Dragon Ball, it's like, oh, it's a kid. Like Krillin as a kid was murdered by one of Piccolo's sons, like in a messed up way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the original Dragon Ball.
I have to rewatch that. So yeah, so I love Z. I love Z. Z is badass.
I'm wearing a Z shirt right now, so
yeah.
Okay. Vegeta, bad man.
Okay, tell me what your favorite moment and why it's Trunks' very first appearance.
Nope. My favorite moment is the first time Goku meets Goten. When he comes back to the dead for one day, and Goten's never met him before, and he's all shy and hiding behind Chi-Chi's leg, and Goku's all like, "Oh, you've got like a little me behind you," and Goten eventually runs up and calls him daddy, and they've got this father-son moment, and Goten starts crying and then laughing, and that's I love that. I share that clip to whatever social media every Father's Day. My second favorite moment is in like the very last few episodes. It's another Goku, because I hate the narrative Goku's a bad dad. That narrative pisses me off. Goku's a fantastic dad. I make arguments for all the time, but there's this moment near the very end where he's with Pan and they're both getting ice cream, and some kid bullies Pan and she drops her ice cream cone, and Goku, being the food addict he is, he just gets down on one knee and he gives Pan his ice cream cone, and like Goku loves his family so much he will give up food for them. That is unheard of. So yeah, those are my favorite moments in Dragon Ball. Goku giving Pan his ice cream, and the first time Goten meets Goku.
Okay. But I was thinking badass moment, but okay.
Badass moment. Yeah, first appearance of Trunks is pretty damn great. Like first appearance of Trunks is very good. Like it is either that or the very first Super Saiyan moment. Like it's those two.
How did you feel about Dragon Ball Super? I love that final tournament, that final multi-universe tournament.
Everything that wasn't recaps of two already done movies was awesome. Super has problems. I know why it gets flack, but everything from like the third arc, which is the first original arc that's not a recap, onward, I'm into. And people talk about how, I hate the show. They made Goku an idiot. They changed Goku. I'm like, no. America changed Goku in the 90s. If you watch the Japanese versions, this has always been Goku. You just grew up on a version that the West butchered, and so you're going on a preconceived notion that's incorrect. Goku is acting the way he's actually supposed to, and you're not used to that. So I think Super gets way too much flack. It doesn't have near as good animation. Again, back to my problem of animation, looking awful and computerized. But other than that, like, you can find videos on YouTube of people who have redone bits of Super, but in the Z animation, and it looks so good.
Yeah. But like the final few episodes, the final fight with Jiren at the very end, that was dude.
Hype up.
Oh yeah,
it was great. I remember. I think I was either in the police academy at the time when that was airing, or I was fresh out of it. And I think I was out of the academy by the time the show was over. But I would just spend because Crunchyroll, for whatever reason at the time, the show would load fine, but the commercials, and it was always like 5 commercials in a row, would buffer horribly. So watching one 30-minute episode of Dragon Ball Super it was like a 2-hour event for me, because the commercials would take sometimes about 20 minutes to get through until you get to the show again. And so I was just on pins and needles waiting to figure out, was staying off social media because I'm sure other people finished it before me, because for whatever reason I could not watch it without the commercials every week being a bitch to deal with.
Yeah. Okay, but the Dragon Ball, I was always kind of on the fence of Dragon Ball when I was younger. Like the very first time I ever saw, the first time I saw the original Dragon Ball was on one of on Channel 26 in Chicago. It was the very first episode, so we get to see Goku being like a little pervert to Bulma. That episode. That was the first time I ever saw Dragon Ball. And then the Dragon Ball Z episode, the episode where Gohan is getting destroyed by the Ginyu Force, was the first time I ever saw that. And I've never seen an anime. I've never seen an anime like that before. Like,
to just show children getting mercilessly beaten. Like,
I was just like, but what's even weirder was I couldn't stop watching. I was watching for like the last 5 minutes.
Show that parents didn't want you watching.
No, they didn't.
It aired during regular daytime TV. It was it was on by like 4:00. You get home from school at 3. You do your homework. Dragon Ball comes on. My mom hated me watching Dragon Ball. She didn't have room to talk. She was a prostitute. However, something about violence in a cartoon, dude. It was Dragon Ball was. I cannot speak highly enough of it. Like, I've got multiple shrines in my house dedicated to it. So
this was on Fox. The episode I was watching that I just told you about, that was on Fox at 11 a.m. on a Saturday. I think it was a Saturday. Yeah, it was a Saturday. This was like in the 90s. I think I was in 6th or 7th grade. So this is
the OG dub.
Yeah. I know,
That's what I
but you're
started with as well. Had no idea it was so badly censored and stuff.
yeah. And years later, when I started high school, I think in 2000, I think I was watching it with my friend on. He had Toonami, so I didn't have cable, so I didn't have Toonami or Cartoon Network or anything, so I couldn't really watch any anime on my end. But I first watched the Cell Saga with him. So I saw the Cell Saga, and he's just murdering people. He's taking his tail and
he was
just absorbing
terrifying. Them. Because
yes.
I was a few years younger. I was still a kid at the time, and seeing him like there's this scene when he goes to like obviously seeing him like stab people and suck out their life force. That was like unnerving. But when he goes to suck up 17, the camera does this shot up into his tail, and you see like pulsing innards inside his, and it freaked the hell out of me.
Yeah. Yeah, and then it's just like, and the thing was, oh, he's going to be dead in a few episodes, right? Nope, he lasts for 60 something episodes. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
and I'm just like,
Cell arc to this day is my favorite arc in all of Dragon Ball.
Even more than Frieza.
Even more than Frieza. I think that the first Super Saiyan moment's the better overall like moment, but the cat and mouse game of Krillin and Piccolo trying to find Cell, and then learning about the past with Trunks and all the stuff that Goku and Gohan trying to maintain their Super Saiyan forms, get their bodies used to it. Like there's just so much that goes on that it really felt more world ending than Frieza did. Yeah,
does he say that?
Effectively beat up my tiny son. He doesn't say that, no, but that's the comedic synopsis that Dempsey's giving, and that's 100% accurate.
It's just so that to get Gohan to finally react,
believe in himself that if he can beat a full powered Cell, then he can stop being a little pansy and be the next protector of the universe.
Yeah, and it's a shame after that Gohan just simply continued his education, because the most important thing to Chi-Chi, more important than the world, than the well-being of the world, was Gohan's education.
That's an Asian mom for you, Chinese mom. Yeah.
Yes, that's good. Wow. That's wow. Damn, that's awesome. But yeah, that was that. But so he ends up. I think he becomes a teacher, and then he becomes the great Saiyaman or something like that.
Man, people give such shade to that. I love the Great Saiyaman stuff. I think it's so much fun. It's so, because we were talking about Super Sentai earlier. It's very heavily inspired by Super Sentai, and I love the Great Saiyaman stuff.
I was thinking like a little bit of Spider-Man and the Marvel heroes too, and like Batman, all like heroes that hide their identity behind a superhero guys. That's cool. So Pan is his daughter, right? Gohan's daughter.
Pan is Gohan's daughter.
Okay. And I know she's one of the characters in GT. I forget if she's in Super.
And she's in Super. She's still a baby because Super takes place. So in Dragon Ball Z, the last 3 episodes take place 10 years after Buu, and she's like a little 4-year-old or something. So all of Super technically takes place in that 10-year time span between the very last 3 episodes of Z and then the Buu stuff.
Yeah. So Spartacus basically says he feels Gohan should have been the center of the show and not bring Goku back.
Funny you say that. That was the original plan. That was what Toriyama was doing, and fans were pissed. That's why Goku's dead at the beginning of the Buu arc, because the plan was for Goku to stay dead and Gohan be the main character, and fans hated it. So Toriyama caved and brought Goku back, and we can argue whether that should or shouldn't have been done, but that was the original plan.
This is how I felt at first about Dragon Ball, about the whole idea of bringing people back with the Dragon Balls. After watching the show for a while, for some reason I don't mind it anymore. Like
in fact, I have a counter to this. I not only do I not mind it, but I think that misses the point. The whole point of Dragon Ball is overcoming adversity. The stakes being death never really has been in Dragon Ball like stakes. The big, it is worse to fail than to die. It is worse to not overcome whatever you're unable to overcome. That is a worse fate than dying in Dragon
to not
Ball.
Get stronger. I mean, the whole right. I mean, Goku wants to get stronger. Goku always wants to better himself. and then you have Vegeta, who just wants to be one up on Goku, and that's why. So they're both working. They're both helping. They're both elevate. What I love about that dynamic, especially, is they elevate each other all the time.
Yep, and it's a dynamic that while I like Naruto and while I like a lot of other shonen, I think so many other shonen rip off that concept without doing it near as effectively. Like Yusuke and Hiei do it pretty well. I like because Yusuke and Hiei have a very similar dynamic, and I think it works well for them. It does not work well for Goku and Naruto, or for Naruto and Sasuke. I'm gonna be real with him. So he's not gonna like this. It doesn't work well for Ichigo and whatever the bow and arrow guy's name is, who's the Goku and Vegeta of that show. I don't even remember his name off the top of my head. But yeah, I love that dynamic.
Yeah, Ichigo, that's the main character of Bleach, right?
Say again. Oh, Ichigo is the main character from Bleach. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I was trying to remember.
Strawberry. Goku didn't use the ball to come back, though. He came back from just going fast along Snake Road. Right? Well, so they wished him back to life, but they wished him back to life, and they screwed up the wish, and they didn't wish him back to life back on Earth. So he comes back to life on King Kai's planet with the Dragon Balls, and he's like, "Oh no, I'm alive. I'm still here." And then he's like, "Yeah, I got to go fast along Snake Way."
So he and so I know in the afterlife he has like a halo, and I think when he gets wished back to life, the halo gets removed. I forget, does the halo like just keep him from leaving or something? I forget how that works. I forgot the rules.
The
of that
halo is only given to people who were really good people, like who demonstrated great deeds in the human world, so they get to keep their body.
I love their depiction of hell.
Me too.
I love their depiction of hell. Poor Frieza. Frieza. He gets turned into like a little. He gets turned into.
Wouldn't that be a hell for people who love being evil? Wouldn't a nice, happy My Little Pony style place be hell? Like I think it makes perfect sense. Uryu, thank you. Yeah, Uryu Dempsey, I appreciate you.
Yeah. yeah, exactly. I mean, everybody has their own personal hell, I guess. That's that poor Frieza. He's tied in a little jacket. He's a little bit like this big.
Yeah,
and he's got all these happy little people
like
just singing. And they're keeping him awake by singing and always being nice to him. He's like, Urgh.
My personal hell would be a hospital waiting room, because I'm terrified of doctors, and so just the fear of not knowing that a doctor could be there any minute while waiting for all eternity, like to me that's hell. That's worse than anything described in Paradise Lost.
Oh yeah. Speaking of doctors, have you ever seen Monster?
Okay, so Monster is one that has such a perfect reputation. I've been intimidated to watch because I'm worried it won't hold up to the reputation it has, because everyone calls it it's like second to Legend of the Galactic Heroes in terms of being the greatest anime of all time. So it's my number. It's literally my number 2. Like, and I don't say that lightly. Like I must have watched that show 4 times. I want to watch it, but I won't. It's that to me is the reputation of that is more intimidating than One Piece having thousands of episodes. Like that's why I haven't watched Monster.
Monster is a psychological thriller. So there's a lot of detectiving. I mean, the main character is a brain surgeon, and he has to decide between saving the life of the hospital he works for. He's a fish out of water. He's a Japanese brain surgeon. He's the best in that field, best neurosurgeon. And he's in a strange land. He's in Germany. This is the late 80s. This is still during the Cold War. The Berlin Wall, I think, was still up. And he's basically it starts with him having a little bit of a crisis of conscience. Like he has goals. He has career goals that he wants to do. He wants to be the head of. He wants to do his own research into neuroscience. And is everything okay?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, just drop something. That's all.
All right, that's all right. But he wants to do his own research in neuroscience, and he wants to get promoted. But in order to be promoted, you have to play. You have to play the politics at the hospital. Like the head guy at the hospital is his fiance's father, and let's just say he likes to make friends in high places. So like he's friends with like the mayor and all the powerful people of the city.
The head of the hospital does, right? Or are we talking about the main character still?
Yeah, the head of the hospital. So
okay,
Mr. Heineman. His name's Heineman, Dr. Heineman. Let's just, he's friends with like, the mayor, all the powerful people. This is in Dusseldorf, Germany, West Germany. So there comes to a point earlier in the episode, the Dr. Tenma, the protagonist, comes across a Turkish couple, or a Turkish mother and her son. Well, maybe not Turkish. They're Roma. They're Roma. They're gypsies. Gypsies is kind of a derogatory word, but Roma.
So people say that, but I've actually met a few gypsies that don't find it derogatory. I think we've been told that it's derogatory by people who don't find it who aren't actual gypsies. So
yeah, because you're assuming they're from Egypt, you get gypsy, but they're actually from India. They're actually descendants from India, basically. From what I
thought it was like, okay, I didn't realize it was India. I thought it was like Romania or something. Okay, that's cool to know. I've learned two things now in this stream.
So he comes across them. They're waiting. This is probably a scene that you probably won't like based on what you just told me. But he sees them sitting there. The woman's crying. The boy is the little boy is like 4 or 5. He's asking, "Mom, where's my father? Where's my father?" And she just starts to cry. It's like something out of Grave of the Fireflies. It's like that. And he sees them. He doesn't bother them, but then they come up to him in the following scene, and it was like, "Where's my husband?" He's just like, "I want my husband back. Why couldn't you help him?" And then he starts feeling guilty about this throughout the episode. And then there comes to a point where there's a young boy with a bullet in his head that needs a brain surgery. But there's also the mayor. There's also the mayor of the city who's losing oxygen because he had a heart attack and everything.
Oh, so I'm assuming the main dude makes the judgment call, saves the kid instead, and or does he? Okay, so
I'll say yes, he does, but that's
going to be the cause for his strife throughout the show, is that he made the wrong judgment call, and now his life is going to be possibly put in shambles because of it.
Yes. The show is called Monster. Awesome. Remember, the show's called Monster.
Right. So, I've always wondered why it was called Monster, because I knew it was a psychological thriller, and I knew that it had detective elements, and that's about the extent of what I knew, because again, it's got such this perfect reputation that I've avoided it, not because I don't think I'll like it, but because I'm there's always that wonder if something will live up to the hype. So so many people tell me it does, so I do need to get on it. It's just like 64 episodes or something. It's
74 episodes.
74.
It is a faithful adaptation to the manga, like I think frame by frame, shot by shot. And like, how you saw my you watched my Legend of the Galactic Heroes video. The next video in that series, which I still haven't done, is which I want to do soon now, closer now, is Monster. Do an intro video to Monster, and I feel that one is underrated. But what's cool is people can actually watch it without yarring their way to it. Like, it's on Netflix. You can watch it on Netflix now. So that's a series. Like, so Berserk just came out. The 97 series just got announced.
Yeah, I'm considering pre-ordering the Blu-ray just because of how important it is to own physical media. Like,
already pre-ordered it. That show, yes. But Monster is another show that the moment it gets announced on Blu-ray, because that's been through a rights issue for years now. Like, they never came out with all the DVDs. So I want, like there were some issues with Evangelion, but some company was
catch you later, Jacob.
See you, Jacob. They were able to find a way to bring Evangelion here to come out with it on Blu-ray and all that.
I know. Oh, I thought you were going to say on Netflix. Yeah, I know. And they got rid of "Fly Me to the Moon" as the ending. I was pissed.
Yeah, that's another issue of a famous song, being removed because of copyright. And I
could be wrong, but since it's a cover, that shouldn't be the case, because as long as you give, at least in music recordings, I don't know, maybe the fact that it's attached to video is part of the problem, but if you're doing covers in the recording process, like in the music industry, because that's what I used to work in, as long as you give credit, you're allowed to make covers and royalty share revenue off the cover. So the only conclusion I can come to is that they didn't want a royalty share. They wanted all the royalties, or all the money from it. And so if that's the reason they did it, that's such a shitty reasons. Like, okay, you could have kept the classic theme that everyone knows and loves. It's a cover, and only taking a percentage of the money instead of taking all of it. That's so shady. But I could be wrong. That's just working in the music industry. That's what my summation is.
Yeah,
Dempsey said it right there.
Yeah, that's nuts. I didn't even know that. That's crazy. Like that. Like yeah.
If I was to go out and do a cover tomorrow of "Yesterday" by the Beatles, I would get paid for doing it as long as I acknowledge that they wrote it, and I would share the royalties with the or share the revenue with the Beatles estate.
Okay, yeah. Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away, and I'm gonna get copyrighted, so I better not.
Oh yeah, we should probably, yeah.
I do like the Beatles. I do like the Beatles quite a bit. Like I had all their I'm a big fan of the later stuff.
So I like all the Beatles stuff, but I like late Beatles stuff as well. I fucking hate John Lennon though. I'm a massive John Lennon hater. I can't stand him.
So you're more Paul McCartney guy than John Lennon guy?
Of those two, absolutely, all day, every day. But honestly, George Harrison's probably my favorite in terms of his songwriting.
Yeah. What's your favorite George Harrison song?
Oh, it's "While My Guitar Gently Weeps." If we're talking about his work with the Beatles, yeah.
Da, 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 while my guitar gently weeps.
Yeah.
Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, it's from the White Album. It's from what I love that song.
I also love the Traveling Wilburys, which was his side project with Roy Orbison and Tom Petty. So and a couple guys from ELO,
Jeff Lynne, and I forget who else. Yeah, and Bob Dylan.
Yeah. I don't know how I didn't think of Bob Dylan when. Anyway,
how many years must a man walk down?
I'm gonna be real. I do not. I don't like his music, and my uncle used to roadie for him, and he said he was a prick. So.
Well, I don't want to generalize, but I safely want to assume that they're all like that. They all have like egos like the size of my house.
Fair, but if you're gonna be like that, also have good music. And while he was a good songwriter, I can't stand the music itself.
Yeah,
like
the answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. Okay, I won't. Bob Dylan is not. Bob Dylan's a tough. He's like I've heard the Byrds version of Mr. Tambourine Man more than I didn't even know Bob Dylan wrote it initially.
And everyone's got their Bob Dylan impression.
Yeah,
it's like a walking. Like it doesn't sound like walking, but like it's just like, well, everyone's got one. Everyone's got a Bob Dylan impression.
I like the William Shatner version of Mr. Tambourine Man more than the Bob Dylan Mr. Tambourine Man, and William Shatner doesn't even sing it. He says the song.
Yeah, he said he also
legendary.
I believe he does "Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds" as well.
Yes,
I like the William Shatner "Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds."
Mr. Tambourine Man, Mr. Tambourine, like this is William Shatner, Mr. Tambourine Man. He did that. He also, and the most famous one that he did in the late 70s was Rocket Man.
Yep.
Packed my bags last night. Pre-flight. 0 hour. 9 a.m. And I'm going to be high as a kite.
Oh, yes. I'm a massive, of everyone we talked about tonight, Elton John is probably my favorite of anyone we mentioned. I'm a big Elton John fan.
Love lies bleeding in my hands.
Did you see Rocket Man out of curiosity? I don't know if those sorts of movies are up your alley, but
I did not see Rocket Man. I did see Bohemian Rhapsody because
Rocket Man is so much better. I can't stand Bohemian Rhapsody. Rocket Man.
I liked Rami. I thought Rami Malek did a great job as Freddie Mercury. I
agree with that.
I thought like he literally became Freddie Mercury like that. That's how good I was. Yeah, but yeah, I guess I could see that. I mean, I've only watched it once in theater. What's funny is I still haven't opened. I have the physical Blu-ray. I still haven't opened it. Like I still haven't opened the unwrapped it. So I bought it. And I just haven't been interested in actually watching it. So that's my problem. I buy physical media. Sometimes I don't watch it.
It's Rocket Man is.
Taron
Egerton, is a biopic,
right?
But it's very surreal because like a lot of the movie is shot like while Elton John is under the influence of drugs, and so it's got a lot of surreal moments, and it tells some aspects or like songs that he didn't write as an adult. You see him writing as a kid, but all in all, it's a really, really interesting movie.
Okay. Yeah, that's one I do have. That's one I do have to see. I did see one movie that I was surprised. I actually surprisingly liked a lot. The Motley Crue. What was it called? The Dirt on Netflix.
I've
Did you
not
see that
seen
one?
The Dirt. Yeah, I haven't seen The Dirt.
Yeah,
I know what it is, but
I actually really enjoyed that one. That's the one we have. That's one of the many movies that Machine Gun Kelly's in. He plays. I think he's the one that plays Tommy Lee in that one.
really, I didn't know that Machine Gun Kelly played Tommy Lee. He's a good actor. I've seen him in other movies. I do like him as an actor.
Yeah, he made Tommy Lee likable because every time I think of Tommy Lee, I don't think of him being likable. I think of him
as being more likable than Nikki Sixx. I can't stand Nikki Sixx.
Is Nikki Sixx the one that died and then came back?
Yes.
Okay. That's nuts, dude. That's nuts. He wrote
the Heroin Diaries and yeah.
Yeah, dude, that's nuts. Like I heard about it, like, whoa, shit. Like, yeah.
Hey there, Melton Cooper. How you doing?
What's up? How you doing? But you know what the very first rock pick that I ever saw was, and this is something my dad recorded on cable.
I'm gonna guess this is Spinal Tap.
No, I didn't see it for years. La Bamba.
Okay.
Have you ever seen La Bamba?
With great, dude. No, La Bamba's awesome.
Yeah. So that's how that movie was my gateway into 50s rock and roll. Like,
yeah, I can see what that it's. The way I saw a lot of these movies, including La Bamba, was VH1 Classic for like one Christmas season back in like 2007. Did a 31 Days of Christmas or whatever, but every night it was a different rock movie biopic or rockumentary, something like that. And they showed La Bamba, they showed This Is Spinal Tap, they showed just all these great movies. And every single night I was making sure I was like, all right, homework's done, VH1 Classic, let's watch a rock movie.
I have to ask you something, Leon. It's never too late to feed your turtles, right? That's what DJ Ronnie G's members.
I mean, as long as you're feeding them, pizza and making sure they got a good cowabunga in them. Yeah, no, it's never too late to feed your turtles.
You heard it has to be New York pizza, right? It can't be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's one thing that always bothered me about the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie is that they had all these Pizza Hut ads, but Domino's is the one featured in the movie.
Pizza Hut was good back then. Like I remember like my Land Before Time VHS that I had when I was real little. Like they had a Pizza Hut commercial in the beginning of the tape. Like when you rewind it all the way, there was a Pizza Hut commercial, and then then I think there was a trailer, and then they played the feature. They call it the feature presentation. I feel old saying feature presentation, but yeah.
I remember I bought a copy of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 and like at a thrift store when I was in probably middle school or high school or whatnot, just because I wanted to own it, just to say I had it, and it still had the Pizza Hut coupon in it.
Yeah, I remember that coupon. Yep.
I don't know if Bigfoot Pizza even existed where I'm at, because I certainly.
I remember this was like a 90s. This was like the mid 90s. Like they had it was like a rectangle. It was a big rectangular pizza, and I don't think I've ever had, but I remember the commercials for it. So. Yeah.
See, I remember Little Caesars commercials in the 90s. People forget that, like, because there was a long period of time where they weren't there, but Little Caesars was around. They were a big thing in the 90s, dude. I
had my birthday parties at Caesar Land.
Really?
So Little Caesars had their own version of Chuck E. Cheese. They didn't have those mechatronic animals and everything. They just had they had a ball. They had the ball pit and the tunnel where you could climb in, and they had like they had the arcade games, and then they had the games where you can you hit
I didn't know that. I don't think any of the Little
Whack-A-Mole
area.
Yeah.
If they did, I never experienced one that had that. The Little Caesars I knew were just like regular pizza places.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so I had all my birthday parties. So we always have
awesome.
So like the perfect birthday party for me, you have to have some cheese pizza, maybe some sausage pizza too, cheese and sausage pizza, pitchers of Coke. So not Coke, not Coke out of the can, not the pitchers of Coke. Like pitchers of Coke was God's tier to my dumbass 8-year-old self. Yeah. Who cares if it was thin? Who cares if the fizz wasn't there? It was pitchered Coke. And then there'd be arcade games. I played the shit out of the Simpsons arcade game. I play shit out of the Marvel and the Avengers. That's how I first heard of the Avengers, was playing the arcade Captain America and the Avengers.
See,
So
I never played that in the arcade, but I had that on this. I had the SNES port of it.
Yeah,
that like Vision. I remember seeing when the Avengers movie came out. I was so pissed Vision wasn't in it because the Avengers game, Captain America and the Avengers, Vision was one of the playable characters, and that's what got me because I was reading comics at the time, so I knew who Vision was, and I was so stoked because Vision was my favorite Avenger, and then he wasn't in the movie, and I was so angry.
I didn't know who Vision was either, but he was. I thought I always got him mixed up with the Silver Surfer, but yeah, he was the Silver Dude or the white silver dude.
Glowed white, yeah. Even though in the comic he's green and red, but in the game they had him glowing white, and I never knew why.
Yeah, and then I heard in the WandaVision there's a version of Vision that is that same color.
Yeah, yep, there is. I may have just missed those comics because I never remember Vision looking like that in the comics. So that may have just been in ones I didn't read because to me Vision always looked green and red.
Okay,
with a bright yellow cape.
I have not seen that version of Vision. That'll be something I'll have to read. I have to read comic books. I haven't read I'm not like at the Pops or like that level of comics from that era and all that. So, but
man, Melton Cooper, he's got some opinions though. White Vision is a West Coast story, you heathens. So okay, apparently it's a must read.
All right, but I have to welcome Melted Copper to the to my subscribers. So
awesome.
So yeah, I think a certain character from Beverly Hills Cop wants to issue you a warm welcome. Here you go. Welcome. By the way, did you see the Beverly Hills Cop trailer?
The trailer for I have, and I'm as much as I want to be excited for it. Eddie Murphy has he's been a bit preachy and pretentious lately on the political front, and I'm worried that's going to be injected into the movie.
Well,
which sucks because the first 3 Beverly Hills Cop movies are all just.
You know what's funny is people will say that the first 2 are good, the third one is bad, but
I like the third one.
I like the third one too. Like the third one, to me, the third one's the prequel of the Beverly Hills Cop films. But this fourth one, I mean, they're bringing everybody back. They're bringing back.
I can't believe they're bringing Judge Hirsch or not Judge.
Judge Reinhold back. They're bringing
Reinhold
back John Ashton
I've not
back.
Seen him in anything since like the Santa Claus 3, which was like 2007 or something.
Yeah, I know. So they bring Judge Reinhold back. They're bringing back John Ashton back. Taggart. They're both up there in age. They're bringing back Bronson Pinchot. They're bringing back Bronson Pinchot as Serge, the artiste, in the art shop in the first movie. They're bringing him back. I remember him from Perfect Strangers. He was the brother from Grease in Perfect Strangers. So I'm happy to see him back, and Paul Reiser's coming back too, as Jeffrey.
I didn't even know Paul Reiser was still alive. I'll be real.
He was in Stranger Things. He plays Dr. I forget his name. I forget, but he plays one of the scientists in Stranger Things. So
when does he show up? Like what season? Is he in there from the beginning? Okay,
or season 2. So the first season was the Dr. Brenner, Matthew Modine.
Yes, I remember that character, and then, I didn't watch 3 onward. I guess I didn't realize it was him in season 2.
3,
I thought season 2 was
3 got a lot of crap for it. I like 3. 3 was actually a lot of fun. I mean, it might come off as hard to suspend your disbelief because season 3 is all about the town of Hawkins building this massive shopping mall, and you know what's underneath the shopping mall? A Russian base. A Soviet base is underneath the shopping mall, doing these experiments, trying to open portals to the upside down and everything. So,
my issue was that season 1 I really enjoyed. Season 2 was fine, but it was so predictable. I was like, oh, they're already losing their edge, so I didn't roll with season 3.
Season 2, I like season 2, except for that one episode where 11 goes to Chicago. Yeah, she goes to Chicago in November of 1984. What's weird about that is that I was born that month. What's weird is the show takes place during that month. I was born that month in Chicago.
11 is learning to say bitchin'.
Yeah. Yes.
I love that episode because it just put me in mind that because my favorite music genre is that 70s through 80s era punk music. And obviously my screen name is Leon Idol, and the Idol is it's a reference to Billy Idol. So like that whole episode was just bringing me that sort of vibe. So I love that episode, but I know a lot of people hate it.
Okay. Yeah, because it felt like a spinoff. It felt like they were attempting a spinoff, but nobody liked it, so they didn't pursue it or something. But season 4 was
season 4
crazy.
Made the show got really good. I heard it got really good again
because they introduced a new villain, a Freddy Krueger type of villain, and it's pretty effective. Like the stakes are super high in this season. Like you not only have
I was like Metallica to start charting again, from what I heard. Like Metallica started reappearing on music charts.
I forget the name of the character, but yeah, he plays freaking Master of Puppets, and just he mans up. He just mans up, and well, I'm not gonna say what it is.
You're right. You did find it too late, Melted Cooper, because if other people were like your boy here and were actually watching it when it was airing, maybe it wouldn't have gotten canceled, because the Evil Dead show was amazing. You're entirely correct.
That's right.
Me and 12 other people. I got a Star subscription just for that show. I watched it religiously. I loved Ash versus the Evil Dead, but I'm biased because the Evil Dead is right next to Indiana Jones, is my favorite trilogy of movies of all time.
Okay, I've seen the first 2 Evil Deads. I've watched part. I have not. To this day, you're gonna give me shit for this. I haven't finished Army of Darkness.
That's my favorite movie ever. It's Army of Darkness.
I know so there's that. And yeah, I heard nothing but good things about Ash versus the Evil Dead. Like that's how you want to bring back.
You can watch Ash versus Evil Dead without ever seeing Army of Darkness, because they almost never reference it because of a licensing issue. That was the one project they didn't get the rights back for. Yeah. There's a couple of minor references that they're not even really allowed to acknowledge our Army of Darkness. They use some clever wording to get around it, but it really only matters that you've seen Evil Dead 2. But Army of Darkness is my favorite movie of all time.
Now I heard about the Dark Crystal TV show on Netflix, so I finally found a reason to watch, or I finally for that reason, that's the reason why I finally saw the first movie, the 1982.
That
Dark
one completely
Crystal.
missed me. Dark Crystal is one of the few like nerdy endeavors from that time period that I've never seen, never got into. I've heard it's great, and heard the show actually does it justice, which is so rare these days, but.
Yeah, so I saw it. That movie is the reason why Gary Kurtz left Star Wars. So Gary Kurtz produced the original Star Wars, and he produced Empire, but he didn't produce Return of the Jedi. And I don't know.
Huh.
Yeah. So
interesting.
So I don't know. It's all rumor, but Gary Kurtz thought that there should have been more of a closure to the original trilogy instead of having the happy ending that George Lucas preferred. So Gary Kurtz thought that Luke should have kind of walked off into the sunset. Leia kind of takes over as the head of the government, and then Han Solo dies and all that. So he wanted that type of thing, and him and Lucas had disagreements. So he ended up leaving, and he wanted to be part of the Dark Crystal project and work with Jim Henson. So, and there's a lot of gravitas in
Jim Henson. You should take that opportunity, though. I mean, because Jim Henson's work is just I don't know if I've ever seen a Jim Henson miss. Like,
I still have not seen the original. I've only seen the Muppets Take Manhattan, because that's the Muppet movie that my parents record on HBO that I grew up watching.
You and Dred Roberts were talking about that. How you actually don't have a lot of Muppets exposure.
I mean, I saw some of the old Muppet Show, and I saw Sesame Street.
You at least saw Muppet Babies. Muppet Babies.
Oh yeah, Muppet Babies was in the 80s. That came out the year I was born. Babies. I remember they did. It was like DuckTales. It was that same type of show where
exactly.
It was episodic, but it focused quite a bit on pop culture of the day. So Indiana Jones was a big thing, and Star Wars was a thing. Star Trek was a thing. And it referenced so many. It referenced everything, and I like those shows. For that reason. There was something authentic and something that just rang true in those shows that you just you just don't see now. So
Yeah, no, Muppet Babies was great. Obviously Jim Henson did the effects of the live action TMNT movies, which are to this day some of the best. At least the first one is one of the best comic book movies of all time.
Yeah, I remember they had Tiny Toons was another
Tiny
thing.
Toon is I actually rewatched Tiny Toons on Hulu about a year ago. It still holds up.
Speaking of Tiny Toons, you know that intro, that 8-bit intro that I was playing on my thing. That's from the Tiny Toons NES game.
Oh, okay. So I had the Genesis version of that game. I didn't catch that. That's what that was from.
I played the Genesis version too. That's called Buster's Hidden Treasure. I played that too. But yeah,
are they not the same game? Is it not like
it's not the same game? They're not the same game.
I didn't know that. Okay.
So the version the NES version, the track that I chose for the intro to every Chillporeal, well, not every Chillporeal, the first 5 I used stuff from Mario Odyssey, but from the last 24 episodes I used the Elmira theme from the Tiny Toons NES game. So when you beat the site, so it's like Mario. Each area is divided. Each world is divided into 3 levels. After you beat the second level, and before going to the final level, you do this little mini game where you're in a room with Elmira, and you have to stay alive. You have to stay alive without her playing or her touching you, because if she grabs you or if she touches you, well, if she touches you, you have to play the entire world over again. Like you have to.
That's so mean.
So that's worse than game over, or that's worse than dying. That's a fate worse.
Catch you later, CLS.
See ya. So that's.
What's up, Keely Chow? Nice to see you here.
What's up, Keely Chow? So yeah, that's what it is. So I played the Elmira theme, and then when I close it, I play the game over. It's the game over theme from Tiny Toons, and
that's awesome.
I was listening to it one day just to go take a trip down memory lane. Like, this would be a great intro song, and I used it, and I've been using it ever since.
Dude, yeah, that's sick. So the intro for my streams, I don't know if I've explained this several times before, maybe on other streams. I don't know if you know or not. So it's an original song, but I've got a friend who's a producer, and so he was talking about making music, and he and I talked about making music together. So that might be something for that on the horizon. But so he was like, "Hey, would you ever want me to do any music for your channel or anything?" And I was like, "You know what? I would. Are you familiar with Dragon Ball Z?" And he's like, "I'm gonna be honest, mate. I've never once seen anything that has to do with Dragon Ball Z." I was like, "All right. Here's what I'm going to do." And I shot him like 4 or 5 of the Falconer tracks from the 90s, the Bruce Falconer era Dragon Ball Z music. And I was like, I don't want you to remix these or anything. I want you to be like, I want you to give me your take on this genre of music. Give me a Zeno the Producer Bruce Falconer track. And so the intro music you hear in front of every episode of Countercast is what he would do with a Bruce Falconer inspired song.
Bruce Falconer, he did all like the heavy guitar stuff in Dragon Ball Z, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, for the American version.
Okay, because the Japanese version is totally different.
The Japanese version is totally different. Yes,
I actually, I missed that. There was a the tone. It made it more serious. Like I felt like it made the tone.
The American version did, absolutely. The Japanese soundtrack
more
is
whimsical.
So much more like whimsical is the perfect word. Exactly.
Yeah. So I like the guitar. I'm gonna look him up once we're done with this. I want to listen to some of those tracks again. It's been years.
There's a couple that I'd recommend. The Super Saiyan 3 theme and Gohan Angers are like his best 2 in my opinion.
Okay. Because I haven't heard those since I borrowed my friend's VHSs. Because everything I've heard. Yeah, because I haven't watched Dragon Ball Z dubbed in several years. Like, watching this show as a whole, I watch it in Japanese. So I
usually do as well. Every now and again for nostalgia, I'll go back and watch it dubbed, but I usually watch Dragon Ball subbed because that's how you get like the original iteration of Goku and stuff like that, as opposed to the altered version. Plus, I'm not a fan of Funimation, so I like to avoid, or at least that era of Funimation. I like to avoid giving them any credit.
Funimation. Yeah, especially with what happened with a certain voice actor.
That's
right after a certain Broly movie came out, a certain voice actor that played Broly.
Here's some story time. I have, in my opinion, indisputable proof that stuff is fake baloney.
Really?
So, I I was in Arkansas one time, and I'm walking around with my best friend and ex-wife. It's like midnight, and we're walking outside this hotel, and we're just talking, having a good night, whatever. We're on vacation. We're in a different state. We're just chilling, and I hear someone talking politics, and I'm an asshole, so I immediately decide I'm going to walk up and join this conversation because it's about politics, and I'm an asshole. And lo and behold, it's Vic Mignogna sitting there smoking a cigar, talking to some cute Australian girl who'd only been in the country for 2 weeks about American politics and she's explaining Australian to him, and there's debating back and forth. Now, I'm a massive Vic Mignogna fan. I do not want to go fanboy up to this dude at midnight while he's having it. So I just insert myself in the conversation like a jackass. And for 2.5 hours, we sit there and we talk about politics. We're talking about cars. And this is in like 2014, mind you. So way before any of these allegations. Yeah. And eventually it gets to be like 2:30 or something in the morning. And he's like, by the way, I gotta get back up to my hotel room. It's getting late, but nice to meet y'all. I'm Vic. Shakes my hand, goes up to his room. Now, the girl, she'd stayed there present with this whole conversation. Her name was Esther, sweetheart of a girl. Her and I became friends on Facebook. We stayed in contact. So years later, all the Vic Mignogna stuff starts happening. And I'm thinking this is all bogus. But I think back to that interaction. I'm like, he was with a pretty girl who was young. She was like 22 or something. I was like, he could have definitely taken her back to his room for some private alchemy lessons. So I hit her up, and I'm all like, so I was like, hey, Esther, it's been a while. Have you heard what's going on with Vic Mignogna? And she's like, no, I've been busy. I've been out of the anime sphere for a while. Why? What's going on? And I explained the whole situation, and I asked her, I'm like, so I got to ask, was he trying anything with you or whatnot before I showed up, or was anything going down? She's like, no, that's fucking retarded. He was being an absolute gentleman. And I was like, I knew it. So if anyone was an easy target, it would be the cute foreigner who knows nothing about America, who's only been here a couple weeks. So that, to me, once she confirmed that there was no funny business or anything, I'm like, all right, all this stuff's bunk, because who would be an easier target?
And what's funny was I was following this too. Like, this was like I was reading like if you, I mean, you know where I got a lot of my anime information from? Anime News Network. And I'm
and they
seeing
put out that hit piece with no sources.
Yeah. And then I'm reading the comments, and the comments are all just like, all of a sudden everybody's just like hates this guy. I'm like, what did he do to deserve this? And one thing of my friend that got me into Gundam, got me into anime, he's met Vic several times at conventions. One thing I've heard is that he's very he's Christian. He likes to have like you say, he has conversations with people about politics. He likes to talk about his faith. Likes to talk about Christianity and spirituality and all that.
Several music albums, and two of them are Christian albums. And they're great. I don't even usually listen to Christian music, but they're great albums.
Yeah. And I'm thinking like maybe that's part of it. That the fact that he's Christian or something like that. I honestly,
so that's exactly what I think it is, because Chris Sabat is, I don't know if he's anti-religion or what is, but he's very standoffish about it. And the voice of Goku,
Sean
Schemmel, is adamantly anti-Christianity because his dad was a pastor. And so they were, in my opinion, they were screwing over Vic. Also, Melton Cooper. I couldn't tell you about Biden, whether or not he hates Biden, but I will say we spent hours that night shit talking Obama, because it's back when Obama was still president. So
2014,
yeah. So that was a lot of fun.
It sounds like a lot of fun. And what's funny, I'll tell you something about. So I was on another. I was hanging out with some people. They were talking. So I was like, everything. So one thing I love about one thing that Vic really did leave. I mean, he did a lot of voice work, but Vic did something special for me.
Star Trek Continues.
Yep. Star Trek Continues is a love letter to the original series. It's better than anything new Trek. Heck, I would even go far as to say Star Trek Continues is better than a lot of the third season episodes of the original series.
I've met a lot of Star Trek fans that don't know dick about anime that love Star Trek Continues and know Vic Mignogna from his work on that, and don't know anything about anime or his work in anime.
He gave the original series a series finale, and he did it brilliantly. Like so original series got canceled after 3 seasons. Shows TV shows in the 60s did not have series finales like they did in the 80s or 90s and all that.
Right.
Like they didn't have definitive endings. They just ended.
They would just end. Yeah.
Everything was episodic because they wanted people to tune in whenever they could, because that was the limitation of television. Video didn't home video didn't exist in the 60s. So
right.
But so with that being said, he basically recreated the sets. He redid the music. He recorded new music, but the music sounded like it was just from the original series. The look of the sets, the cinematography, the color.
The new sets are still built and whatnot. He gives tours of them and stuff.
Yes.
I would love to visit them.
I need to visit too. Like it's still there. I want to visit. Donate. And everything. But like I feel like I like if I would wish. Now I would wish for that to come out, even though Paramount and all the assholes that own Star Trek now, bastards, would never allow that because it's not his. But what's funny is I feel he grasps it more than these bastards that own it now, because Trek,
he's a legitimate fan. He's a real fan. Like,
yes,
he wants to put in the effort and the care, and like the dude, like super religious, very right-leaning individual. Well, guess what he didn't do, or at least what I assume he didn't do, is put his own personal politics into Star Trek Continues. Because if he did, why would it be so universally loved by Star Trek fans?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, like they took the second pilot. There were two pilots for Star Trek. There was the pilot with Captain Pike, and there was the pilot that had Captain Kirk in it, William Shatner, for the first time. That pilot, he brings elements from that pilot into his finale. So like there in the second pilot, they encounter a phenomena that turns people into super beings and all that. They get shocked by this galactic barrier, and they get these creepy silver eyes. And as time goes on, they get more and more and more powerful, to the point where they start to view other people as ants, as white mice or something, And it got to the point where they had to kill, like Kirk had to kill his friend in the pilot. So, but there was only two people that had that power, and a lot of shit happened as a result. Imagine if you had a whole crew of people like that on board a starship. Imagine the space battle. That's how Star Trek Continues ends.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah. There's he put a lot of, even for a non-Star Trek fan like myself, to hear him talk about it in interviews and whatnot, because I'm a big Mignola fan. In fact, I've got one of my Broly figures behind me signed by him. I've got his autograph like 3. I've met the guy multiple times. The very first time meeting him was that complete accident I told you about, and ever since then, any chance I've gotten.
Does he recognize you? He's like, hey, remember me from?
Actually, he's recognized me twice of the 3 times.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Yeah, and to be fair, the first time that he didn't recognize me, I was in full Goku wig, like Goku cosplay with Super Saiyan wig and whatnot, so I probably did not look like myself. But the third time, so the first time I met him was unofficial. Second time I met him, didn't recognize me. But third time I met him, he's like, you look familiar. We've definitely talked before. And I was like, yeah, it was, you remember, a few years ago. He was like, and he remembered. It was awesome. Yeah, super nice guy.
But going back to
the second time, the third time we recognized, I reminded, I was like, yeah, we sat up for hours one night shit talking Obama, and this is like near the end of the Trump presidency, like right before COVID. He goes, "Oh, right, you can't do that anymore." It was great.
Oh, that's right. But I was gonna say, you met him random. What's funny was I was hanging out with another channel. I forgot his name. I think his name's Wes. I forget his channel name, but he was covering Star Trek Continues at the same time I was covering Star Trek Continues on another channel. So I was getting someone else. I've been kind of like shepherding younger people into Star Trek, like they're watching Star Trek for the first time, and like so they're watching the original series for the first time. And every time they watch the original series, like you have to watch Star Trek Continues along with that. Like it's
too bad Admiral King dipped out. I'd love to hear his opinion on Star Trek Continues since he's the expert.
Yeah, I'll have to. I don't know if we brought it up last time. I'll have to check. I don't think we talked about it. We mainly talked about Picard season 3 because that's how I met
Right.
initially. So, um, but I showed up for a little bit. I said hi and then I left. Right after I left, Vic Mignogna himself was in the chat. Now this is not a big channel. Like he only had like 8, 9, 10 people in the chat, and Vic Mignogna himself was in the chat. What's weird is it just comes up as his name, so you assume it's a fake person, but it's not. It was actually him, and they like, you want to come on? He's like, sure. So they brought him on, and he talked about the show. He talked about his show.
Wow.
So he I guess he watches people that talk about his show, which I think is pretty cool.
That is insane. Like I should have I mean, by this point I knew his political leanings and whatnot because I talked with him, but like leading up to this, knew he was Christian and all that, but I probably should have guessed his political leanings. I asked him a question at a con one time, because this is back when Marvel was still really big, when they were doing really well. And I was like, so I asked him, I was like, man, if you ever get the choice to, have the opportunity to play in one of these live action, superhero roles, is there one in particular that you would take on? And he just, without missing a beat, goes, I would play Captain America because I love this country. And I was like, damn, he didn't miss a beat. Like, it was just right there. I was like, oh, that was sick.
That's awesome. That's so awesome. But yeah, like man, like it's
like fact, he did actually end up getting to play Captain America later on. There's a fan made YouTube series. There's like 2 videos called Deadpool the Musical. And there's a sequel called Deadpool the Musical 2. And in Deadpool the Musical 2, Vic Mignogna does in fact play Captain America. So all those years later, he did end up getting to do what he told me he would do. So that's pretty cool.
Okay. And he I think he could definitely pull off Captain America easily.
I think so for sure.
But yeah, like it's like I said, it's just a shame. And I've been following his case and all that. And I like how the women that have accused him of bad behavior and all that, they get shit from fans all the time.
Oh, all the time.
And
one of the girls that was, so like there was an accusation of him being like bad with a fan, like creepy with a fan. And then the girl that was in the photo, it came forward and she's like, what? No, I asked him for this hug in the picture. Like the girl that was the subject of the photo was not the one that made the accusation. Someone else made it on her behalf. And the girl was like, this is insane. I asked for this hug. My dad's the one that took the picture. Like, what father would take a photo of his underage daughter being creepily touched by a man? Like, no.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. And then that same woman, I don't even want to say her name, has been having, I don't know if you probably followed this better
than me on Twitter a few days ago.
Yes, she did.
Yep.
Oh, you know exactly who I'm talking about then.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently the reason why I found it's because of your tweet, actually. She was responding to Asmongold. Because fans of Asmon, I don't know, I forgot what the feud is. Like, he's just like what's wrong with Asmongold? Asmongold, I mean, I don't know how you feel about Asmongold. I like Asmongold.
No, I like Asmongold as well. So I actually did a couple of videos on this topic when it all was going down. So Asmongold's not big into anime. He watches some now and again, but he's not like a weeb like we are. And so you and I mean, we've known the problem with localization for ages now. It's been a years long topic. And someone brought up in his chat, he watched a video on it, and it was so baffling to him. He didn't realize there was anything like this. And so he went on like this. It was like a 45-minute video where he is just shit talking the localization game, and specifically shit talking Jamie Marchi, because the video focused a lot on her. And she, her and him started this back and forth feud, and she was very disingenuous, and she was trying to claim that all of 2 million of Asmongold's haters are coming after her over one line of dialogue from 2017. And me and her got into a Twitter war over it, claiming that no, we Weeb has been throwing a fit about this since long before 2018 or 2017, since long before the Dragon Maid show. And like her and I got into it on 2 or 3 different threads, to the point to where she gave up. A few of her cronies were still commenting towards me. But it was, we didn't even talk about the Asmongold stuff. It was always about this is a problem in general. It's not just a problem when it comes to political stuff. It's not just about that one line about patriarchy. It's when you change stuff that changes context completely, regardless of whether it's political or not. She refused to accept that criticism from Asmongold. She refused to accept it from anyone online. And one of the tweets I made had been getting like loads of reception. So I was like, I went to click to check on it, and it said that you can't view this anymore. I was like, wait, what? And I checked her profile, and lo and behold, she blocked me. So now I'm missing out on anything that happened after that. So I've been having to watch Asmongold to keep up with the coverage, and it was hilarious. But yeah, I made like 2 different videos on the subject because I couldn't believe. I was so stoked that Asmongold finally brought this like to the mainstream, because no one listens to the handful of few thousand nerds on X that have been throwing a fit about this since 2012 or whatever. But Asmongold brought it to the light, and it was awesome.
Yeah, I agree. A Melted Copper says anime isn't my jam. Dragon Ball to me is guys screaming in the air for half an hour with little plot or story, lots of fire roll credits. That's Dragon Ball in my eyes. Well, you're not wrong on some of the episodes, but come on. But yeah, man, it's we hit the 3-hour mark, so we still have to measure our anime.
Yeah, I got all the time in the world. I mean, by all means, I'm whenever you decide to bounce is whenever I'll bounce. It's midnight. It's not like I got anything going on. I don't work till 3 p.m. tomorrow. So
yeah, same. So what other shows do I got? Fist of the North Star. I'm sure you've seen Fist of the North Star. There you go. Yeah, there you go.
Wait, that's Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah, of course you got Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah.
Yep. Is that? Oh, you got the movie.
The series is good as well, but I found the movie on Blu-ray for super cheap, and I had to pick it up.
Okay. All right. So Fist of the North Star. So I think didn't they come out with additional like? So I've only seen the first. I've only seen the original show from the 80s, and I saw that movie. I don't think I've seen anything else. Did they come out with other content?
If there is other stuff, I haven't seen it either. That's all I've seen as well.
Okay. What besides Evangelion? What other you talked about? What was it? So Bokurano is probably the one mech that you mentioned in the.
Yeah, people who are Eva fans should definitely watch Bokurano.
Okay, yeah. So I have that. I have that on my list. Is it like on Hulu or something?
How did I watch it? I know I did watch it streaming. But I don't remember what site it was. It's I'll just Google to see how it's streaming real quick. It may have been Amazon.
Okay. I saw a few shows on Amazon. Have you seen Inuyashiki, the one about the old man? It's one about like an old man and a kid get superpowers, and the kid becomes evil and the old man becomes altruistic. Have you seen that?
No. So I've seen Inuyashiki like advertised a lot, but the animation looks just too modern for me because I'm a snob. So I didn't watch it.
I watched that show, and I'm not a big fan of modern animation either, so I totally get you. I watched that show in one sitting.
Oh wow!
And really? I'm not a fan of modern anime, so I liked it. I liked it. I thought it was really good. So, yeah. So that's a show, and then there's Kabunari of the Fortress. I saw that was another Amazon show.
Kabunari of the Iron Fortress or something like that. I watched the first season, and I enjoyed it well enough. I don't know why I never went back to it.
That's the one where they're on the train, if I remember, and then they have these fire zombies attacking.
Yeah, it's basically Attack on Titan with zombies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, oh damn, this is nuts. So
first season, I remember enjoying the first season. I don't know why I didn't end up going back to it. It got to at least 3 seasons.
Okay, now
Bokurano is apparently, after googling it, on Funimation, Crunchyroll, and Amazon, from what Google is saying. So
okay, I have Amazon, so I could watch it there.
Okay, DJ Ronnie G says it's not currently available on Prime, but is presently available on Crunchyroll. So
all right, I don't have. Well, I don't have. I'll have to reactivate my Crunchyroll then for that. So, all right. So what was okay? Attack on Titan. So I love the first.
Overrated. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I love because this was 10 years ago. I saw it 10 years ago. I'm watching. I look it up on. I'm looking up shows on Anime News Network. This was a new show, Attack on Titan, and the first thing I read that the kid's mother gets eaten. I'm like, what? I have to watch this. And then I watched it. I was like, oh shit. I'm watching this and I'm just getting berserk vibes from it. Like the Titans are very creepy, like the apostles.
Yeah.
And
I was
Aaron,
this generation's Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball Z. Not that it was similar context wise, but like it was a cultural phenomenon in the same way that Dragon Ball Z was. Like it reinvigorated the anime scene the way that Dragon Ball Z sort of brought it to the forefront in the 90s and early 2000s.
Yeah.
But then it stopped for like 4 years and people had to wait forever. And then when it came back, it was not good. So
yeah, so Aaron Yeager was basically guts in a way. Like he wants revenge. He wants to kill every single last Titan and all that. What's up, Salty? He's making fun of me because we're talking our you crazy kids and your ball dragons.
Japanimation.
Yeah, Japanimation. Do people still say Japanimation?
No, so dude, I have mentioned this before. You know, my dad's the one that got me into anime back when I was young. I was like 4 or younger because my dad was an anime fan in the 80s, but it wasn't called anime back then. So I grown up calling it Japanimation because that's what my dad called it. And in 7th grade, I switched schools. And first day of school, I'm wearing a Naruto shirt because I'm trying to find my tribe. And there's this cute goth girl looking type thing, cute by 7th grade standards. So I was also in 7th grade, just clarification. Cute goth girl who's like, I bet you don't even know what that type of show is called. And I look at her, I was like, why is she being like this? I was like, yeah, of course, dude, Japanimation. And I got made fun of by a weeb for not knowing that it apparently is called anime now.
Yeah, I didn't know anime was Japanese when I used to go to the video store. I thought anime was French. Anime came off as a French word.
I can see why it would come off as a French, especially because some videos actually have like a little hash above the in or whatever. So.
And what's funny was, and I've said this on other streams, the first anime I ever saw when I was a kid, and I rented this because I used to rent when I was a kid. I used to rent like Mickey Mouse, I used to rent Charlie Brown, Donald Duck, Looney Tunes. Well, I rented an anime film I didn't know. It was called Unico, and Unico is by the creator of Astro Boy, the godfather of manga, Osamu Tezuka himself. So I saw Unico and the Island of Magic, I think is what it's called. And that's the one that I remember. That's the one that I saw as a kid. And I watch it. I rewatched it years later as an adult, and the dub is atrocious. Like it's like a movie made for little kids.
Like that. When you rewatch old anime, it's just
after so many years. Yeah.
I rewatched it was on it for kids back in the early 2000s called Shaman King. And King. It's a shonen, but it's a really unique shonen in that so you do all your battling with spirits and stuff like, oh, whatever, that's very, that's super common in anime, but all the spirits are based on Native Americans. So like it's a Native American Japanese anime. It's a super unique idea, and I loved it growing up. And it got a remake recently, and I was like, oh, to prep for the remake, I'm going to go back and watch the old version, and it's so charmingly bad.
I never heard of Shaman King. This is something I'm gonna have to look into. I've never heard of this.
Shaman King was a lot of fun. It's pretty generic aside from the Native American stuff, but it was a lot of fun when I was growing up.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I have only seen up to season 2 of going back to Attack on Titan. I've only seen up to season 2. My interest, it took them 4 years to come out with season 2. And by that time, my interest waned. Like so I haven't even gone to season 3 yet, let alone season 4, parts 1, parts 2, part 3, part 4, part 5, because they had to split the final season into like 5 parts. Just call it season 5, season 6.
Right, exactly. That baffles me. Yeah, I gave up on Attack on Titan. I don't drop anime. Very rarely do I almost always see something through the end because I feel like to have an informed opinion, you need to see it all.
Yeah, and
I don't feel that way, but I don't give a damn about ever finishing Attack on Titan.
And I follow Hajime Isayama, the manga creator, the mangaka of that story. And I was curious how it was going to end. And you know what they did? I mean, I know you did. You said you didn't watch Game of Thrones,
no.
But They basically Daenerys.
So my ex-wife was a big fan. She read the manga, and so I know how it ends. Basically, Aaron becomes the villain himself, just like Daenerys did at the end of Game of Thrones. And it just seems like such a cop-out, dumb ending that's like it's like fake deep, fake philosophical. Like
I hope to God, especially with the new head of Berserk now, Kentaro Miura's friend from childhood, I hope they don't do that to Guts.
No, I don't think so. Guts is angry, but he's not a bad guy.
There are times where he is a bad guy, which makes him interesting. Like there are times where you're like, who's the bigger villain here? But that's what I like. That's what I liked about Guts. But I don't want him to become the villain. Like I want him to redeem himself. I want him to be happy.
Oh, Dempsey, how did you never finish Full Metal Alchemist? That's one of the greatest of all time. Like that's not even my personal opinion. That's just widely considered to be one of the greatest of all time.
You're talking about the OG Full Metal Alchemist, right? Not
well, people, because I wrap them into one. To me, they both have like they're equally as prestigious. You wouldn't have one without the other. I'm in the minority that prefers the original, but I know why people prefer Brotherhood.
Okay, now I know Brotherhood's a longer show, but I don't think it covers the manga the same way that well, obviously when the first series came out, the manga was still ongoing, so so there was still the manga writer was still, was still writing the story. So they had to, the original show had to diverge. So the original show ended up killing characters off that survive in Brotherhood.
Yeah.
Brotherhood to me is the true adaptation. Full Metal Alchemist is just an adaptation that kind of diverges its own way. But
yeah, so Brotherhood shortcut stuff because it assumes you've already seen the original, which the first 25 or so episodes covers pretty accurately.
Because I remember correctly, they begin with the Crimson Crimson Alchemist, that the one criminal, that one psycho, and all that. Whereas I don't think they in Brotherhood in the very first episode, and I don't think they introduced him for a while in the original show. The original show begins with the Cardinal, like they go to the Cardinal. The Cardinal says, "Oh, I have the Philosopher's Stone," but he actually doesn't.
Right, and I don't remember the name of that town, but yeah, that's how it starts. Yeah, it's the priest who fakes exactly.
And he actually works for the homunculus, and the homunculus what's his name? What's the Gluttony? Gluttony just eats him. Gluttony that creeps the hell out of me.
Yeah, Gluttony's creepy as hell.
It's like, I'm going to eat you, like that. I'm just like.
Yeah, that's another one that, like, despite what people say about dubs versus subs, I think that's Cowboy Bebop level of good dubbing, in my opinion.
Okay, and the homunculi were terrifying. Like they were great.
They absolutely were. Lust is insane.
And I liked how what's weird is they depicted the homunculi different in Brotherhood. So in the first show, Pride, the leader, was actually King Bradley, whereas in I think in Brotherhood he was Wrath.
Yeah,
and Pride was actually a kid.
Yeah,
and the kid was terrifying.
Son.
Yeah, and the kid was terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
And everything. So yeah,
they was greed very differently in Brotherhood. But again, it follows the manga, so.
Oh well, thanks for watching that, man. I appreciate that.
Awesome.
Yeah, if you're new here, check out the Super Mario RPG review. Yeah, I'm shamelessly plugging on my own stream. Does that make it a shameless plug? Does that make it a shameless plug? Don't answer.
No, it's not. Yeah, plug away.
So what did you think of the ending of the Full Metal Alchemist? So they get sent to Weimar, Munich.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What did you think of that? That was just weird. That's just a weird idea.
I loved the idea because it was like, did you ever see the follow-up movie?
Conqueror Shambhala.
Yeah, I think that it made sense in the context of what alchemy was, which was just an alternate universe's version of science. It never was magic or anything that. And like even in real life, we wonder if there's certain scientists that believe in multiverse theory and think that, the CERN machine could be a way for us to tap into that. So it didn't, it wasn't, I don't want to say it wasn't shocking because it was shocking, but it's not implausible to believe that their own version of super advanced science could do the same thing. So,
yeah. Yeah, I thought it was interesting how like connected it was to like Hitler and the bear putsch and
Yeah,
everything.
dude, there's so much, especially when you see the film and like, you know, Hughes is one of my favorite anime characters of all time. And then when you see Hughes in the film and like in the real world or our world, you know, he's a Nazi and stuff like that.
Was
because
Hughes the one with the glasses and he ends up getting killed? Yeah, he's the one with the daughter and he ends up getting killed.
That deaths in anime history.
That was, oh man, that was brutal. Like that I felt bad watching that particular episode.
Oh man, it absolutely it makes me cry straight up. That used to be one of my go-to cosplays was Hughes. I even had the flip down wallet that had pictures of the daughter and everything. Like Hughes was a go-to cosplay for me.
Oh dude, there's another heavy episode I just remembered. Oh my god.
The one with the dog
Chimera. Yes. Yep. Oh god, dude. Oh my god. And I remember like how Edward reacted to that. I'll never forget that. Oh jeez. Was that I forgot if that was in Brotherhood too.
That's in both. That's in both.
God.
So yeah, you have to see that twice if you're going to watch both versions.
Yeah, so I have to. I do have the original Fullmetal Alchemist. I don't own Brotherhood yet. I probably should. I only saw both of them once, so I think a rewatch is in order. So, but yeah, so the Fullmetal Alchemist stuff is really good. What else do I got? You obviously Legend of the Galactic Heroes. Have you seen Dai Nue These, the remake?
It's the remake. The recent remake is arguably my least favorite anime ever made. I think it's such a terrible, awful adaptation.
Is it because, and I know people have said that, oh, it's closer to the book. I'm like,
I don't care if it's closer to the book or not. They leave out. There's no nuance to it. Like they very clearly frame like Yang Wen Lee's side as the good guys and Von Lohengrin as the bad guys. They very much only cater to showing Yang Wen Lee's stories, at least in the first season. I dropped it after that. The political intrigue is gone in favor of generic good guy versus bad guy archetypes. Like there's
really, that's what they're doing.
In the first season, that's what they did. If it got better, maybe fine, whatever. But in the first 12 episodes were so uninspiringly generic, because that's the whole amazing aspect of the original, is that it presents pros and cons to both imperialism versus democracy, and that's just out the window in the remake. In the first 12 episodes of the remake.
I mean, just the structure itself, like the first book ends with the Battle of Amritsar. That's when, you know, they get the Easterlone Fortress, and then they get the
Easterlone Fortress.
They convince the Alliance convinces themselves that they have the means to go and invade into Imperial territory.
Also, before, think about the first season's 12 episodes. They got to Echelon in 12 episodes. So imagine how much is cut to get to do that. Because that's in like the 30ish or 30s, if I remember right, of the original run.
In the original show, they take the Shankov is ordered by Yang to take Easterlone in episode 6, and it continues into episode 7. So
okay, hold on. Maybe I'm misremembering what. I thought Echelon was the giant fortress.
It is with the Thor's.
Okay, so
yeah.
Okay, maybe that's not where the first season ends. Then maybe I'm conflating two different. I saw it once while it was
the first season of Dai Nue. These ends with they didn't even complete the Battle of They didn't even get to the Battle of Amritsar. We see them invading, and they didn't even have the common decency to at least finish that particular arc for the season. So the season 2 begins with what they should have ended the first season with, because in the original anime, the first season the first season was the entire show was an OVA, so it came out on video.
Right.
It wasn't a TV series.
There was no like seasons for it. It's just 262 episodes or however many it is.
So that's why you got to see some heavy detail in some areas, and you got to see some graphic violence in other areas. I
will give the remake credit for one thing. As much as I can't stand Chris Sabat, as much as I think he's an absolute awful person, dude, he plays a great Shin Kampf.
He plays Shankov in Chris Sabat.
Yep.
Does he do? Don't tell me he does his Vegeta. Does he do?
It's closer to a Piccolo voice than a Vegeta voice. He's got like a very now he's a lot more he play. Imagine a Piccolo voice on the character of Han Solo is how he plays it.
Yeah, I mean, which is good because Chekhov does kind of come off as a swaggering,
Yeah.
Han Solo type, except he likes to go in and I forget that weapon that causes if you discharge your beam weapon, you'll cause like a incendiary explosion or something. So that's why they always end up having to resort to
battle axes.
Axes, and they're hacking each other, and it gets bloody. And oh shit, yeah, yeah. That there's bloody. There's graphic violence in Legend. It's a very highbrow anime with graphic violence and axe hacking and all that. So
it is. Even though it is not my favorite anime ever made, it takes the number 3 spot. I truly believe it is the best anime I've ever seen. Like, not my favorite, but definitely the best.
Yeah, I think I think it's the best too. I think it's one. I don't think I've ever came across a science fiction story that was more compelling than its characters. Like, I love both Reinhardt and Young. I mean, I'm a Young. Like, if I had to choose a camp, I'm a Young guy. I like Reinhardt though.
I love Young, and I want to be on Young's side because in real life, I'm very, very pro-American, very pro constitutional republic,
pro freedom. Yeah.
Oh man, did Reinhardt not, in my opinion, run the Imperium brilliantly, fairly? Like the journey he takes. I'm spoiling stuff in that just occurred to me for the chat, but. Either way, Reinhardt is just without a doubt he's one of my favorite anime characters of all time. So
yeah, okay. So what I was talking about, DJ Ronnie G got it right, and he credits me for seeing Legend of the Galactic Heroes. I'm like, you don't have to credit me. I didn't. I said something about it, but you watched it, you took the time, and you retained it better than I did. But yeah, the Zephyr particles is what causes what keeps them from discharging their weapons and all that. So yeah, and then we have a Stark of Iron here. What's up? They unsubscribed you from me or from Leon?
Well, Stark is new to me, so if you've ever seen my videos on it, I appreciate it, and if not, you know where to go after the stream.
Yep.
That's how you get shameless plug, Nerdporeal.
Yeah, Leon's channel link is in the description at Bolt the Word. Definitely go there if you're not subscribed to him. And so definitely check out his content. He does live streams every Monday. Is it every Monday?
Yeah, every Monday.
Okay.
And, I don't know if there's any Magic the Gathering individuals in the chat or whatnot, or it's just still in the chat. Because people have asked me why my handle is Bolt the Word. It doesn't make it easy to find when my channel is Words of Paradise, but my Twitter is Bolt the Word. Back to like it's the card Birds of Paradise was like really overpowered. It was like a kill on sight thing, and when you kill something in Magic with a spell, it's often referred to as bolting it. So there's a common phrase in the 90s to bolt the bird. You see it, it's kill on sight, bolt the bird. So I was like, Words of Paradise. Hey, on Twitter I should be Bolt the Word. Because I thought it was no. I've had one person get the reference. And I've always thought, man, maybe I shouldn't have gone with something so deep cut for my Twitter handle.
I didn't. Yeah, like because I was like, what is Bolt the Word? Yeah, I'm like, what does that mean? What does that mean?
Yeah. Bolt the Word is a play on Bolt the Bird. Since my channel Words of Paradise is a play on Birds of Paradise. But
so Leon is not the only person that's learned something today. Now I learned something today. So yeah. So there you go. And apparently Stark of Iron has resubscribe to the Nerdporeal Continuum. So
subscribing my man Brian here.
Yeah,
I always call you Nerdporeal. It's so weird to say your name.
Yeah, it's Nerdporeal's the name I came up with. I was just thinking about Star Trek one day, and yeah, it's always about Star Trek. Like the thing that I get made fun of now online, and especially with Zax and everybody. I bring up every time there's a subject brought up, I somehow incorporate Star Trek into the conversation.
Dragon Slayer commentaries is one of my co-hosts on Saturday Night Hypnosis does the same thing with Rings of Power. It does not matter what the conversation is. We could be talking about the miracle of childbirth, and he will probably find a way to loop it back to freaking Rings of Power.
Yeah. So, but we have to welcome Stark of Iron the only way that we know how. Once again, from the same movie.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom while you do that, if that's okay.
All right, go ahead. welcome. So yeah, so there you go, Star Trek. So what's everybody saying? Aware of Bolton the Bird. Yep. Yeah, so today was a special Chilporial tonight. This is the time that I could get Leon to do this. He's he's really busy otherwise, especially on the day I usually do it. So Thursday I'm probably gonna just do me and Ryan, Prophet's Son, we're probably gonna try to play Mega Man 3 again, or not Mega Man 3, Mega Man X3, because the last time I played it, I got completely destroyed by the game itself, and then I got game over, and I had to just start over, and I didn't even bother I ended up not writing down the password, and just shit hit the fan. Shit hit the fan. So that's why
I have returned
Thursday. So yeah. So yeah, man. So okay. So all right. So okay. So you don't like Dino these? Okay, that's
not.
Well, I've only watched the first season. I have not had much. I have not had much desire to continue watching that. So, one show that you follow, you subscribe to Brandon the Anime Guy.
Oh, of course, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, me and Brandon go rounds. I hate most of it. I love him to death. I hate most of his takes.
Oh, okay, sure. But like Pat Labor. You ever see Pat Labor?
Pat Labor? No, he was actually so it was either him or one of the other anime individuals that he and I streamed with recently that was talking about it. I added it to my watch list. I haven't watched it yet, but yeah, it's on my list now because of him.
Pat Labor is one of the funniest. It's a police mecha slice of life comedy show. It's about a group of misfits. It's about a unit of misfits that have the responsibility of piloting these Pat Labors, these giant mechs, to fight labor crime, because labors are the mechs that are in the near future, and criminals are now using mechs to commit big crimes like robbing banks and stuff. And so you have a police unit dedicated to that type of work and all that. So and it's a funny show. It's a lot of fun and everything. So it was made by the Ghost in the Shell director.
In the comment section of my recent anime video, the top 10 that May brought up, actually, now that I think about it, may not have been Brandon. I have to check my comment section, but someone may have brought up there as an underrated anime.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon always, like, when Brandon always shows like clips and stuff, he always shows Pat Labor. He always shows like these guys that are at the video store, and all of a sudden a mech hand goes through the window. Everyone's like, ah, and it's just mayhem, just all mayhem right there. So I will assume it's Brandon, but I mean, I'm sure other people have talked about that too. So okay, so Pat Labor. You ever hear of a show, another 80s anime show called Zillion?
I think I've actually seen Zillion. Hold on, let me check my if I haven't watched it, I know it's on my want to watch list, but I think I actually watched Zillion.
That's another opening anime song I love. I listened to it and I felt it came on
1987. Yep, yes. I've got Zillion right here.
It's based off of the Zillion gun that the Sega Genesis made, or maybe Sega was based. I don't know if it was one was based off the other, but you know how Nintendo had the Zapper. Well, yeah, the Sega Master System had the Zillion.
Oh, and so now the Sega Master System. Wait, which came first, the anime or the gun? Then, because that seems.
I think the gun.
Anime was 87.
Yeah, and I think this Master System came on around the same time as the NES.
Okay,
I think. And they made a game. They made a Zillion game based off of the anime. I think that was the case. I'm trying to remember.
That would sound about right.
It's the show is basically you're on a colony. You're on a colony, and the planet is being invaded by aliens that want to change. They want to change the atmosphere of the planet to make it livable for them, and kill all the humans in the process. It's similar to like Space Battleship Yamato type of deal. Have you seen that?
I did like Space Battleship Yamato. Yes, I've seen that.
Did you see the original?
That's the only one I know of. The one from like the late 70s, early 80s.
Okay.
I
didn't see. I own the remake, $21.99.
Oh no, I didn't know there was a remake.
Yeah. It's called Star Blazers 20. Here they call it Star Blazers, but it's called Star Blazers 21.99, which is basically a remake of the first season. Gotcha. And then they made 2202 or something, which is a adaptation of the second season of the original anime. I don't remember exactly. But yeah, here Dempsey has the Dempsey basically.
There we go. October
got the
20,
copy. Yeah,
1989.
yeah. But the
Right on.
but the song, but the open, but the so the, Zillion is not a masterpiece. It's a fun show, kind of like Power Rangers. It's ridiculous. There's martial arts and there's guns. There's lots of shooting because like these aliens are impervious to conventional weapons. So they have this special unit called the Zillion unit that takes that wields these zillion guns that come from outer space, literally, like it comes from outer space, and they can't reverse engineer it, so they can't reverse engineer the guns, and the guns only have a limited charge, and then they have to recharge on their own. So every battle that they go into, even though they have this super weapon that can basically vaporize the aliens, yeah, they have to be very careful how much they use and everything. So there's still, even though they have these super powered weapons that will vaporize the bad guy, they still have there's still some stakes involved.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. It says I've completed on my tracking list. It says that I've watched it to completion. So there was this one year, I think it was 2018, where I did watching 100 anime in a year challenge. So it may have been I watched it during that. So that might be why it's fuzzy on my memory, because it says I've completed it on my list. I'll pull up my list in a sec, but before we do, I just got to show off. This is what everyone needs to watch right here.
Okay, I did write that down. You did. I never saw that. I never saw
my second favorite anime of all time.
After what? Legend of Galactic
After
Heroes?
Dragon Ball franchise.
After Dragon Ball. Okay.
Yeah.
So is this streamed? Is this streaming right now? Beck?
I watched it streaming, but the moment I found the physical set at a convention in like 2016, I was like, I'm buying it, and I've never streamed it since. I always not watching it on physical. So if it's probably still streaming, but I haven't streamed it in like 10 years.
Okay, all right. And you said it's basically what? So is it shonen that you said that?
Oh no, not at all. It's So I used to own my own business as a booking agent, like, and do booking and production for bands, like touring bands and whatnot.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And yeah, so for like big name acts and small local acts, and this anime is the most accurate representation I've ever seen of a small local band trying to make it big.
Okay.
And it's something that, again, this one I implore people to watch dubbed, because the music was written for English. So the Japanese dub does not do the music right. You are not going to get the full effect of it unless you watch in English with the songs being done as intended.
Okay, so are they different? Is the music done by different people and different languages?
The music done for the English dub is done with English musicians and then English singers. And the music done for the Japanese version has Japanese people doing the English songs. So the accent throws everything off. They unfortunately they're not pronouncing words properly. Certain timing bits are off. And it will ruin the vibe.
Okay. All right. So yeah. So Beck.
If you want to talk about an opening song for an anime that will get you jazzed, this is it. This is one of my favorite opening songs in all of anime.
Okay, I'll have to listen to that then. All right.
I'd love to come on, Stark, and I'll absolutely have you. I will find your channel Stark of Iron, and I will absolutely sub to you and check you out as well. And you will be welcome on my show, The Countercast.
See, this is one thing I love.
Bring people together.
This is what I love. This is what I do. This is what I love to do. I like connecting people with other people and
there
other
we go.
people.
Yep, Stark of Iron.
Yep.
Boom. Subscribed.
Subscribe. I don't know I'll have to check if I'm subscribed. They might have unsubscribed me. So, but yeah, another show that I have seen all over the place is Kids on the Slope. Now, this I am familiar with. I haven't seen it though, but
oh, you gotta watch it. It is Kenichiro Watanabe's most underrated work, in my opinion.
Honestly, I didn't know he did that. So he did. I know he did Bebop. He did Samurai Champloo. I think he did Space Dandy.
He did Space Dandy. He did Carol and Tuesday. He's my favorite working director in anime.
What the fuck were they thinking? Not involving him in the Netflix Cowboy Bebop,
the same thing.
Seriously,
they always think the same reason they say that it was produced by that Dragon Ball Evolution was produced by Akira Toriyama. They think they know better here in the West.
Yeah,
they put them. They could credit them as producers as a fucking courtesy, then ignore all their ideas.
I mean, the thing is, like, the reason why One Piece turned out as good as it was, and I didn't see it. This is based on
Oda was involved every step of the way.
Yeah. And have you seen the Yu Yu Hakusho live action? Me and Kyle, me and Fred Roberts were talking
I've
about
watched
it.
some of the fight scenes on YouTube, and I'm very impressed with the choreography. I know they're going to screw up the story, but I'm very impressed with the choreography.
The choreography was great. The problem was they completely bypassed the Dark Tournament arc.
I heard that.
Like they made 5 episodes and they bypassed 65 episodes of story. Like,
well, I have a theory that this is supposed to be a movie first, which is why it's only 5 episodes instead of like the traditional 8. And that they instead of doing it as a movie, they decided to change some things in mid-production and make a series instead. It's just a theory. I don't know if there's anything to it, but just from the way people have talked about it, it makes sense to me that that's what they did.
Yeah. So I guess they're going to make a season 2 because there's like there's 2 more arcs after that, and that's it.
What up, Abomination AJ? How you doing, buddy?
What's going on? What's going on, sir? Thanks for being here. So, yeah, what's up, man? But yeah, So Kids on the Slope. What that's about? Is that like a coming of age story?
Yeah, it's a coming of age story about this Japanese. It takes place in 1966, and it's this little Japanese boy who's like real antisocial because his dad works for the Japanese government, so he moves around all the time. So he's antisocial. He never has friends because he's like, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna move. What's the point?"
Yeah.
And then there's this school bully that beats his ass, and everyone's terrified of this bully. And then lo and behold, he finds out this bully is a jazz drummer, and this kid is a like classically trained piano player. Mm-hmm. And they form a friendship. He's never played jazz before, but he starts playing piano, and the bully's like, "Dude, you're great. Come play with us." And it's just about these kids coming of age and playing jazz together in the 60s in Japan in this underground record store. And like, whereas Beck is an anime, like I said, my video, Beck is an anime that's all about the music. Music is first, and that's what drives everything. This is a slow, heartfelt character study that effectively uses music as a method to carry the story forward. So it puts the characters first, whereas Beck puts the music first. Not that the characters are bad in Beck. The characters are awesome. But they do things the opposite way. And so I appreciate them both for different reasons. I like Beck better, but I think that but Kids on the Slope was on my higher on my list because it's Kenichiro Watanabe, and the man has never done anything wrong ever.
Okay.
He's got a new anime coming up with Chad Stahelski, the guy that made John Wick.
Yep. Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what's Chad Stahelski gonna do?
He's gonna be handling all the fight choreography and how to transition that to the anime.
Interesting. Oh, that's interesting.
Cowboy
Okay.
Bebop crossing over with John Wick in a way. Oh, I'm so excited.
That just I don't know if you remember, but you remember they like for the longest time they wanted to make a Cowboy Bebop movie, and they wanted Keanu Reeves. Yeah.
Spike. Yep.
And he would have
been a great Spike.
I think better than I like John Cho, but
I like John Cho as well, but he was too old.
Yeah.
A young Keanu could have done it.
Yeah, like early, like I think even though Spike is only 27 in the anime, like I think they could have had post Matrix
didn't age until about 5 years ago. So
yeah, exactly. So but I'm trying to think. So Kids on the Slope. Oh yeah, so I showed a few anime in my thing. Have you ever seen Noir?
The one about the detective girls, like the two twins, not twins, but
they're assassins.
I don't know if they're detectives or they're like gunslinger girls. I know that one. I know for sure. I watched during my 100 anime in a year challenge.
So they're assassins basically. So the
assassins.
So the first girl is Mireille, and she's from Corsica. And she lives job to job as an assassin and all that. And I like the way she's very like she's not a likable character, but she's it's appropriate for her. Like she's just very detached from everybody else. And she gets this email from this girl in Japan who plays a musical theme from her little locket that she has, from a little watch, and it triggers a memory inside Mireille, and she remembers her parents being murdered and all that. And so she goes to Japan, meets this girl. Her name is Kirika, and she's like 16 or 17. And all of a sudden, like all these dudes in suits are trying to murder the both of them. And so Mireille is very skilled with the gun. She's dispatching several of them. But the girl, the Japanese girl, is the even better killer than she is. Like she's using pens. She takes a guy. She strangles a dude with his tie. They're on like this. They're on this constructed building that still has only the frames. She just jumps, uses gravity, and strangles the guy with his necktie. Like that. That's how nuts it was. I watch it. I'm like, dude, this is awesome, and the music is awesome too.
I remember really enjoying it when I watched it.
Yeah, it's so awesome, and like it's part of like the Girls with Guns series or something. So another show that I still haven't seen yet, which is more lighthearted than noir. It's called Mad Lax. Have you ever seen that one?
I didn't know about any of that. You said Girls with Guns. My mind went to Gunsmith Cats because that's.
Yeah, I got Gunsmith Cats. I have not seen this one.
I'm surprised you hadn't seen it when you said that you'd only seen one. I won't lie. Given the era of anime you watched, I was for sure you probably had seen Gunsmith Cats.
There's a lot from this era I still haven't seen yet. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, there's like I said, like I still haven't seen, like I know Dirty Pair. I have a few of the anime songs on my thing.
Love that one.
I think it's Dirty Pair, or is it Cats? I get the two mixed up. No, I think it's
Stark Alliance is Girls with Guns. Gotta go with Revy. She is the queen of Girls with Guns. Stark Alliance.
Black Lagoon.
Hard agree.
Black Lagoon. Yeah. But what was another one I was thinking of? You ever see there's an OVA called Dalos, like 1983, Mamoru Oshii.
No, I don't. Dalos?
Yeah, it's the first it's the first OVA ever made. And it was
really no, I haven't seen it, but I'm interested.
It's a mecha. It takes place on the moon. Like the moon has been terraformed, I think. And there's basically there's the dystopian government oppressing people on the moon, and then there's people that are fighting back. And so it's basically a war of the people on the moon, on the colony versus Earth, and all that. Kind of equivalent to Gundam, but more violent. Right. There's more blood in this one, obviously. But that's when I saw it. I don't know if it's on. I think it might still be on Amazon. Last time I checked. But yeah, that's when I watched. You ever see Crusher Joe? That's another 80s OVA.
No, I know. I think I know what Crusher Joe is, but no, I've not seen Crusher Joe.
If the Crusher Joe movie, you know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of Star Wars. In the good way. It reminds me of Star Wars. Like there are these heroes, there are these guys that are really good at like fixing problems and all that, and they're hired by the government to take care of things, and they're always being attacked by these over the top bad guys, and they're always put in these extremely dangerous situations where they're like high up on a platform, and that if they fall they could die, and there's like flesh eating what do you call it, like river. There's like a flesh-eating river of acid underneath them, and like we've seen some bad guys get eaten up by that. It's ridiculous.
Did you ever see City Hunter out of curiosity?
I've heard of City Hunter. I have not seen it. I have a few of the songs on my iPod.
Songs are great. What you were describing reminded me. I was like, I was getting the Star Wars vibes, but it also was sort of put me in mind of City Hunter. I don't know if the show you're describing is sci-fi or not. City Hunter.
It is.
Sci-fi.
Oh, yeah, it's very sci-fi.
Okay, gotcha. Yes, City Hunter is like if James Bond was a comedy, but knows when to get serious, so it's real good.
Really? Okay. I always thought more the James Bond was mixed with the James Bond and the Sir Charles aspect of the Pink Panther. You get Lupin the Third. Have you seen Lupin the Third?
Lupin the Third is great. I love Lupin the Third. But City Hunter is. I mean, I can't really think of a better way to describe it than James Bond. He's not employed by the government. He's a private detective, but he's just as just as skilled and deadly as James Bond, but he does the whole womanizing charm thing, but it usually backfires on him because that's part of the comedy it's like the show is very episodic. It does have a small overarching story by the time like season 4 rolls around, but super episodic. And then he just it's just him solving these various political or military crimes, but usually it's a very comedic setup, woman chasing, little bit of plot, gets very serious at the end, back to womanizing and comedy at the end. So like it balances out really well.
Okay. All right. That makes sense.
Yeah. It's similar to Dragon Ball. You it's more like a not Dragon Ball Z, but like the comedy aspect of Dragon Ball mixed with James Bond.
Okay. And that's City Hunter. I know City Hunter's on physical media, so I'll have to find an episode online, watch and see if I like it. What's weird is it's an 80s anime, so I think I'm gonna like it.
It ran through the 90s. There's a modern movie. It's crap. Like, I don't know why they thought about. Well, I don't know why they made this and released it. Like, hey, it's a big City Hunter comeback. It is not good. But yeah, it's
Isn't Jackie Chan in that?
There's a live action one with Jackie Chan, which is fun. There's no better way to put it. The live action City Hunter movie with Jackie Chan is a lot of fun. But this was an animated film, like by the dude that did the original manga and whatnot. It just wasn't. It just didn't feel. It felt modern, which was part of the problem. City Hunter. It is very 80s and 90s. You know, it ran from like 88 to 94 or something, or 86 to 94. So,
okay, City Hunter. Yeah, that's a show I gotta see. Let me see what else I got. What else do I got? Oh, I'm sure you've seen Hellsing.
Both of them, yeah, Hellsing and Hellsing Ultimate. Yeah,
I'm surprised they haven't come out with Hellsing, the original Hellsing on Blu-ray.
It's on DVD. It wasn't super well received, if I remember right, because I have it on DVD.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what else do I got. Oh yeah, there's one. I don't know how I didn't think about this. Escaflowne.
I watched Escaflowne when it was airing, and I've never seen it since. I remember really enjoying it. I have no idea if it holds up.
When it aired on Fox.
I think it was like 4 Kids at that point. It was like 2004 or so. Or maybe it was Fox Kids at the time, so it would have been the late 90s.
It was Fox Kids around the same time that Digimon. So Digimon Adventure, the first season of Digimon, it was on at the same time as the first season of Digimon, and they canceled it after showing like 10 episodes because it was just too violent. Really? Yeah, it was too violent. I mean, it's not for kids. It's not for young kids. It's for
fair enough. I mean, again, I just only remember watching it as a kid. So again, I didn't know that it was ever canceled or anything. It was just one of those things that you were watching that I was watching on Saturday mornings. So
yeah, and it was basically Shoji Kawamori taking the idea of mech and tarot cards and the isekai concept. You know, a girl traveling to an alternate world. A world next to Earth. Earth is the mystic moon. There's anthropomorphic animals in this world, and it's awesome. Like that, this show is just pure awesome. And everything.
I still to this day remember the theme song. It had a really good American theme song.
Oh, the American theme song. I like the Japanese one.
It was sung in English. I don't know if it's the same in Japanese, but they just sing Japanese because a lot of time what they would do back then a lot of time was give it a whole different song. This may have been one where they just gave English lyrics to the still Japanese beat, but like I loved the song.
It was the same composer as Cowboy Bebop, Yoko Kanno.
Really, Yoko Kanno to Escaflowne? I had no idea.
Yes, she did.
That.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. And I have the opening and the ending. I have the opening, I have the intro song, and I have the ending song. I've grown on the ending. I like the ending song quite a bit. But I
don't remember the ending at all. Honestly, I have to relook it up.
The intro song goes da 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 da.
It starts off with a dude really visions of Escaflowne, and then it flows into the song. Yeah.
Da 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 da. That's Maya Sakamoto singing the Escaflowne thing, composed by Yoko Kanno and everything. So
hey, what's up, Zax? Yeah, we are still going. We're talking that good 80s and 90s weeb shit. It's great.
Zax, we did talk about Star Trek.
We did. That's true. We talked about Zax a little bit as well.
We did talk about you, Zax. Nothing bad. So
No, there's nothing you can say that's bad about Zax.
no,
I'll show off. Share my screen. So this is. I've got my anime sorted by rating here. So these are all of them I've seen completed versus what I'm currently watching.
Is that 90s Rurouni Kenshin on the left?
That is, yeah, that's exactly what that is.
So I got a question for you about Rurouni Kenshin. Something I want to see that I don't think. Now we see a little bit of it in the Reflection OVA. I'm assuming you saw Trust and Betrayal in the Reflection.
I actually have it where I pulled back from. I've got it on DVD back behind me.
Okay, I want to see in its entirety the final arc of the manga, where it's
and my friend Kate were talking about that earlier tonight. Why did they do a remake when they could have just given us the final arc?
Yes, like we see a little bit of it in Reflection. With what was the name of what was her name? Tomoe in Trust and Betrayal. Her brother.
Tomoe's brother, yeah.
Yeah, and he kidnaps I forget what's her
Kaoru. Lady
Kaoru. And it's just I wanted to see because it wasn't just that I looked into the manga, like there's like he has his own, he has like it's like season 2 again, except with he's the final guy for that arc. And so I wanted to see something like that. But the Kyoto arc of Rurouni Kenshin is by far the best season. The best arc of that show.
I'm really
of
really
the anime show.
Right. I love the Kyoto arc, but the first arc is what really there's rated a perfect 10 on my list for a reason. I don't think there's anything bad in the show. I love all of Rurouni Kenshin. I think that it's one of the best anime / manga ever written. I mean,
wasn't the first arc just setting up the Kyoto arc? Like you meet that one cop dude who knows I forget what the martial art he knows. What was his name again? Do you remember?
The cop dude that also used to be like almost as good as Kenshin, the other like not quite manslayer, but he was on the opposite side of the war. I don't remember his name. Yeah, he's excellent. It also builds up the Seki Hotai and how not Zanza. I mean, he goes by Zanza at first, but Kenshin's best friend, who I'm blanking on the name of, my favorite character, so I feel like it. But
is he the one with the big sword, like
the giant sword at first, and then Kenshin beats him, and he never uses it again. He becomes a brawler. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot he doesn't use the sword.
Yeah, he's got that sword for the first several episodes. Then when he fights Kenshin beats his ass, and then he's never seen with the sword again. He's all like, all right. Fist all the way.
This is one thing I love. I love characters who are like super, like they're super, like they come off as innocent, like they get picked on by normal people, but when business comes, they are terrifying. Kenshin is terrifying when he's all business and everything.
I think Rurouni Kenshin was the first anime I ever saw that was like this. Because I hadn't seen Serial Experiments Lain or Evangelion yet. Kenshin was the first one that was like very emotionally deep, for lack of a better term. Like he asked a lot of questions and didn't necessarily give you answers, or if it did, the answers were open to interpretation. For forgiveness, redemption. Do you resummon the beast within you if it means saving people you love? Do you go back on your promises? Like it was, is killing okay if it's in war? Like Kenshin was instrumental to Little Leon.
Yeah. I've watched the first 2 seasons. I think of several times. I don't think I've watched season 3 or the arc after the Kyoto arc in the anime more than once. I don't think.
It's not as good because it's, if I remember right, it's not stuff that's in the manga. It's all original, but I still really like it. It's again, it's very obviously there is a quality step down, but we get more of Kenshin, we get more of the group being the group. There's still interesting character dynamics. I just don't think there's as interesting of an adventure.
Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, I mean, I know they came out with like a movie, not like years later that
the live action movie.
Well, I think they came out with an animated movie that tried to cover the Kyoto arc again or something.
It sucks.
I'm like, why did they make that?
It's a 2-episode OVA and it's awful.
Yeah, like why make that? And then I didn't see the live action. How's the live action? Is that any good?
The live action Rurouni Kenshin films are the best anime adaptations I've ever seen.
Okay.
They are, unfortunately, Netflix only has the first and the effectively betrayal and effectively only has loyalty and betrayal, the live action adaptations of that, whereas the 3 movies, the main 3, are the actual beginning of the show up through the Kyoto arc. They are so good. Some of the best fight choreography I've seen for sword fight movies in a movie ever. I highly recommend the original 3 live action Rurouni Kenshins.
Okay. All right. I'll definitely have to check those out then. So it looks like that looks like a Tachikoma from Ghost in the Shell standalone complex.
Boom. That is exactly what that is. Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. Another perfect. I've got sorted by rating. So it'll be all my 10s, then 9s, and I'll go down from
So
there.
what do you like more? Do you like standalone complex or do you like second gig more? I think I like second gig more. So second gig more. I think second gig has what was that arc called?
I like the story of second gig more, but I like the villain of standalone complex more.
The laughing man. The laughing
man. Yeah, I like the laughing man as an idea better, but I think the story is told better as a collective in second gig.
If I remember correctly, the laughing man was just basically this group or this AI trying to expose like corruption in the government or something. The government was covering up shit, and laughing man was basically.
Yeah, he was a domestic terrorist, except for he was doing basically what Edward Snowden did. So
yeah, basically. Okay, yeah, that was interesting. And I think what was the arc in the second gig called? Like something 7 or
Zach's
11.
You better be. That's got to be a joke. There's not even been any casting for Link. You're gonna get me all riled up, and it's after 1 a.m. Don't do this to me, Zax.
No comment.
Doing it. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean Nintendo's involved, so I don't know. Okay, I got a question. What if Link was Japanese?
I don't think that makes sense. I'm gonna be real. That'd be a bad call.
Okay.
Link's got blonde hair and blue eyes. He's very obviously supposed to be. In fact, Ocarina Link was based off of Leonardo DiCaprio. Link clearly a white dude.
No, really? No shit.
Yep.
I've not heard that.
Okay, let me clarify. Technically, Nintendo has never. All they've said is that Link from Ocarina of Time was the adult version was based off of a very well-known young adult actor who women considered a hunk and was in many blockbuster movies at the time. The only one that fits that description that I've found that was that famous was Leonardo DiCaprio. So that's me extrapolating from what Nintendo has said, but he is based on a famous American actor who women loved in the 90s who was of that age, who was like a young man in a lot of blockbuster movies. So a lot of people assume Leonardo DiCaprio without actually naming Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh boy.
If you can think of someone else that also fits that description, you can let me know. But most people assume they're talking about Leo.
Okay. All right. That sounds fair. And this is what Zax is saying. Oh, who cares what he says? John Campia.
Justice Smith is such a shitty actor, though. I don't even know anything about his politics and whatnot. I don't care about that sort of thing. I've seen him in 3 different things now. He's a bad actor in all of them.
He was the one that was in. He was the druid, right? He was in Dungeons and Dragons, right?
In D&D, and he sucks. His acting is bad in that. I forgave his bad acting in the live action Pokemon movie because I thought, it's supposed to be hokey and whatnot. But
he's in the movie that we can't say the title. And I'm sure you know what movie I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
The story of the magical something, and we can't say it here. So.
And he was also in one of the Jurassic Worlds, I think the most recent one, and he was crap in that.
Yeah. I can't say he's the. I can't say. I mean, nothing against the guy, but I can't say he's the. I mean, he's not freaking. He's not.
No, I think he's actively a bad actor. I've never seen him play a role that didn't feel like he was reading cards while the cameras were rolling.
Yeah, he's no Al Pacino, that's for sure.
Right.
So. But yeah, so what's in the middle? What's that one what's that show in the middle?
Carol and Tuesday. That, in my opinion, is a Kenichiro Watanabe anime that is even better than Cowboy Bebop.
Wow.
I know that's a high bar.
I mean, I haven't seen it. I can't comment, but that's a very high bar.
Yeah, Carol and Tuesday, one of the few modern anime that when I saw it, immediately was hooked. I was watching it weekly. I've been anticipating it. It was anime of the year for me the year it came out, which I think was it 2018? 2019.
Mhm.
And this anime does it right in terms of being a music anime. Because remember what I was saying about Beck? You watch the whole thing in English because the songs. This anime does the same thing, except you can watch it in Japanese because even though the songs are made for English,
Yeah.
even in Japanese, they have an English singer take over the roles and sing in English. And then they just go back to speaking Japanese. So you can actually watch it in the correct language and still get the full musical effect because the music is still done in English and it's done properly.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I love it. It takes place in the same universe as Cowboy Bebop. Hundreds of years earlier, I assume, because Earth is still a thing. Mars has been colonized. They
colonize all the moons like Ganymede and
right.
Titan.
The only one that, to my knowledge, has been colonized up to this point is Mars, and that's all.
Okay.
Earth still actually actively has people working and living there, but it's most people that live on Mars are refugees from Earth. Earth is going by the wayside by the time of this anime starting.
Okay.
And this is an anime all about basically AI music has taken over the music industry, and these two girls with just an acoustic guitar and a keyboard want to bring real human-made music back.
What's the name of it again? I'm gonna write it down.
Carol and Tuesday.
Carol, Carol, and Tuesday.
Carole.
Carole. Okay.
Yep.
Carol and Tuesday. Okay.
Yep.
All right. And that's Watanabe. Bebop universe. Okay. Interesting. All right. And
I'm pretty sure it takes place hundreds of years before Bebop, but it is in the same universe, which is it's a fun little thing. They still use Wulong as the currency and stuff like that.
Wulong, of course.
Yep.
Obviously, the next one's Cowboy Bebop. Okay, I've seen that. Own it. It's one of my top 5 of all time.
Yep, it is. It's in my top 10, probably top 5 as well.
Okay, I got a question. I know. Wow, we already passed the 4-hour mark. So right now right now I think the
I'm gonna beat Dread. We're gonna do it.
Record is me and Dread 4 hours and 45 minutes.
We're gonna beat Dread. That's the goal.
Okay, so Kyle, if you're listening, I love you. Yeah. So, do you have a favorite episode of Cowboy Bebop? Because they are all so unique. Some are really funny. Some are really.
The first episode where you see him and Vicious fight.
I love that one. It's my favorite too, dude. It's my favorite. The Battle of the Fallen Angels. It's mine too.
Oh, the imagery in that episode is just it's striking. If you turn this on for someone who'd never seen Cowboy Bebop, they would not look at that and believe this was made in '97 or whenever it was. It is perfect.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Oh my god.
I don't remember what episode number that is. I think it's like 12 or something. But
what, the one with Vicious?
The first time you see him and Vicious fight, yeah.
In the church, right? That's episode 5.
Yeah.
That's
it's 5. Okay.
Yeah. So that's my favorite. I like that one. Vicious attack. He has the gun. He has the shootout at the church.
Yep.
And then they fight at the top, and then
on like the awning or not like the inside stairwell area. Yeah.
And so Spike gets stabbed, and he shoots Vicious in the shoulder, and Vicious grabs him by the face and chucks him out the
window. Just oh.
And then you hear da 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 da, and you hear that, and he's falling really, really, really slowly, and you're like, how does he survive this? That's the one thing that's funny about Spike Spiegel. Like, how does he survive all this? He always cheats death, and so I don't want to spoil the ending, but
just watch the anime, folks.
Yes. And it's so Netflix never happened. Nope, it never happened. Okay, I have to ask you about what do you think of how Netflix introduced Ed, and then they canceled it right after that.
I had no idea how they were going to do Ed to begin. For the moment this project was announced, Ed was going to be difficult to do. Looking back on it, though, I see how they do all these crazy-ass characters in One Piece that are far more difficult than Ed, and now I'm like, okay, never mind. Ed probably should have been easy. Netflix is just retarded.
Okay.
So at first, I was kind of defensive of Ed, and then I saw One Piece, and it made me reevaluate.
Yeah, it just looked so off to me. So I was just like, whatever.
To be fair, that whole show looks off.
Yeah.
When the most accurate character is the race swapped character, Jet Black.
He sounded like, I mean, like the thing
great.
is,
he was the only part of that show that I thought worked.
I'm wondering if he's related to Bo Billingsley, the voice actor that played Jet in the anime, because he sounded just like him,
so much like him. Yeah.
So I was cool with Jet. I was cool.
Yeah, me too.
But why'd they give him a daughter? Like that's where it got dumb.
Yeah, that's another weird change that didn't need to be there. Jet already has an interesting story.
Yeah. I mean, he was a guy that was married to his work, and it affected his relationship. So
oh, Dempsey, Perfect Blue is you're gonna see it in this list I have here. That's my one of my top 5 favorite movies ever made.
So last year for Serial Horror Chat, me and Brandon the anime guy, I asked Brandon, I wanted to cover an anime. I wanted to cover an anime for serial horror. And so I wanted to cover Perfect Blue with Brandon, and he never saw it before. So I had him watch it, and I was watching it in my Discord, and Dempsey was with me. We were watching it together. Him and his son, Zombie Man, were watching it with me. And dude, Perfect Blue is awesome. Like it's so messed up, but the ending is so uplifting. It's like
yes, Peter Venkman fan site. You're entirely correct. Jet was a former cop or former detective, I think, right?
He was a detective, yeah. And I liked how they wrapped up that story with he confronts the guy that was responsible for him losing his arm and all that, and we find out who is truly responsible for everything, and it's messed up. Like the whole thing about Bebop, and I've heard other bigger YouTubers say this, it's basically about people who are kind of stuck in life. Like they're stuck in.
That's 100%. I mean, when you live in a world where bounty hunting is part of just a gig economy, like
yeah.
And I think that's why it's so back to, because we were talking about relatable earlier at the very beginning of this stream. For anyone that remembers 4 hours ago, these characters are not relatable at all, and yet immeasurably relatable. There's nothing relatable about their actions or what they're doing or the setting, but there's a relatability in the emotions. Like to me, people talk about how they don't like Cowboy Bebop. I've heard people say this, they don't like Cowboy Bebop because it's not because it's episodic. And I was like, well, no shit, it's a character study.
Yeah, I mean it's episodic, but it still has an overarching arc.
Story for one, by the way. Yes, exactly. But people, I've seen so many people who are like new to anime, they didn't grow up with it, who would say that Cowboy Bebop is overhyped and it's just nostalgia talking. They're used to every anime nowadays being these large, bombastic, overarching stories. I'm like, no. This is a character study.
Bebop,
we don't do stuff like this anymore.
No, we don't. Bebop as a show never gets old. Like every time I watch the show, I react the exact same. I laugh at all the same points. Mushroom Samba never gets old. Like that Mushroom Samba. What's the episode with that annoying cowboy who always shows up? You know what I'm talking about?
I love you're talking about at the end of the episode. They have like the traditional like cowboy standoff. Like yeah. And then the terrorist is like getting upset because they're ignoring him. Yeah. Because Spike hates that other dude so much. Like like the teddy bear. That's the teddy bear terrorist guy. The guy who puts bombs in teddy bears or something. It's so funny. But what's funny is as funny as the show is, there are points that are so poignant. Like when Faye sees the videotape of her, she gets the videotape of her as a kid, and the way she reacts to it, like I have goosebumps right here just thinking about her. Dude, the way all of Spike and Faye's interactions are, I mean, not all of them obviously, but all of the emotional ones are so, because if life had gone differently, like Spike and Faye have, I think, my favorite chemistry in the whole show. As much as I love Spike and Jed as like the buddies, I think Spike and Faye have my favorite chemistry in the show.
Yeah, they relate more, and what's funny is they I like how they hate each other more too. Like they're always at each other's throats, but it's because they have so much in common. So yeah, it's so crazy. It's just that and especially the way the show ends for Spike, the way Spike's story ends is just for all the humor in that show. It gets to a point where things just go so far south that when I'm watching the show, I don't want the show to progress that way. Like I get nervous every time I get close to the ending. And that just tells you something about how well written that show is, at least for me.
See, that's everything we've said about Cowboy Bebop, in my opinion, can be. That's why I love Carol and Tuesday so much. Is it can be applied in the opposite direction. In this show, everything starts out low, and it slowly gets better, but then it gets slow again. Something happens, and they're right back at square one, and it slowly gets better, and it goes through these waves. And again, it's the all the heart of the show, just like Cowboy Bebop. Like, yeah, the action set pieces in Cowboy Bebop are cool, but it's all about the interactions between the characters. That's where all the heart is, and that's the way Carol and Tuesday is. Yeah, the music's good. Oh, the setting is really interesting. The events that happen are cool. But at the end of the day, there's 4 to 5 characters. I mean, Carol and Tuesday are the main two, but there's 4 to 5 characters that are consistently interacting with each other.
Yeah,
and it holds the entire narrative together.
So I wrote down Carol and Tuesday, so I can't wait to watch that now that I know that it's related to Bebop. Bebop I will watch till for the rest of my life. That show just perfect. So I see Steins Gate next to
Steins Gate.
I have not seen Steins Gate, but I recognize the characters. I saw the first episode.
If you enjoy Eva, you'll enjoy Steins Gate. Steins Gate is a ride.
I tried watching the first episode, and I didn't really hook me. Maybe
Steins Gate will not make a goddamn lick of sense until at least episode 12. You're just you're in there wondering what the is going on. I don't know why I censored myself, but either way, you're throughout it's 24 episodes, and you don't even have an idea of why things are happening the way they are, or how that until like the halfway point. I personally love that. I know that might be for a lot of people. Oh, you shouldn't wait for 12 episodes for something to get good. And my reaction to that is always, you shouldn't have such a short attention span. Like, it's very intentionally supposed to be. It's not that it's slow. It's by design that you have no idea why things are the way they are. I think Steins Gate's one of the best modern anime.
Are all those shows that I think it's Steins and then semicolon and then Gate? Is that how it is? If I remember correctly?
Yes. Steins Gate, Chaos Head, and one other.
Are all those shows with the semicolon related in some way, or is it just
every now and again there will be little references to each other, but the only relations they take place in the same universe, minus some offhanded in jokes that you might miss or whatnot. They're all take place in the same universe, but usually decades or at least years apart. So you don't have to watch Chaos Head to watch Steins Gate, for example.
Okay.
And Steins Gate's the best of them. I've seen all 3, or at least the 3 that I know are related. Steins Gate, Leaps and Bounds is the best of them.
Okay. So, and then of course we see Beck again. We already talked about Beck. I spy a 1997 Berserk. Ooh,
Perfect 10. So one's called Nana. It's from 2006. I don't know if you've heard of that or not.
I think I've come across the name. I don't know I forget what it's about. I haven't seen it.
One is these 2 girls become roommates. This is it's a romance anime. So you can show my feminine side here a bit.
Okay.
It's a romance anime about one girl is an airhead who wants to just sort of like make it on her own in the big city. The other one is and she's completely oblivious how real life works. Grew up very privileged, things like that. And the other is like starving punk rock girl who wants to make it big in the music industry, and she's living out of a shoebox basically. But they meet by chance on a train, and they're both named Nana, so they decide to become roommates. And it's just a romance anime about them both handling their love lives while being roommates together. Like both love, they're straight. They're not like they're roommates who both have love lives going on. They're having trouble managing while also trying to maintain being roommates. One trying to figure out what she wants to do with life. The other one trying to become a rock star because her ex-boyfriend basically is Sid Vicious, and he's already super famous. He's like, I can make you famous. I'm already in the most successful punk band ever. And she basically says, fuck you, I don't want a handout. I'm going to make it on my own merits. And so you've got two different stories going on, her trying to make it music and the other girl trying to make it as an adult in Japan. And then you've got the overlap of them being roommates and how they help each other and how they keep each other from being broken people or maybe make each other more broken. You can't tell. It's a really, really good show if you're into chick flick stuff. So,
okay. It might be good.
I got that feminine side sort of thing where I love stories like this. So
okay, I mean, yeah, I mean, I mean, I like noir, so yeah,
fair enough.
So yeah, and of course, I see Kiki's Delivery Service next to that.
Favorite Ghibli film.
This movie. Okay, I'll have to.
Good, but this is my favorite.
I'll have to watch it again. I watched it and I got really bored with it. So.
It's a very simple movie. Like there's nothing I love Ghibli. There's Ghibli movies like Spirited Away and Mononoke that are very in your face, and those are good. But I love his quiet, slow. I mean, I love them all, but I usually prefer his just quiet, slow. This is a very basic thing. Just enjoy the little grounded adventure.
Okay. And I know she goes to a city, and I think the city is based off of a city in Italy or something.
Yeah.
I like how they, the people from Ghibli were sent out to different parts of the world just to take notes and to take sketches and all that. And you get this beautiful, one thing I love the visuals and the animation in Kiki's Delivery Service.
Yeah.
I'll have to, I'm due for a rewatch. I don't know if I still, I might have, I don't know if I got rid of my copy or I might have gotten rid of I think I did get rid of my copy. I gave it to my friend's daughter.
Well, she's gonna grow up loving it though. I mean, that's how I got introduced to this. Was my my little sister got the VHS tape, and her and I just wore that shit out. Sleep well, Zach. It's nice having you here, buddy.
Good night, Zach. Thanks for being here. My favorite.
Loved this movie. We watched it together growing up all the time on VHS.
You want to know what my favorite Ghibli film is? It's not The Boy in the Hair. I did do a video. Checked out the review.
I'm gonna guess Porco Rosso.
I like Porco Rosso. I'm actually trying to rewatch it now. It's not my favorite. I love it though, but my favorite is Castle. I figured
it's gonna be something unconventional, so I'm trying to think of some. Is it Nausicaa?
It's not. It's not Nausicaa. It's Laputa. It's Castle in the Sky.
Oh, dude, Castle in the Sky is. I think that was the second Ghibli film I ever saw. Actually, Castle in the Sky is great. Castle in the Sky is technically the first Ghibli film. Nausicaa was made before Studio Ghibli was established. That's true. So it's retroactively a Ghibli movie. It's definitely a Ghibli movie. His Lupin film or Lupin film. Yeah. So I think Castle. I love Castle of Cagliostro. Castle of Cagliostro is so awesome. Like I swear they stole ideas from that movie from the Great Mouse Detective or something. Like the whole clock falling off the clock tower type of deal. I mean, to be fair, Ghibli's been ripped off by Disney a lot. Ghibli has been ripped off by Nintendo. Really? They took a lot of ideas like Zelda, like the Hey, Pops, how you doing, bro? We were talking about you earlier too. Yeah, Pops. We may or may not be mentioned pretty soon for something. Yeah, so far I think I'm gonna check. I have to check how long was my CHILLPOREAL with Kyle with Dread Roberts. I'm gonna check right now. I need to find out for myself. I sent him a message on Discord. I'm taunting him like, hey, ours might surpass yours and all that. So let's see, CHILLPOREAL special guests. Pops drops gold all the time. Dempsey, what are you talking about lately? Pops is the man. 4 hours and 42 minutes and 41 seconds. So we have to beat 4 hours, 42 minutes and 41 seconds. That should be easy. Yeah, that's a lot of comments about some of these upcoming anime that I've seen. So, oh yeah, absolutely. But yeah, Castle in the Sky is my favorite. I love how that movie begins. I love how that movie ends. Like the girl tries to walk off the blimp and then she falls. I'm like, what? I love how there's no explanation for anything. You don't need it. We don't know why they never explain why there's a castle in the sky in a movie called Castle in the Sky. Yeah. I love that.
And you know what I think? You're a Sonic fan, right? Sky Sanctuary is directly based off of Laputa Castle in the Sky.
I wouldn't be surprised that all of Sky Sanctuary was based off that.
Yes. I actually say that. I actually say it in my video. I don't know if people agree with that, but hey. But I know like the Sky Temple in Zelda Twilight Princess, I think, is directly inspired by Castle in the Sky. So
Abomination AJ, Wolf Children I have not seen, actually. I've heard really good things about it, but Wolf's Rain is on this list. I have seen Wolf's Rain, which is a different wolf anime.
I have Wolf's Rain too. That's another show I forgot to bring up. Yeah.
I was dating a girl one time, and I was driving. We were going on a date, and I was, I'm the driver, so I put the music, and the Wolf's Rain theme song comes on my playlist, and she's like, "Why are you listening to music that sounds like it should be from a shampoo commercial?"
Really?
So deflated.
What's funny is that's also Yoko Kanno.
See, I had no idea about that. It's just a great song. I didn't know that was Yoko Kanno. That's awesome.
Yep.
The Wolf's Rain intro is great. She had no taste.
That happens. Yeah, my friend got me into Wolf's Rain, and we told our other mutual friend about Wolf's Rain. So we all watched Wolf's Rain.
The only problem with Wolf's Rain is it does 5 recap episodes in a row.
Yes.
God, I hated that.
So what's funny is when the DVDs were coming out, like literally, like my friend just skipped buying the one DVD volume because it was all recap episodes. So why buy it? I mean,
I'd have to have the full collection. I would just never watch it. I'd have to at least own it though.
Yeah, and so, but yeah, everybody gives that show crap for its ending. Because the whole point of them is to look for paradise. And then they don't really find it. It just kind of resets like it's Dark Tower or something. Like the whole show kind of resets back to the beginning. And they're strangers again. And I don't know. What do you think of the ending?
So my interpretation is that the paradise they're looking for is death. Like they don't know that. Like they don't know that that's what paradise actually means. But like you don't find paradise until you die. So you're basically
pretty much
in this endless loop until you get whatever your supposed your death's supposed to be.
Yeah.
I didn't mind the ending at all. I again, like, if you there's times you can do like a cop out ending, and endings like that would be like, oh, I don't know how to wrap this up, so I'll just I'll do a time loop, or I'll do it was all a dream or whatnot. I felt like there was purpose and intention behind this. I just don't personally know what it was, and that's part of the fun of it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I really did like the show. I liked watching it. I remember the first episode. The first episode ends with a kid dying, like a kid falls to his death. The whole
show is far more brutal than you would think it would be.
Yeah. And it was that one character, Sue May, the one that wears the has the midriff and wears the leather and all that. I was just like, yeah, I remember seeing it, I was like, holy shit, this show's not a joke and all that. But like, it was weird. I thought it was really interesting that you have wolves that are being hunted to extinction in this post-apocalyptic world. And they came up with this defense where they can veil themselves and appear human. Mm-hmm. I thought that was interesting.
No, yeah, that's a super cool concept. It's like the idea of evolution for self-preservation purposes is how evolution works. Like I thought it was super cool. It took me a while when I was watching it, and I don't know if it was because I was watching it subbed, and I wasn't sure at first if it was them like actually doing that, or if it was just giving us a humanized form so that we could relate to the characters better. Like that maybe they were always wolves and it's just showing us as humans for so that we can have a better gauge of like their body language and stuff. But yeah, I really liked the show a lot. I know it gets a lot of flack, but I liked Wolf's Rain a lot. Mm-hmm. If AJ hasn't seen it, I'm sure you'd like it a lot, bud.
So I see the next one. It looks like, I'm guessing that's Psycho-Pass. I know that's another show I have not seen, but I've seen the poster. I know it's supposed to be kind of like, it's supposed to be a what, cyberpunk, kind of like Ghost in the Shell, but like also
it's right up there with Ghost in the Shell and Blade Runner and being the best cyberpunk visuals of all time. Like it's Neuromancer is always going to be the king of cyberpunk in my opinion. But
I think
Blade,
Neuromancer's the one that started Cyberpunk, and
yes,
yeah,
it is. And
William
it's
Gibson.
never been topped in my opinion. Yeah, William Gibson's one of my favorite authors. But yes, Psycho-Pass is it's like a cross. It's what's that? It's not Equilibrium. What's that movie where crimes are being predicted?
Minority Report.
Minority Report. Thank you. So it's similar to that. Basically, there's this AI that controls Japan, and this AI has mapped out the human brain so well that it can tell if people are going to commit crime based on their stress levels. And so there's these cops that their guns only work on people once they're psychopaths. So their psychopaths is what the stress level is called, gets so high. So like you cross into this threshold to where like, oh, they might commit a crime. Your gun can stun them. They've crossed the threshold. They don't even need to commit the crime. Just the fact they've crossed it's good enough. You can kill them to prevent the crime before it even happens. So it gets these moral quandaries of should you be doing this? But the thing that makes it different than Minority Report is that so many of the cops, because of their high stress job, their psychopaths ends up going through the roof because they're in these stressful situations. By stopping crime, it's driving their potential crime levels higher and higher. So cops are often basically fired, but instead of being executed, they're put on leashes to where other cops that haven't had this problem yet basically treat them as servants, to where we're gonna, instead of killing you or putting you in prison, we're gonna let you live in the police quarters under a very tight leash, and then you go out and handle the most dangerous jobs. It's super psychological. Like I love Psycho-Pass. And you would hope it'd be super psychological considering it's called Psycho-Pass. So
okay, all right, fair enough. And I see you have Legend of Galactic Heroes. We definitely talked about that. That's the original Ghost in the Shell, right? 1995. Yep.
Which I like better than both Standalone Complex and Second Gig. The film is, to me, that's the ultimate Ghost in the Shell experience, is the movie.
I liked it's so funny, like this, just the theme of you not owning, because in Ghost in the Shell, especially that character, the Major Motoko Kusanagi, she is basically, I mean, what is left of her except her brain?
That's it.
And that's it. So the running theme, and she talks about this with Bateau on the boat, if I remember correctly. Like
my favorite scene in the movie, actually.
She's just like, do I own myself or does the government own me? And that's why. And like, if you were in that position, wouldn't you want out too? Yeah. And then the puppet master gives her this chance of getting out, but being out. It's like being in a gang. You're in for life and all that, and you can't. There's nothing you can do about it. You want to be free. I mean, it's the human nature to want to be free and not to, have to,
But is she human anymore? All that's left is a brain. So what does human nature matter if all you are is a brain? Yeah,
and it's ridiculous, and it's just I love the animation. How many times have they imitated the beginning of the movie where she assassinates the dude, and then that's
been done in so many other films since then, or their TV shows. It's just since Akira's on screen, it's just as iconic as the Akira motorcycle slide.
Yes. How many times has the motorcycle slide been done to death?
And everything's done it.
Dude, Terminator 2 stole from Akira. Like James Cameron.
Lay it on me.
Remember Sarah Connor's dream of the
nuclear annihilation.
Yeah, they had something similar in Akira.
That's
James Cameron,
the opening scene of Akira isn't the opening scene of Akira the vision where that happens?
Well,
it's showing us the past when it did happen.
So in Terminator 2, she's at a playground, and then she witnesses it from her point of view, and we see something similar with that with I think Tetsuo or Kaneda, one of those two.
Yeah, it is. I think it's Kaneda.
And I've heard, and the thing is, James Cameron's a big anime fan. He's seen.
Really? I didn't know that.
Oh yeah,
it doesn't surprise me.
He was involved. He was involved with what that movie? Can't think of it now. Alita Battle Angel. He knows about Alita Battle Angel.
That's true. And Alita was never even an anime. That was a flat out manga. It never got animated.
Every Hollywood director knows about Akira. I mean, even James Cameron. But he knows about Pat Labor. Yeah, and everyone in Hollywood knows about Ghost in the Shell. I mean, The Matrix. I mean,
Yeah, dude. As much as I love the Matrix, it would not exist without Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah, so it's fun to see it's fun to see correlations between anime and Hollywood, because I mean anime has left its mark on the world, and I think it's bigger than people realize, in my opinion.
See, I have this argument with people. I don't think it's bigger than people realize, at least not anymore. I think nowadays people when you can queue up every single streaming website and they all have their own section for anime, and when Netflix is producing in-house original anime, and when you've got streaming services dedicated to anime, you can walk into any hot topic in the mall and half of it's anime. At this point, it's finally it is mainstream. It is.
I mean, yeah, I keep thinking like this is 2004 again. That's right. You're right. Like I once had this conversation with my friend back then. Like, do you think anime would ever be mainstream? He said possibly, but not for a while. And it seems like now everybody knows anime. Like everybody's seen anime. So
that's why I call Attack on Titan like this generation's anime. I feel like despite my feelings on Attack on Titan, I feel like it was that time period right there. Maybe not. Attack on Titan didn't do it solo, but it was that time period when Attack on Titan first came out that truly like solidified anime as it is mainstream now. Because I know people who didn't know dick about anime growing up. People who used to bully me for watching anime were now watching Attack on Titan and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, we got Legend of Galactic Heroes, Akira. That's Dragon Ball Z. What's on the left? What's on the left of Dragon Ball Z?
That is called Anohana, the flower we saw that day. It is.
I've heard of that.
Very interesting anime. The short version is there's this girl that the main character is seeing, like physically, like he's able to see, that supposedly died when they were kids, and throughout the whole show, it's asking the question: is she really there, and is she a ghost who he and his group of friends need to help move on, or is he fucking crazy and she's not there at all, and he's just guilty over the fact that his childhood friend died? And you don't find out the answer until near the end of the show. I'm not going to say what the answer is, but that's what the show tackles: is this all in his head, or is she really there, and the friends need to find a way to help her move on?
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, that sounds like an interesting one.
An absolute tearjerker.
Okay, I liked it's there's one series. There's one thing I really like that I saw. You ever see Your Name?
Oh, I love Your Name.
Yeah,
Makoto Shinkai.
Yeah, I was watching that for my friend Gray Wakizashi Tea House. We were watching it for a stream, and I was just like, I never felt so happy at the end of a movie.
The guy do you remember the movie 500 Days of Summer?
I don't think so.
With Joseph Gordon-Levitt and
no.
So he's the same guy that I believe he's the same guy that did The Amazing Spider-Man. Actually, I could be wrong on that, but I think it's the guy that did the first Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movie. He's supposedly doing a live-action remake of American live-action remake of I just blanked on the name. Not Weathering with You. That's his most recent one. Your Name. I don't want to see it. I do not think that we could do a movie like that. Part of what makes that movie so appealing is the visuals, and you cannot.
Yes,
you cannot replicate that in live action.
It's probably one of the most beautifully animated anime films I've ever seen.
All of his are though. Like Your Name isn't even my favorite. Garden of Words is my favorite by him.
What's the name? What's his name again?
Makoto Shinkai.
Makoto Shinkai. He's the director, right?
Yeah, I think he might also be the producer, but yeah, he's definitely the director.
Okay. I'll have to see some of his other work. Like that was
Garden of Words is great. Weathering with You is great. I've never seen something by him I didn't like.
What was the other one? Garden Words?
Garden of Words.
Garden of Words. Okay. Garden of Words. And what was the other one?
Weathering with You, which Garden of Words is it's not really a short film. It's a 45-minute movie. Like it wraps everything up in 40. It's not a series, but it's not full length either. It's 45 minutes. And then Weathering with You is a full movie. Weathering with You was his next movie after Your Name.
Okay. Okay, so the two on the right are both Wolf's Rain.
Yeah, Wolf's Rain and the OVA.
Oh yeah, the OVA. The ending of So yeah, I remember the show ends like they what's her name, Cheza gets kidnapped by this one empire, and they rescue her. And then the final 4 episodes, they're just they're in the wilderness and they're being hunted by that blue-haired Darcia dude.
And and that's where we get like
and he kills them all.
ending that everyone hates. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what's that in the middle? What show is that?
It's called Kenichi the Mightiest Disciple.
Okay, I've seen that before on streaming.
Kenichi is great. It's from 2006. It is a fun little shonen / slice of life about this pussy who wants to defend this girl that he finds super hot, but she's already an amazing fighter, so he needs to be an even better fighter than her. And it's great. It's really good.
Okay. And then the one on the left, what's that?
This one?
Yeah.
This is a recent one. I get shit for rating this as high as I do. It's called Babylon. This was a political thriller about people just randomly committing suicide, and this prosecutor knows that it's murder somehow, but he needs a way to prove it because people are just committing suicide en masse. And it's Suzuki-sen is a prosecutor with the Tokyo District Public Prosecutor's Office. While investigating illegal acts by a certain pharmaceutical company, Suzuki stumbles across a conspiracy over an election for an autonomous new zone established in Western Tokyo. People hate how this ends, and it tarnished the whole show for them. I loved the ending. I thought it was great. I'm in the minority. Me saying I love Babylon, I love its ending, is the equivalent to somebody saying they love Game of Thrones Season 8.
Okay. That's fair.
I'm an absolute minority on this show, but man, did I really like it. I'm not trying to be a contrarian. Also, the animation's really good for a modern anime. It actually feels hand drawn. It feels like the computers colored it, but it feels hand drawn in the way they move and everything.
Okay, that sounds really good. Okay, what about the next one?
You would, I would think, love this. 1995, Golden Boy. This is the best comedy anime ever made.
Okay, I think I've seen the first episode.
It's only 6 episodes long.
It is so dirty.
It's very dirty, but it is so funny. Like dirty movies from the 90s, like Austin Powers and whatnot, wish they could be half as funny as Golden Boy is, in my opinion.
Yeah, like he's just a pervert.
But he's not just a pervert though. So he's an idiot savant, like he's a moron. He can spend an entire day learning about something, and he's a master at it. And so it's 6 episodes. Every episode's a different odd job, and it's him doing different odd jobs and becoming masters at them while chasing women.
Oh, I see.
So it's and the 6th episode, you think it's episodic because every episode has nothing to do with one another, and then somehow the 6th episode wraps everything up in a very clever way.
Okay, all right, fair enough. What about so then you got was that Dragon Ball Resurrection of Frieza or something?
Yeah, Resurrection F. Yep.
Okay, I like that one. I like Battle of the Gods. I like Battle of the Gods more than how they adapted it in Super.
Yeah, I think they adapted both these terribly in Super. I'm biased towards Resurrection F and Battle of Gods. I saw both in theaters, but I saw Resurrection F in theaters with my childhood best friend, who was the only person I grew up with who also liked Dragon Ball. So like, that movie just holds a real special place for me because it was a really cool. We hadn't seen each other in years. We met up. We got to go see our childhood show come back in theaters. It was awesome. So I've got an affinity for Resurrection F based on more than just the quality of the film. It's actually not that great. It's fairly just okay, but man, I love my time with it.
Yeah, the part I think I laughed the most was in the Battle of the Gods. Goten and Trunks become Gotenks, and Lord Beerus just takes them and spanks them. And I'm like, why didn't they include that in the show? I'm like, that was funny. I saw it in the theater. Yeah. We were laughing our asses off.
Yeah, seeing Battle of Gods in theaters is one of the times that people stood up and clapped at the end. I love it when I go to movies and that happens.
Yeah, So I mean, I got a question about. I forgot to ask about Dragon Ball. Do you think they're going to come out with any new stuff anytime soon? I know they came out with a movie not too long ago. I still haven't seen it. What was it called again?
Dragon Ball Superhero, which I actually really liked. I won't lie, I really enjoyed it.
All right, I have to watch that because I did see Broly. I know Broly's the latest thing. Well, that's the latest thing now. Superhero, I'm assuming.
People were very skeptical, myself included, about the animation because it's fully CGI. dude, 5 minutes in the movie, I didn't even notice anymore. It really worked. So it's jarring at first, and then I got lost in it. I actually really liked it. I don't want that to become the staple template for Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
It was a one-off. It was a really unique idea, and I liked how it was done.
Because I know the Super manga is still ongoing, so I'm just curious.
Apparently, the next arc is going to be the last arc. That news broke today. Well, I guess technically yesterday, since it's so late now. But yeah, they announced that the up-and-coming Dragon Ball Super arc will be the end of Super.
So do you think they're going to make another anime? Do you think they're going to make
I think that's why they announced this will be the last arc. I think once the manga is finished, they're going to pick up after the tournament and give us a part 2 of Super, and it covers everything and then be done.
Yeah.
Do you think that's just my speculation?
So like one thing about Dragon Ball, I know we talked about it before, but let's just keep this. It's fun talking about
Dragon Ball all day. It's my favorite thing ever.
I like how so you start with Goku and Master Gohan and everything, and I like how every time the world gets bigger and then it becomes the universe, the afterlife, and then there's multiverses. Now there's multiple universes. Like, can you get any bigger? Like, I'm curious how much bigger you can get with where they're currently at.
Well, we've got multiple. So it's announced that there's multiple universes, but we've really only seen there's 4 we haven't seen at all. So we can always
they didn't show up for the tournament.
Yeah, the 4 strongest universes were immune from having to even participate.
Oh, that's right.
There's 4 universes that are even stronger than
Jiren.
Jiren was from and everything.
So is Jiren okay? I'm good. We're getting into really some nerd shit right here. So is Jiren stronger than like Lord Beerus and all those Lord Gods of Destruction?
It's implied that he is. Yeah, we've never physically seen him fight a god of destruction, but Zeno says at one point he's heard of a universe that's bred a fighter so strong he's stronger than all the gods of destruction. And it's implied that he's talking about Jiren. So
I forget what's the name of the ultimate high being until we find out there's an even higher being. That's a funny thing. So we thought for the while that Kami.
First it was Kami, then King Yima, then King Kai, then you got the Supreme Kai. Yeah, Dragon Ball always one-ups itself, which is super funny to me because do you know the philosophical definition of God?
Tell me.
So the philosophical definition of God is the greatest conceivable being. So if think of the greatest thing you can think of, that is God. But if you can think of something greater, well, then that is God. So Dragon Ball actually uses real life religious philosophy, and it keeps one-upping itself. So if you can think of anything, if they ever come up with anything greater than Zeno, then that would actually be, the God. I love that.
So there's I forget because of the Goku Black arc. There's two Zenos now. So do you think they'll ever get pissed at each other and try to fight and destroy everything?
I like the 2 Zenos dynamic. They're toddlers. To me, that's so funny to me that to make what is effectively this nameless, ageless, eternal, benevolent creator of what we think of, and just like, man, to the scope of the universe, they're effectively. I love that. I think that was a super fun call.
One thing Dragon Ball does really well, and I've said this multiple times, like they really know how to emote their characters. Like you can tell a character is terrified of another character. So I like how like Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction, is terrified of Lord Zeno or something like that. I love seeing those type of reactions from characters in Dragon Ball in particular. So.
And what's even better, more amazing about that is usually, so anime is good at that in general, but that's usually because anime is hyper detailed. Dragon Ball is actually very simply drawn compared to other animation or other anime and manga. Like Toriyama has a very simple style.
He has but the thing is, his style is super distinct. So like you look at a Toriyama thing, it's him.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's Dragon Quest, it doesn't matter if it's Chrono Trigger, it doesn't matter if it's Dragon Ball. Like Toriyama's style.
Yes.
I only played Chrono Cross and Dragon Quest because I as a kid I was like, this looks like Dragon Ball Z. This must be the same guy. I'm gonna play it because I like Dragon Ball Z. Like that was why I got into those, is because I could even before I knew his name, because I was just a kid, I knew it had to be the same guy.
Yeah, and there's very few like anime directors or anime artists that really can do that. Like I consider Tezuka one that can do something like that, make something distinct like that. the Naoki Urasawa, who wrote Monster, who wrote in I don't know if he drew Monster as well. He probably did, but his style is very distinct too.
I don't know if he's the artist or not, but I can always tell Satoshi Kon's style when I see it.
Satoshi Kon is another one. May rest in peace.
I don't know that I know he wrote all those films in that one series. I don't know if he drew them, but still, if you pop on Perfect Blue and then you pop on
Paprika,
the Christmas one,
Tokyo Godfathers.
Tokyo Godfathers. You can tell it's the same. It doesn't matter. The subject matter is completely different. You know it's the same guy. And it's Satoshi Kon because he was a master.
Same with Katsuhiro Otomo. Like you see, like not only Akira but Steam Boy and other stuff that he's done. You know it's him by the design of the characters,
right?
And the sheer amount of detail. Like it's insane. It's and I can't think of anyone else that's really distinct like that. That has that distinct animation style, and my problem with a lot of modern anime is Miyazaki. Well, Miyazaki, Studio Ghibli, I think, because but
Grave of the Fireflies, for example, isn't Miyazaki, and while it's similar, you can tell it's actually not him.
But I think the style still looks very Ghibli, though. I mean,
that's fair.
It's Isao Takahata. It's the only thing I've seen by Isao Takahata. I haven't seen any of his other films. I haven't seen outside of Miyazaki and Grave of the Fireflies. I don't think I've seen any other Ghibli. Like I don't think I've seen the Yamadas. I've not seen. They tried to adapt Tales of Earthsea.
Oh, okay.
I think it was Miyazaki's son.
Peter Venkman fan site. Yeah, Rumiko Takahashi. That's another good one. The one that did Ranma 1/2 and I believe Inuyasha. She also has a very distinctive art style. In fact, she's probably the most distinctive female manga artist of all time.
Yeah, Inuyasha. That's one show that I've been meaning to watch for years. Like it was so popular when I started getting into anime. Everybody talked about it, but the thing was, the show didn't. By the time when I started watching it, or when I got into anime, the series was still ongoing. And then they just ended it, and they didn't come out with the final chapter for like several years.
Yeah, because I was watching it during that time. Because I grew up in that era, and years. It just stopped.
I want to say hello to Tomby.
Tomby.
I want to say hello to Alex Moore, Peter Venkman. I don't think I've said hello directly.
I did not know how to used to work for Hanna-Barbera though. Peter Venkman fan site. That's awesome.
Interesting. I did not know that either. Interesting. I'm not sure who else has that distinct style. I think, I don't know if Tomino has that distinct style with Gundam.
I'd say he probably does because you've recommended 3 other anime of his to me throughout the course of the night, and every time I added one to the list, I was like, okay, yep, that makes sense. That's this guy. So
I have another show by him that's also follows the Kill 'Em All format. It's called Aura Battler Dumbine. It came out in 1983. It's kind of like isekai. It's kind of like Escaflowne, where characters are transported. Characters from Earth are transported to another world, Byston Well, and they are tasked with fighting in these fantasy mechs that have these auras, these shields around them, and they fight in this fantasy world until they eventually get expelled because the fantasy world is filled with other races besides humans, and so they get expelled back to Earth. So it becomes a fight between all the Earth governments whose military aircraft are no match for the mecha or battlers that come in from Byston Well. So, and it gets ridiculous. It's a very dark ending. Like it's very equivalent to Ideon, but Ideon's worse.
What you just said reminded me of something. Did you ever watch the 6-episode OVA? It ended up getting a remake, but the remake wasn't as good artistically. From the same dude that did Legend of the Galactic Heroes, but it was set in a fantasy world. I don't remember the name of it though.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Heroic Legend of Arslan.
Yes, Heroic Legend of Arslan. Yep, that's exactly it. I enjoyed that as well. Not near as much as Legend of the Galactic Heroes, but I enjoyed that a lot.
It's another book series. I think it's a light novel series by Dr. Yoshiki Tanaka, Yeah, I have the 6-episode OVA. You know, they made a full series. I think they made a full 2-season series.
Yeah, they made a 12 or 24 episode remake. The same studio that did Full Metal Alchemist. Actually, it's the same character designer. It's not near as good as the 6-episode OVA.
Yeah, I'll have to. I haven't finished it.
It looks like FMA, but in that universe, like it looks exactly like FMA.
Yeah, I have it. I have it on my computer right now. I actually downloaded it recently. I have to watch it in its entirety. But yeah, he finally that OVA I believe came out in the 90s. He only finished the book series recently, like a few years, like back in like 2017, 2018, I think. So not too long ago. So I'm just so. There's never really been a complete, adaptation of it. So,
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Wow, that's insane.
Yeah. So,
well, he beat George R.R. Martin.
Everybody's gonna beat, dude. Robert Jordan, who wrote the Wheel of Time, and he freaking passed away after finishing book 11. Even he beat George R.R. Martin. Jesus, like it only took 4 years for the next book to come out because his wife, who was also his editor, hired someone, Brandon Sanderson, to complete the book. So, yeah. And how far are we get? Oh yeah, we already surpassed Dread Roberts. So
let's go for another 11 minutes or 10 minutes, making it even 5 hours if you're cool with that, and then we can call it there if you want.
You know what? I don't have anything to drink, so I'll do. Yeah, let's do that.
Cool. So. Yeah, I've been out of liquid for a while now. I know my throat's gonna be a shot. So I highly recommend this one. This is the second season, but there's either way. It's called No Guns Life. If you like noir, not the anime noir, but like the noir storytelling, you will love No Guns Life.
Is that the one where the guy has the head of a gun?
Yes, it is a noir detective story. The reason his head is a gun, so there's we don't know much about it. It's still a pretty shrouded mystery even by season 2, but basically there was some sort of great war. And certain individuals went into this like super soldier program to have their bodies turned into weapons. And after the war was over, because they were dangerous weapons, they lost effectively all their rights.
Yeah.
And he's one of the few that did not. He put in for some special permits and whatnot to become a private detective. But if ever the government needs him, he's effectively a dog of the government. But the overarching technocorp that funded all that military research in the war years prior effectively runs the world now. So a lot of his investigations have to do with them. But the politicians are always playing games to get his investigations shut down because they're in the pockets of this corporation. And it's an awesome noir detective story where the dude has the face of a gun. Like it's already cool the guy's got the face of a gun, but then you add a genuinely well written noir detective story that feels like it's something out of the cyberpunk out of the 40s, and it's such a strange but weird marriage.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things. I haven't watched it myself, so it's even though I haven't watched a whole lot of anime lately, I do check to see like if there's anything that might be good coming out or something that not good, but something that might interest me. So, and I see it was an Indigo League, Pokemon season 1.
Yeah, well, it's the first movie, but yeah, it's all of Indigo League. That's the very first anime movie I ever saw in theaters, I believe, would have been Pokemon, the first movie.
I want to be the very best.
I actually saw that guy live last summer.
You're kidding. That's awesome. Awesome.
Really, yeah. I saw him live last summer. It was awesome. I closed this out because we'll be on this forever, and I know we haven't talked about Zelda at all, so we got to cross that off in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think you said well, we did talk about Zelda. You brought up Link's Awakening.
Yep.
Yeah. And I know we did. I did mention our stream with AC Angry Canadian. Definitely check out our we covered the first 2 Zeldas, the soundtracks.
That was such a fun stream. I've never done a music stream like that before, despite being a musician. So that was awesome. That was a lot of fun.
So I got a question for you. So I haven't completed Tears of the Kingdom. I did play Breath of the Wild. I'm not the biggest fan of that format of Zelda. I mean, I get why people like it, and I won't even go as far as I don't think it sucks. it's just the thing that I liked about Zelda was just I loved going into the dungeons, just getting lost in them, finding different monsters, finding secret walls or passages, finding keys, finding treasures that allow you to proceed, and then finding a tool, the dungeon item that allowed you to, unlock more of the world and more of the temple or dungeon itself.
Right.
So they kind of did away with that. I mean, they kind of brought it back a little bit in Tears of the Kingdom. I think I haven't completed that one yet. Do you think they're going to keep going bigger with the open world, or do you think they're going to, or do you think they're going to try to maybe maybe streamline it a bit and try to bring back some of the elements of early Zelda?
I hope they go back to, or at least incorporate more of the traditional stuff. Like I like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I do not want that to be the formula going forward. If I'm being objective and getting rid of nostalgia, I will absolutely say there are problems with the original Zelda format in that so many of the tools you get in those dungeons, you never need to use again. So many get left by the wayside. Like, yeah, some you can use to explore the outside world more, but I don't think any game capitalized on that as much as they could have. So even though I like traditional linear Zelda better, I think there's a better marriage between modern Zelda and the original Zelda that, and the not really original, but you know what I mean? The Ocarina formula. I think Tears of the Kingdom did a better job of bringing some old stuff back, like, actually doing semi-traditional dungeons and whatnot. But yeah, if they're going to bring that back, I would like there to be better exploration avenues, because I love Twilight Princess, but once you get the spinner, you use it like 4 times in the open world, and bam, you found all 4 pieces of hearts. That's a massive map. They could have done more with that.
Yeah, I agree.
I'll let you take care of that.
But I have to thank Pops for gifting 5 memberships. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Pops. You've been I can't say it yet, but I can't wait. I can't wait for we'll reveal it eventually. But let's see who's a sponsor now. So
I'm a sponsor now.
Don Ranger Power became a sponsor again. Trip became a sponsor again. He said, what's funny is a lot of the same people get gifted the memberships, and then it runs out after a month, and then they get gifted again. It's weird how that works with this. But we have IJP Mexican is a sponsor now, and the Leon himself is a sponsor. So
I'm now a sponsor.
You know what that means? That means I have to. I just updated the outro with all my members today. Now I'm gonna have to do it again.
Now I have to be added.
You got to be added now, and it said 4, but I see only 4 people, unless there's 2 IJP Mexicans here.
That, or maybe somebody who's not in chat tonight got gifted one. Does that if they're not in chat right now, does it show it?
So I got this. I get this.
Oh no, Trip, TRYP.
So Don Ranger Power, Trip, IJP Mexican, Words of Paradise,
and then Dempsey is the very first one listed.
Dempsey, where's Dempsey? I don't see it.
It's showing on YouTube. I don't know if it's showing on StreamYard or not, but on YouTube it's showing Dempsey was gifted a membership.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, okay. Dempsey's okay. Dempsey's a member again. So, all right. So, thank you, Pops. I can't wait for ours. I can't wait for ours. I gotta watch Reacher now. I have to watch Reacher for ours. So, I'm hoping that too. I'm hoping that Zelda, kind of. I mean, like you said. I think they're very uninterested in the whole linear aspect. I mean, it started with a link.
Oh, he flat out said so. Did you hear what he said in an interview a couple days ago?
Yeah,
a couple weeks ago.
No, what exactly did it say?
Someone was interviewing. Why am I blanking on his name?
Eiji Aonuma.
Oh yeah, Aonuma, and he said that they were asking if there'd be a return to the traditional formula. And he said, I get that there's an aspect of nostalgia that make people want that, but I can never understand the idea, aside from nostalgia, of wanting to go back to something that wasn't as good as what we have now, or something that's more limiting. I think it's just something that's more limited than what we have now. And it felt like such a slap in the face that open world is not inherently better. Like, I'm not saying that the new games are bad or anything, or the old version. I'm not even saying the old version was better, but The idea that what you have now is inherently better, which is the way he implied, I think is a slap to the face of gamers and different types of game design. Yeah, I love Out Numero, but man, it was an L moment.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah, same here. I'll be honest, like I wasn't really. I mean, I didn't even buy Tears of the Kingdom right away. I played a little bit of it. Felt like I was playing Breath of the Wild again. I had to force myself to finish Breath of the Wild, and it's never usually been the case with Zelda for me. I used to play through Zelda like it was like Mario. I'd be excited for the next game. I couldn't wait to play it. Skyward Sword, I had issues with the controls, but that's just me. That's just me though. So, and I do eventually. So yeah. So Angry Canadian, who is still here, who came back for you. He had tasked me for our sequel, because every stream has to have a sequel. Everything has to be a trilogy now. So Leon, there will be a sequel to this stream. So but yeah, so I'm tasked by AC to play Skyward Sword and discuss it with him for the next.
It's funny. I actually planned on playing the Switch port for the first time. It was something I was supposed to be doing a couple weeks ago. Both my I don't know if this is a sign or not, but both my Switch controllers developed controller drifts that I cannot fix. So my Switch is effectively useless right now until I buy another controller. But it happened right as I was about to start Skyward Sword for Switch for the first time, because I did not like it on Wii. It's the only Zelda game I've ever actively not liked. Yeah.
So I got a question for you. So since we have to end on a cliffhanger, is there any revelation that we need to? Is there any revelation that's going to be revealed right now? Like, do you feel a certain way about me, or is there something that's in the cards that nobody saw coming? You know, I don't know. I'm trying to make a cliffhanger.
In the cards of
or you have a question, or a challenge or something. Like, I didn't think you would. I don't know. I can't even. I can't even really. Oh no.
If there was to ever be a Dragon Ball Z live action film, I need to know who you would have do it and who the cast would be.
Find out next time on CHILLPOREAL with Leon, Words of Paradise. But thank you, man. Thank you, man, for doing this. It's been 5 hours. This is officially the longest CHILLPOREAL ever. Unless me and Kyle, or me and AC, or me and Pops. Well, definitely not me and Pops, but Pops is a very busy guy. But I can't wait to do our stream with him, my CHILLPOREAL with him. But Leon, just tell us what is going on with you. Plug yourself, bro. Plug yourself.
Yeah. Well, I recently did a video that's not my typical video style. I did a video that was a top 10 underrated anime. Usually I cover nerd news almost every day, sometimes multiple times a day. However, if you want to see what it's like when I do a highly edited, more scripted, or scripted and more edited, maybe not highly edited, but scripted and edited style for me, just talking about things that I enjoy that has nothing to do with nerd news, then check that out. Top 10 underrated anime that every weeb should see at least once. I won't lie, the video's not doing near as well as I thought it would, which is kind of a bummer. So if you want to help me out, that'd be awesome. Other than that, I do nerdy news videos every day. There's no shortage of nerd news, but the good, the bad, and the ugly. A lot of times it does have a political tinge to it because I love politics. I've loved politics for years upon years. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's negative, and that does not mean I lean to one side. I think that both sides should get their hands out of nerd culture, because I was there for the Satanic Panic in the 90s and how Dungeons and Dragons and metal music was the devil. And I'm here now when we see the left trying to inject politics into everything and race swap characters and make everything all sexual. And I didn't like it in the 90s, and I don't like it now. So maybe just leave our nerd shit alone. And if you want to know what's going on and be informed, check out my channel, Words of Paradise. I also have a live stream every Monday at 3:00 p.m. Central Standard Time, where we cover trending nerd news. Had Blaine's Escape Corner on yesterday. I had some great guests on yesterday. Who else? You'll have to watch it and find out. But other than that, yeah, that's me. I appreciate it if you guys just checked it out. Stay informed.
that video, that 10 underrated anime video, go watch it. Like, I am not joking. I watched it right before this. I was blown away. Maybe it was because of the nostalgia. You had I think, what was that, the Dragon Ball? How did you?
Yeah, you're the first person that's mentioned that. It's got like over 300 views. No one said anything. My bumper is the Dragon Ball commercial break.
Yes, I love that. I love that. It just, I felt like I felt like I was watching a really good video. Like I was taking myself out of time and back into, the good old days of good entertainment. So I loved it. Everybody watch it if you like anime.
One more semi deep cut for you then, I guess. When I did the top 10 video games that need remakes, the M1098, the countdown bumpers, was the Dawn of the First Day, Dawn of the Second Day, Majora's Mask sound effects and font.
Okay.
That's so for you Zelda fans out there. So now I've covered Dragon Ball and Zelda in some sort of deep cut fashion.
All right, DJ Ronnie G shared the video. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
So for me, I actually killed, I did what Chuck Norris said. I took out 2 stones with 1 bird today. I did my CHILLPOREAL for the week today with Leon here, and I did my video. I finally did my video for my review of Super Mario RPG Remake. Check that out if you like the original Super Mario RPG. It's just my take on how it is. I do a lot of comparing to the original game, how I felt. And it's a very sentimental, nostalgic. It's full of nostalgia. So it's gonna be a lot of sweet nostalgia in that video. So definitely check that out. And CHILLPOREAL will resume next week. I still have my Wheel of Time book club that I'm going to be starting. I'm going to be starting book 5. I'm going to start reading book 5, The Fires of Heaven. And we're gonna do part 1 of that in a few weeks. I haven't locked down the time. I have to find out when people are available. I think sometime next month. Angry Canadian's going to be having this Metroid music stream with me and Dempsey. So be on the lookout for that. And I don't think I'm doing anything else on anyone else's channel at the moment. So. We might be on the White Cloaks doing a stream on the Dresden Files. I started reading book 2. I'm really liking that.
Nice.
Really liking that series. So
I read them out of order when I read them because not knowing that, because I got the omnibus, and so it was 3 books per book.
Yeah.
And I didn't, but because they're episodic, you don't have to read them in order. So I think I started with the 4th book, but it went on to become my second favorite series after the Dune series.
Okay. I have to read Dune before seeing Dune Chapter 2.
Listen to the audiobook. Be real. I don't know if you normally listen to audiobooks or not.
I do.
But Dune has the highest quality audiobook that I've ever listened to.
Okay. All right. You know what my favorite audiobook, or the one that I've had the most fun listening to? You ever hear of Elric of Melniboné? The Elric Saga by Michael Moorcock. Check that out. Like you listen to that. It's like Michael Moorcock's response to Robert E. Howard's Conan the Barbarian. It's badass.
Yes. Send that to me on Discord on Twitter after this, so I remember, because I need to reactivate my Audacity, Audible anyway.
Audible.
So.
Yeah. Definitely. I'll definitely send it to you. But yeah, so I've been listening to that. I've been listening to Dresden File, and I got to get back onto Wheel of Time. So, but yeah, man. Yeah. But yeah, once again, man, thanks for doing this. It's been over 5 hours.
Just let me know when you have a free Monday. I know you work, but because you're always welcome on Countercast whenever you have a free Monday. So just let me know. Open invite.
All right. Thank you. Like this is beyond epic. Like epic movies are 4 hours long. This was a 5-hour stream. So this is beyond epic.
Might be the longest stream I've ever been a part of, actually.
Really?
It might be. I'd have to go through and look, but it might be. It's definitely up there.
Yeah. Well, if there's a good thing going between me and the other person, the CHILLPOREAL feels timeless.
Yeah, I completely understand that. Like I've been on streams that the streams have gone longer, but after a few hours, I'm like, hey, I've got things to do. I've got a dip. I won't lie, I still have a video I have to make for tomorrow. It's almost 2:30 a.m. my time. But I was having too much fun.
That's the point of these. The point of these is to have nerd conversations good nerd conversations, not have all this toxic crap that all these people are trying to, you know, be divisive and all that. It's just having nerd conversations. We can have debates and all that, but do it in good faith. And that's the whole point of this. And it's just to have a chill conversation. And that's it. And that's the point. That's why I call it CHILLPOREAL and everything. So.
And I loved it, man. I really did. Thank you so much for having me on. And thank you, chat. You guys were absolutely awesome.
I agree. They all came for you, Leon. And with that being said, let's take a look at the next CHILLPOREAL guest. Everybody have a good night. Take care, stay Nerdporeal, and stay safe and stay warm.